And thanks to such a global system of response, we can guarantee that it will never happen again when millions of people are under threat of physical destruction or forced deportation or starvation, any kind of destruction. So these are the issues that should be now met with answers from politicians, from experts, from the societies in question. And I would like to put some questions to you now. What can be done for the responsibility for war crimes to come not in decades, but to be almost immediate, like with the usual criminal investigation and adjudication? And what kind of sanctions can be convincing enough for Russia and any kind of aggressor to prove to them that they have to respect the international law? What global solutions do we need to control the weapons of mass destructions and to prevent any kind of attempt to use it and blackmailing with it? And so that no aggressor can even mention such an option. And what kind of sanctions should we impose in response to the blackmailing with nuclear weapons or chemical weapons for that matter? What can convince the politicians of the world to make those issues practical, not just discussable? And I suppose you will offer some opinions, contribute some answers to my questions. This is your experience, this is your expertise, because the answers we all need. The world needs your answers. Every person watching us now, and the people who will watch us, and people who try to answer these questions every day. And you can contribute to the U24 arrangement that we suggested as an option. This is our initiative. The more initiatives we have, the more people will realize the global scope of such challenges and the global scope of the answers that should be supplied. Thank you very much. Glory be to Ukraine.
Thank you very much, President Zelensky, and for laying out your thinking of where you are at the moment. I could say thank you for asking me some questions, or us some questions. I fear that if we turn this into a more typical Chatham House type of seminar, then my members would be very upset with me because they would listen to us talking and not you talking. And perhaps what we can do is, with my colleagues, is actually write you a little note after this with some very specific answers. I will simply say three very quick things. How do you avoid nuclear blackmail? You don't accept it. And I think this is some of the language that we're hearing from NATO leaders in particular right now, is not to accept the threat. How do you make sure that this kind of aggression is not treated with impunity? I think you need to look at this as a war of aggression, not simply the conduct of human rights, appalling abuses and war crimes. Without the war itself, you wouldn't have the war crime. And Chatham House has hosted a number of meetings about the concept of this being a war of aggression and how that could be then punished in court. But I think, sadly, quick justice in international law is extremely rare. So in any case, I'm not going to say any more and use up time, but you ask extremely pertinent questions, and I think you deserve answers. We'll provide some additional ones to you, if I could say, later on. If I may just ask you one opening question from myself, and I will simply say to our members, we have 160 questions there, which we're obviously not going to get through. What I would say is, please read the questions, because actually members of Chatham House tend to ask very good questions. So you will find a fascinating set of perspectives just by reading through them. And also, if you think any are especially good, you can upvote them. Click on the little thumbs up and they will go to the top of the sheet. And then I can go to those first and make sure that some of the most popular questions are asked. It will help me do my job. President Zelensky, just one question that maybe is a broad one. It didn't touch on what you said, but much of the world, I think, was surprised by the resistance that the Ukrainian people have presented to the invasion by Russian forces. I want to ask you, were you surprised that Russians in Kherson, in Kharkiv, in Donbass, that they have given their lives, that mayors of small villages, mayors of towns, who are often thought as being the people that the Russian forces could turn maybe to their advantage? Have you been surprised by how united Ukrainians have been in the face of this conflict? That's my first question.
Was I surprised? And the nation that we have, I am pleased to have another opportunity to answer such a question, because it is always pleasant to talk about things you know very well. And I am a living witness of how our people responded to that aggression from Russia. I just can issue two signals. This is a dialogue, so I would like to respond to what you said about the nuclear blackmail. You said that is unacceptable, just like that. And it is my idea, maybe it's a rhetorical one, but we do not accept terrorism, right? Nobody in this audience accepts terrorism, and we do not talk to terrorists, right? Any kind of terrorist, but nevertheless, they exist. They do exist as a phenomenon, and they act, and they live on. So I'm not criticizing your points. I would like to share my opinion from my experience and from what is happening in Ukraine, what is happening to Ukraine. And people are all concerned here because the nuclear weapon is being wielded by some power. We do not accept this, but can this lack of acceptance stop the blackmail? I'm not sure. But speaking of war crimes, why I put that question, I fully agree with you, Robin, that this is a long way when it comes to the international law and adjudication, but the ideology, the philosophy of responsibility or liability in such crimes doesn't work. This is my impression, and as a citizen, I offer it. We are a collective witness of war crimes, eyewitness of war crimes in our country. And MH17, do you remember that flight? 8 years have elapsed. But what happened? What's the result? Is there any relief for the people who lost their loved ones? No, that side, they hate all the world. Any kind of adjudication they despise and resent, and they hate. I've seen those people, they hate life as such. And every time, every year, they hate more and more. So their crimes become more and more horrible, and there is no end to this process. So that's why I'm suggesting that we should rethink the structure of the international law in that respect. Let me say, answering your question, well, perhaps I can tell you the final truth after the end of this war. I feel that at this stage, my answer cannot be yet adequate, because at first we wanted to unite, to be strong together and stand up to the threat. And that was the fist of our people, clenched and hitting back the Russian military equipment or whatever. They were using the military apparatus they were using against us. And people, barehanded sometimes, in different ways, were trying to stop the equipment in the country roads to arrest their progress, even barehanded. But I've always been convinced that our people are strong. But I want to be fair there. I think that citizens, I do not wish that anyone, any of your countries have a test, but if you have such an invasion, I think we cannot be sure that all the people, I'm convinced that all the adequate people would try to defend their country, their families, their households. So I think normal people think along those lines, naturally, just naturally. And I am just happy that we have such a number of normal, strong people, responsible people as our citizens. And I am also surprised with their bravery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I think the bravery is being witnessed by people around the world on a daily basis and is hugely inspiring. Let me just move on, if I may, to a second question. You have focused yourself very heavily on the specific conflict in Mariupol, the attempted invasion and now the siege of the Azovstal steelworks. Let me ask you a sort of two-sided question. Is there anything that can stop Russia from taking Mariupol? This is a question from Jill Lawless at the Associated Press. Her question was, is there anything that could stop Russia from taking the last parts of Mariupol? And my question added to that is, if the Russians do take Mariupol fully, how does this change the shape of the war? Does it change the shape of the war? Or in a way, have Ukrainian fighters already won a type of victory? Could you say something about Mariupol, please?
Most complicated points of this war. This is an example of torture, of blockade and torture with starvation. Nobody can get any kind of foodstuffs. Nobody can get the foodstuffs there. All the international organizations are prohibited from entering the area. They cannot supply water. Not just Ukrainian organizations, and they cannot provide, they just occupy it. And for some people who are not blocked at Azovstal, they provided some food for them, allegedly, but people first would refuse any kind of supply from the Russians, and people would drink from the pools. Some terrible examples of that because of their terrible thirst. And this is a beastly attitude. Anyone would agree. It's not human. But that's the topicality of the issues. That's the attitude, that's attitudinal. That's how the military, the Russian military, treat people. That's inhuman treatment of humankind as a kind. And that strikes anyone, the cruelty, the sheer cruelty, the sheer degrading and torture. So death is not caused by war. This is not a military event. This is torturing to death. This is terrorism and hatred. And we can discuss it in more detail, why this is happening. You said 160 questions, and I was scared, quite frankly. So I'm now reluctant to give long answers to any kind of question. But let me discuss those people who are responsible for this inhuman and degrading treatment, the torture. It's not the military. The military, of course, will be made liable. There will be a tribunal, I believe, for the killing, for the death, for the torture. But why this cruelty? That's the information apparatus. They are responsible. They developed this hatred and heated it to such an extent before the full-fledged war was waged against Ukraine. It took years preceding the incursion. And now we have torture. So Stalin is a good neighbor with some common history and families which are mixed, Russian-Ukrainian, Ukrainian-Russian on both sides. So we had relations because we are neighbors geographically. So that ended up in torture. And the information apparatus, I think Goebbels is a child in comparison with the adults in the Kremlin. And this is the scariest thing. That's what we learn from this war. This is the most hideous thing done by a human being without any shots, just with the information machine hunting a nation, a whole nation, and preparing the groundwork, because we have 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds, and the beginning was 8 years ago. So then they were 10 to 12 years old. They were adolescents, teenagers. So we are talking about schooling, about universities, about vocational training. This is a big propaganda machine. That's what has been done. And I think this is something we have to deal with in this situation, because you can torture, and then this torture can be adjudicated, but you cannot wash the brains, because that's a big problem. It's a big problem of cleansing of the residue of this propaganda. And for Mariupol, this is a big problem. This is a big national problem. This degrading treatment. Mariupol can be deblocked. It could be deblocked any day with the necessary equipment. Full stop. There is no other option to deblock it. Presently, everything is in the situation when, because of our efforts, the Red Cross, the United Nations, somehow we found that format to evacuate people from the blocked Azov facility, the peaceful people. Peaceful people were walking around and they could be killed by any shell. So they were hunting humans, the military and civilian alike. This is a terrible story. It will be told in proper fashion, I'm sure. Yes, please, Robin.
Just the second part of that question. I know this is so important, and I hate having to break it. I hate having to break it, but I just wanted to ask specifically, if Mariupol falls,
Ні, так краще, так, будь ласка.
What do you think?
Repeat this question because...
Yes, please. Sorry, if Mariupol falls, does this change the shape of the conflict? Does this potentially release, in your opinion, Russian forces to move north? Is it critical that you and those brave fighters hang on, or have you already thought what the consequences would be if it falls?
You should understand that Mariupol will never fall. I'm not talking about heroism or anything. The fighters, the army that we have, but there is nothing there to fall apart. It is already devastated. There is no place. There is no structure. It is all destroyed completely. And there is this little turf, this little structure, the Azov steel, the steel mill, or what remains of it. And people are being evacuated as much as we can. And I understand that Russia would like to have a parade for the Victory Day, the 9th of May, and so forth. This is a follow-up to this INFOPS and PSYCOPS machine, and PSYOPS and INFOPS machine. It's there. Affair, though it affects us, but only weapons could have deblocked or will deblock this region, this area, when and if we have the necessary equipment. And if they kill people who can be exchanged as POWs or just released as civilians or be helped as wounded or injured, civilian and military alike, if they destroy them, I don't think we can have any diplomatic talks with them after that. But speaking in the military sense, they will proceed till the point when we stop them. And they will enter the areas which will be made available for them by us and the world, because the world is supposed to serve as a war, but not as a war between Ukraine and the Western world, the war between us and the Russian universe. And that's what is important in this situation.
Thank you very much for that. Let me, if I may, turn to another question from Frank Gardner of the BBC. And I think it's a question that's reflected through many of the questions here that we've had today. It's the following one. What is the minimum that you, the Ukrainian people, that you, the president on their behalf, could accept in a peace deal with Russia? Could you accept a return to where things were on February 23rd?
First of all, I would like us to understand that I was elected by the people of Ukraine as president of Ukraine, not as president of a mini Ukraine of some kind. And this is a very important point. And I would like us to realize we need some arrangements in terms of talks to stop the killing, so we can use diplomatic channels to regain also our territories. The minimum I would accept. I think the minimal step before we stop the war, it is there. The minimum is for us to start talking, well, using this notional normality, if it fits the situation, but to deblock the diplomatic format of our relations, to stop the war between Russia and Ukraine. This step should be regaining the situation as of the 23rd of February. You are right. They have to fall back and go beyond the contact lines, and they should withdraw the troops, of course. In that situation, we'll be able to start discussing things normally. But for them to withdraw, they have to say something. We have to start talking. And I realized that despite the fact that they destroying all our bridges, I think not all the bridges are yet destroyed, figuratively speaking.
Well, that's a very important statement you just made there, because after the horrors of Bucha, Mariupol, of all the war crimes we discussed at the beginning, that is an important point you made about not having all bridges metaphorical destroyed. In that context, let me ask you a question that brings a little bit the role of allies into it. We have both the United States administration, the Biden administration, and the British government in particular, talking about victory. Victory must involve the defeat of Vladimir Putin, even that it must involve all Russian forces leaving all of territorial Ukraine. So my question to you, Mr. President, is it helpful to have some of your key backers diplomatically and militarily setting that war aim publicly at this time? Is that helpful to you as President of Ukraine or not?
Well, it's a very complicated question. I'm not afraid of such blunt statements. I think the more direct, the better. The easier for Ukraine and for the Ukrainian society and for the Russian society, for that matter, for them to understand that if we don't stop this, let's come back to the allegoric situation, then all the bridges will be burned. So we have to be open discussing that. If there is bilateral war, we cannot, we can discuss this without any allegories. We diplomatically can only discuss the specific steps. So what victory is for us as a notion, for the European Union, what that is for the UK, for the US. For some people, it may be Putin's defeat. And in our society, there is a big proportion of people thinking exactly that. But for me, the victory, I do not care what happens to some leaders and where they will end up. For me, what matters is Ukraine's victory. And by Ukraine's victory, we mean something that belongs to us. This is our territory and our people. For me, victory is not to lose 11 million people. 5 million people who left Ukraine, they have to come back. That's my victory. I'm thinking about it because for me, victory is at least bringing the country back economically, at least to the situation when it all started, as a good beginning. But also for the Western world to have complete awareness of what is happening here and what the pain is like. They should feel our pain. That will unite them, and they will never be affected by any Russian propaganda, and they will be helping us all the way. And for us, for me, victory is admission and accession to the European Union with all the pros and cons. And when we discuss that And that's the will of the Ukrainian people. And this all started in the Maidan. We've had the revolutions to that effect. And this war is also about that. This cannot be in vain. So Ukraine in the EU is not the principal, the major victory, but we cannot just disregard the people who sacrificed their lives for that. So it's the dream, it's the will, and the steps that we've made, and that's what we intend to do as a nation. And if somebody from Europe, even now, they already have received our refugees. They've seen all the footage in the world. They've listened to me, to us. They're listening now, and they realize what has happened here. In Mariupol, people are dying in thousands, but there are still some persons who want to get some oxygen without even attempting to breathe. And they want to strike the balance. They want to be in the gray area, stay in the shadow. Well, as some people say, that's walking in between the drops of rain. And this is not a rain. It's never rains, it pours, you know, as the saying goes. And this is the war of water, and there are no drops anymore. We're all wet by now, soaking wet. And this is cynicism. This is the lack of adequacy in some leaders, in some developed countries. And the adequacy of the world is also a victory for Ukraine. That will influence us. It does influence us already. And what will happen to some individuals in Russia? You know, why should I think about the other side, their military, their leader, their president, and what will happen to them, their destiny? They should be punished for what they did. That's the most important thing in my book, according to the international law. But if they come here and even fail to collect their dead, and they do not care about their quick, and why should I care? It's their affair. I have to think about my people, my citizens.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. President. Can I ask you a question? because we have a lot of questions coming in, and I'm doing my best to run through them. But
I'm giving you too long answers. That's why.
They're important answers, but they're good. But as I said, I don't want to frighten you by how many questions we have. I'm picking up the main ones. If I could ask the question about sanctions, there are quite a few questions about what it is that are you getting what you want from your NATO European partners in particular. But could you say, are you satisfied with the support you're getting, in particular from EU nations? And let me include Germany. There is a very specific question that's right at the top of the list of the 230 questions. You'll be interested, maybe surprised to know that the question at the top of the 230 questions is what would you say to President Scholz, Chancellor Scholz, I should say, if you had the opportunity to meet with him? What would you discuss with Chancellor Scholz? And I think underneath that question is the whole issue of the kinds of sanctions, the energy sanctions they're imposing. Are you getting what you expected? Are you happy with what you're getting? The EU has provided 1.5 billion euros of funding for military support. You could never have imagined that 3 months ago. But I'm wondering whether it's enough from your perspective as President Zelensky. And obviously you chose not to let President Steinmeier, the president of Germany, or at least you're not interested in his visit, which makes it difficult, I think, for Chancellor Scholz to visit. But what would you ask from Chancellor Scholz? Could you just say something about where we are on your attitudes and your relationship with the EU and the sanctions they've been doing?
Що стосується санкцій, я вважаю,
Speaking of the sanctions, I think that in any kind of steps, there are steps in favor or against, and they should be transparent and honest. And then again, you cannot be slightly evil and slightly good. With the right hand, you impose sanctions. With the left hand, you sign the Russian contracts. This is not true, right. This is hypocrisy. The sanctions should be so effective that we will never have to revisit that. Like SWIFT against the banking system, the cutoff. If you're against any financial bills, you have to cut them off, cut the banking system of the Russian Federation. Stop. Because we can do some things with some banks and cannot do that with some other banks. This country, but not that country. And what Germany will say, what Hungary will say, look, we have to look the truth straight in the eye. This is hypocrisy, and this is what I can say about the sanctions. In generally speaking, with the EU, the UK, the US, at last we have the sanction policy, a sanction policy. It used to be erroneous, and there was no preventive set of sanctions. Nobody took heed of our pledges, but now we would not have had this situation had we sanctioned them in advance, and the sanctions would have been effective by now. So I think that was a mistake. We are very grateful to the community for the sanctions that we have now. You know, the energy resources, that Russia makes 1 billion a day in Europe on the energy resources. How can we argue that, let's postpone, let's delay in 4 months, in a year? It's a dangerous game. If you realize that you cannot do without this resource, just say so, that in 2 months you will stop that. No exceptions for some jurisdictions It should be all done in unity, solidarity. That's togetherness of the European Union. This is the essence of this notion of union. We are not in that union, but union is about unity. We are not a member, but we understand what unity is. Unlike some countries who have been with the union for many years. So the energy resources will end up being cancelled altogether with the embargo. It will be difficult, but it will be difficult in your countries, and all your families will live on, unlike some our families. But if you fail to do that, you will realize when they are at your border, with the first missile impact, like we felt when the missiles take away the limbs of children and adults, you understand that Nord Stream 2 or 3, even Nord Stream 100, they are not worth anybody's health and life, and it knocks at your door, and unless you open, you wouldn't believe it, and they will family aside and burn your household. That's the situation that we are facing here. For Europe even, speaking of Russia, everything they are arguing about, they do partially or completely. All the threats they make come true. If they say that we'll be back to Berlin, to Germany, that's their dream. If the EU is undermined and Ukraine falls, God forbid, they will come in generation and years, but they will come back to you, and they will make all their words come true. However shameful. Speaking of Olaf Scholz, I think Chancellor Scholz, for him, we need, he's invited. The invitation is open. It's been for some time now. He's invited to come to Ukraine. He can make this very powerful political step to come here on the 9th of May to Kiev. I am not explaining the significance. I think you are cultured enough to understand why. But sometimes in history we have to make certain steps for unity, even if there is some kind of coldness in specific relations. But yesterday I talked to President Steinmeier, and I invited him and passed my invitation to the Chancellor through him. Ukraine is open, and especially in this war, we have no doors to open, we're just open. You can come anytime. And speaking of the sanctions, generally speaking, it's my vision that if the Iron Curtain, which Russia is drawing now, gradually by steadily, like the Soviet Union before them, we should not interrupt, we should not interfere. It's their affair. They will remove the Iron Curtain, one of the next generations, when they get all the consequences of that curtain that they are drawing with their own bloody hands and their information policy. If this is an Iron Curtain, there cannot be any export-import business with Russia unless they stop blackmailing us with the nuclear weapons and the chemical weapons for all the world occupation of other countries where they once had their garrisons in the Soviet times, and killings in our territories. When this is all stopped, when their brains are clear, when all the world is free from fear and fearing their threats, will use all the necessary equipment to remove the Iron Curtain.
Mr. President, if we have time, because I know we're on the hour, if I could ask you one last question.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's a how do you connect with them? How do you make them understand that this is also, the rise in that price is not your fault, it's not NATO's fault. This is a choice made in the Kremlin, made by Vladimir Putin. How are you connecting to that much bigger community? If you want justice, more of the world has to feel the injustice. And at the moment, sadly, the world is quite divided on this. What can you do about that?
For the world to hear, we have to keep talking to them, providing them, supplying them with examples, with the evidence, because Europe and the Western world is united around Ukraine. Not all the world, mind you. And we admit that, and we are quite outspoken with you, with the journalists and all the media platforms and the venues. We have enough publicity now to be heard, for the voice of Ukraine to be audible for the world. What is lacking there is the energy on the part of some leaders. They should understand that this war is not taking place in Ukraine. I'm fighting for Ukraine because I'm president of Ukraine, and every president would do the same in my shoes. We have to be vocal to be able to say that, yes, I fought, visibly fought, and that's why the war never happened to my country. Because I was making efforts, and now we are dying with Ukrainians there, on their battlefield, and every leader should realize that. And then I can continue not as a soloist, but with a choir of the leaders, powerful leaders who by all means will be able to spread the word, the important word, and the energy for the societies of the countries which are not yet fully aware, which are not supporting yet our policy or joint policy of the civilized Europe. And I'm not saying that anybody is not civilized in this world, but they are not yet certain. They have not yet ascertained the way they should choose. And we should be certain that we spread the message, and the certainty with the message much better. Sorry, I was looking for a word. Contaminate. We have to engage them, perhaps is a better word. And this is more contagious than COVID-19. The spirit that we have. And we have to invest all our efforts, and we have to be exhausted with effort. And every morning we have to wake up and ask ourselves, what have I done for Ukraine? Because this is the question for a leader, for a true leader, to ask oneself. It's about Ukraine, but it is essentially about your own country. And like the common people who just come to take to the streets with our banners, with our colors flying, this will be our joint victory. Not over Putin, mind you, but over this terror and terrorism that is spread. And himself and the military, the troops that they have, this is just the facade of this big war waged against humanity. So this is about uniting humankind around this idea. Because I realized that the press, for example, and the media, as we call them now, they cannot talk every day about Ukraine. After a month, they think about some other hooks, and they need the views, they have to maintain the circulation, or whatever the measurement is for their popularity. But the topic can gradually leave the stage and makes it exit. But this is a big mistake. That's the big mistake. They should realize that on an everyday basis, it should be on the front pages. What is happening in their states? They should also discuss things happening in Ukraine, because in Ukraine we have this war, and this war is our joint effort and joint victory, because that's what we share. In fact, that's my opinion.
Thank you very much, President Zelensky. I think we must wrap this up. If I may just say 4 very quick closing things to you and to our guests here who've stayed on this call, a very large number of our members. Number 1, speaking to you and hearing you today, it feels like I'm looking at a time warp back to 1939 and 1940, and we're speaking to one of the leaders who was having to fight some of the horrors of that era. And it is remarkable that we are living in this dual world right now. Shocking, but I find your explanations, but your sensitivity to the human aspects of what is happening here and the way people's minds have been turned and manipulated, especially important, because manipulation of individuals was one of the features of the 1930s, the early 1930s, not just the late 1930s. So I thought that was very important. That's number 1. Number 2, we had one of our members ask the question, what can individuals do beyond giving money? What can individuals do, not governments? You haven't got time to answer that question, but I would simply say that being informed, making sure that the stakes are shared amongst our communities and spread beyond the 1,500 people or so on this call to so many others, and especially to the people outside the 39 countries. That is going to be incredibly important, because at the moment, not enough of the world understands the stakes. It is a northern conflict. And I want to say, thirdly, that Chatham House will continue to play its part in this role through our Ukraine Forum, but more broadly, through our engagement through all of our work. And your talk today has been inspirational to us in that sense. So we appreciate very much your time. And that lets me say the last thing, which is that in your long life, we look forward to welcoming you to Chatham House and St. James's Square in more peaceful times, and hopefully times that have lived up to the values that you've described to us today, and that they are victorious. So thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. And thank you, members. And I'm afraid I gave up entirely trying to keep track of the questions. I saw the rough gist of them. Hopefully I captured enough of them. But 255 questions is definitely a record. And I know you answered the bulk of them, President Zelensky, without reading them. So that was good.
Elon Musk buying Twitter has certainly gotten a lot of conversations going, not just on the social media platform, but also in the world, talking about free speech. We want to kind of break down what we know at this time as this deal is still underway with our consumer insights and innovation strategist, Lisa Miller. She's joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And I know so many people were concerned. There was others who were happy about this deal. Elon Musk himself saying it's all about free speech. What have you been hearing as far as this Twitter deal takeover and the response from those who are on Twitter platform day in and day out?
Right. It's such a crazy world, right, when all of this is happening. And a couple of things just to get us started is the first thing is, competition is always good. So when we have competition, between the social media, big companies, that's going to raise the game for everybody. But I think one of the things that might surprise people relative to Twitter, its audience is actually quite small compared to a lot of the other platforms. About 23% of Americans are on Twitter versus YouTube at 80%, Facebook at 69%, and even Instagram at 40. So all in, it's a lot of chatter, but it's actually a pretty small group of people that are on Twitter today. And the other thing that's so fascinating is that when it comes to who's tweeting, it's a very, very small group. About 10% of the Twitter users do 80% of the tweets. And so when you think about that way, right now, there's a small amount of people that are really controlling the conversation. And I think that Elon Musk wants to open that up and grow it and make it competitive with some of the other social media.
Well, and that's what I wanted to ask then, hearing that it's not as many people on it. Do we think once this deal is done and he does take over that platform and he really kind of lets it be a little bit of a place that's broader for all points of view, do we think there are going to be more people who are going to start to log into it and use it as a source to voice their opinion?
Well, the other thing that's so interesting, that's such a great question. I think that's on everybody's mind, including Elon Musk, because obviously if he's going to put that much money in it, he wants to grow it because he's in it for the business. But what's interesting is that all the different social media platforms kind of have different purposes within consumers' lives. So Twitter is all about the elevator speech. It's where you get your news, what's happening right now. But Facebook is really more about your personal stories, your community, and your family, and they're very different. But the one thing that it's probably not surprising, of that 23% of Americans that are on Twitter, most of them do lean more to the left and more Democrat by 2-to-1 ratio. So right now that the platform today doesn't really represent a holistic view. It is actually very skewed. The other thing too is that on the Republican side, what's fascinating is they actually feel like the banning of people on Twitter, like 60% of Republicans that are on Twitter say it's really bad that the democracy is really sheltered on Twitter today. So if it opens up, I think Twitter audiences will grow.
Yeah, and that was going to be another question. Obviously, we've heard some of those names being thrown out there, being banned from the platform before. Are they going to be allowed back on it? And then, as you mentioned too, if it is going to involve more free speech, more opinions being out there, whether they're right or wrong, a lot of conspiracy theories, a lot of maybe disinformation being shared, but is it going to allow that to be posted? Because some people have said, obviously they appreciated some of that disinformation getting flagged and being taken down, whereas now that could be a concern for some of those users who are on the platform.
Right, and that's that dynamic tension that we're kind of all debating right now. Is at the end of the day, even a large percent of Twitter users today honestly feel like they actually have had misinformation. So that is definitely very real. The other thing that's real, it's a much smaller number, but about 17% of Twitter users actually feel like they've been bullied or harassed on Twitter. And so if those types of things don't change, no matter who owns it, people won't want to be on there, because why should they get bullied? The other important fact too is that a lot of consumers, I think it was about half, actually feel like they might regret something they put on Twitter. And so they feel like it might negatively impact them. So there's a lot of things that are prohibiting or barriers that need to come down before more people will want to partake in Twitter.
And of course, there's still quite a lengthy amount of time before some of those changes would be made on the platform. Have you guys had any insight or have an idea on what the timeline does look like when this deal is going to go through? And then I do want to touch on too that there is the Federal Trade Commission. They're reviewing the deal because, again, this is a huge $44 billion deal that Elon Musk did. And of course, a lot of people concerned about his other businesses and now him purchasing Twitter as well.
Yes, and so I don't really have the knowledge on the FTC, but what I can say is that given the magnitude of scale, usually when you have the antitrust, it's that when somebody, becomes so dominant in the industry, and he's actually the smallest game in town versus the other social media. So it'll be interesting to see what they're thinking about relative to the FTC. But the other thing that's interesting, and with he had to sell a lot of the stock, his stock, to be able to pay for it. He did bring in investors, $7 billion worth of investors. And what that people are saying about that is that was to kind of calm down the Tesla investors, because they want to make sure that Tesla and their stock in Tesla is taken care of. So I think that you see that he's pivoted around that to try to keep everybody at peace.
Yeah, and different industries that he's involved with too. It'd be different if he did have a different social media platform that he was in charge of, like you said, where he'd then start kind of building that monopoly. But where you're talking about SpaceX and Tesla and Twitter, those are all three very different entities that he's in charge of.
Absolutely. And the one thing that honestly, if we take it back a step and kind of forget all the chatter about all of this, the one thing that I hope most people can agree is that he does bring innovation to everything that he touches. And when innovation happens, that usually is very good for consumers and the economy to kind of shake things up a little bit. And that's where everybody brings their A game to it. So in that regard, there should be a lot of positive excitement about what innovation. And he's been looking at, you've probably seen of, there's Twitter Blue, and that's where they're charging $2.99 for added features and benefits. And so I think he's going to kind of shake it up and reinvent it. And 9 times out of 10, that's usually a good thing, especially for consumers.
Yeah, I know he's been very vocal on Twitter now, asking opinions from those who are actually using the social media platforms. Hey, what changes would you like to see, and taking some of those things under consideration? Another thing that he had talked about too was trying to get rid of some of those bots, because it does seem like you get those no matter which social media platform you're on, but they're always there bothering people, I feel like, online.
Right. Well, and I think, yes, he definitely has talked about, getting rid of the bots and all of that. But I think what's so positive is asking for consumers' inputs to be a part of the process. And that's just innovation, consumer marketing 101, to make sure you're meeting the needs of the customers. And clearly with such a skew of 10% or so, representing 80% of the tweets, that means there's a whole lot of people that are kind of on Twitter, but sitting in the sidelines and not really participating. And the fact of it's really younger, it skews a little bit more to the left, there's a lot of runway to actually make Twitter more inclusive and more about free speech. So again, if we kind of think about the glass half full, those are the things that probably are going to be very bright spots for this potential acquisition.
And let's just kind of talk about then when we might see some of these changes. Obviously, there's still a lot of pieces that need to be placed before this takeover is complete and before they'd even start to make some of those changes to the platform itself.
Yes, and I don't really have any knowledge around the exact timing, but from history, when you look at his kind of operations in the past, he definitely makes pretty swift changes once he takes on a project. And what I see and what his work is again, that entrepreneurial spirit, that innovation spirit is try a lot of things. He may fail often, but he's going to try a lot of things pretty quickly. And also, it will not be surprising if he actually brings in some of his trusted advisors and so on to make sure that when he takes over, it'll go smoothly with people that he trusts.
What do you think the biggest change that users and other people are going to notice once this does finally go through?
Well, I think I would expect, based on, again, his innovation principles, he will do those added features and benefits. I'm not sure if it's going to be like what the Twitter Blue is today at $2.99, but I would imagine there's going to be some some version of pay for more benefits. And I know there's a lot of people that are kind of up in arms, like, oh my gosh, now we're going to have to pay for Twitter. But he on his tweets, he's saying those casual users, and those casual users are probably about 80% of the people that aren't really tweeting anyway. But I think people, as long as it's worth it, and the benefits that he's offering are worth it, then I think people will pay. Now, if it's, for the exact same thing today, it's $2.99 tomorrow, just for the exact same thing, that's not going to work because nobody wants to pay more for the same benefits. But I think he'll do a nice job in the innovation space.
Right. I'm excited to see what other kind of ideas, like you said, he obviously has a very smart people surrounding him when it comes to anything that he touches. So I'm excited to kind of see what they might come up with next. Anything you think we feel we left out that's important to mention when it comes to this huge Twitter deal and Elon Musk?
Well, I think that, as I guess I would leave on that innovation, is that one of the things that Elon Musk brings to those industries that he participates in, he creates a future that most of us couldn't even imagine. And when it comes to space travel, when it comes to Tesla, and so we may not even know how far of a future state he might create. But I think that, again, change in that regard is exciting. It's uncomfortable. When we're used to doing certain things a certain way, yeah, it makes us nervous, but at the same time, that's what makes it exciting and fun. So that's kind of how I would kind of close on it.
I'm excited to kind of see where things go from here, and especially with those numbers that you shared in the beginning too, see how the amount of users and how many people are on, but also now finally going to be contributing to just some of those tweets, how it all changes here in these next few months and even a year down the road as well. So we do appreciate all the insight that you've been giving us here today. Lisa Miller joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for giving us more details on this deal.
Thank you, Christy. Have a good one.
Protect abortion rights. Some employers are taking strong steps to provide assistance to their employees who are seeking to cross state lines to get the assistance, the medical care they need. But what if you don't live in a state like California? What if you don't have an employer who is providing that kind of help? It's not just, and it's not humane to abolish the fundamental rights of women merely because of the state where they happen to live. But that is what is about to happen. We can prepare for this right now, and women and girls across the United States need us now. as of so many issues, I stand ready to help in any way I can. And I urge the President to take this recommendation seriously, because this moment, we're never going to get back. We can't squander it. I'm ready for any questions you have. Is there any Spanish language here, by the way? Okay, then I'm just doing it in English.
You know, you talked about the relationship you have with Biden now. You haven't talked to him about it. You sent a letter.
No, haven't spoken. I was.
Yeah, I mean, so what's to say that he's going to say, oh, we need to do this?
I'm hoping that the letter, the coverage of the letter, the public discussion that this proposal is likely to precipitate will be a catalyst. As so much of our work has been a catalyst. You know, I was deeply honored when the President asked me to join him a few weeks ago when he made his major announcement on ghost guns and the efforts the federal government was undertaking to do that. I was recuperating from COVID at that time, and I couldn't join him at the White House, but I was honored by that. We have opportunities here to deepen these state, federal, and local ties, and there's no moment like right now. I just felt here is an approach that's very consistent with the leadership I've tried to bring here on local issues. Here's an approach with a defined agenda that we know is going to be imperative to grapple with across the United States. Let's exercise this leadership now, and only the federal government can provide this effective cross-jurisdictional coordination. Locals and states can't do it by themselves. Other questions?
I'd like to ask you about something else.
Sure. Anything else on this? Well, thank you very much for your attention to this, for standing there with a wind-blown document with no podium to fix it to, so I appreciate that. All right, now what else?
Well, I want to ask a little bit about the Dave Chappelle case today, that he agreed to not kill $30,000 bail, restraining order, not kill What's your reaction to what
So, as you know, I felt very strongly that those actions that are alleged require consequences. And what's interesting is, I talked to someone just last night who was at that performance. And, you know, this person said to me, it could have gotten so much worse than it was. And it was really scary. It was not just scary to Mr. Chappelle. It was scary to people who were there, who weren't sure what was going to happen next. It was a very volatile situation. And that kind of action requires consequences. I thought the court today took appropriate action, and our office is going to continue to vigorously prosecute that case.
You guys have each charges on this. If it's that important, it's that significant, what is your reaction to the district attorney not taking more serious action?
So I can't speak to the district attorney's following standards. I know about my own. I can't speak to the decision-making in the DA's office. I know about the decision-making in my office. And when this case was referred to our office, we moved very rapidly to file 4 charges, as you know, and we are taking as aggressive a level of action as we can under this circumstance. And I can tell you, let me just say one thing else. I know, I was watching a news report this morning where there was an interview being conducted of the owner of a comedy venue who was very concerned that absent action in a case like this, that this could be a cause for other confrontations with other performers. I keep hearing that from performers across a broad spectrum, that there has to be a basic set of rules regarding conduct in performances. The line between audience member and comedian can't be so blurred that someone who's not happy with the performance can take physical action in response to that. Can't be so.
Yeah, no, and I'm aware of what you're talking about. I mean, I think the thing is, attorney to attorney, hypothetical. If you were the district attorney, would you have handed it off to the city?
So I'm not going to speculate about that because I'm the city attorney. I really want to limit myself on the fact that as city attorney, I have decisions to make every day. We prosecuted hundreds of thousands of cases since I've been city attorney. This is a case that I feel very strongly deserves vigorous prosecution. Within the role that I can play as city attorney, we'll do everything we can.
I guess I have one last question on this, and that is, you've got a case here that's got widespread attention. There's a video. It's pretty challenging to see when you look at it. Is this an easy case?
You know, we would not have filed the case if we didn't think that there was a reasonable likelihood that a jury is going to convict. That's the standard that we use when evaluating whether to file a case. We can meet that standard here, or we wouldn't have filed.
One male on our council, Mayor Lucas Ramirez, I'd like to welcome you all to our fair city. If in Mountain View, if one were to ask who run the world, it's fair to say women do. With respect to our mayor, 6 out of 7 council members are women, and all 3 of our council appointees, our city manager, Kimbra McCarthy, who I see here too, our city attorney, and our city clerk are women. I appreciate that the residents of Mountain View have entrusted us women to make the important decisions needed to manage and run the city, which sits at the center of Silicon Valley and has been a leader on the biggest issues facing our communities, whether it's climate change, housing, transportation, or equity and inclusion. We treasure our diversity and strive to be a community for all where everyone can thrive regardless of background. I'm pleased to be joined by many of my female colleagues in elected office throughout San Mateo and Santa Clara counties, who are also elected by their residents to lead our communities at all levels of government, at the city, county, and nation. And yet, we stand today facing the possibility of the nation's Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade and effectively taking away the rights of women to make our own decisions about our bodies and the access to safe reproductive health care services. It is appalling to think that my 2 teenage daughters may be denied the same rights and freedoms that women have rightfully had for close to 50 years in our country. This is an assault on women's rights, our freedom, and personal liberty, disrespecting women and their judgments. An assault on women's rights is an assault on human rights. If the Supreme Court will not protect our basic human rights, then we must fight to protect those rights. We are privileged to have fierce female members of our Bay Area congressional delegation, with 2 of the most prominent leaders here with us this morning. We are grateful to Congresswoman Anna Eshoo and Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren for voting for the Women's Health Protection Act to codify reproductive choice in all states. It is now my pleasure to introduce Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, our representative here in the 18th District, which Mountain View resides in. She's also the chair of the Subcommittee on Health within the powerful House Committee on Energy and Commerce. We are grateful to Congresswoman Eshoo for voting for the Women's Health Protection Act, and we welcome you, Congresswoman Eshoo. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you, dear Margaret. I don't know how many of you know this. Margaret is really like a daughter to me. We first met when she was a high school student and interned in my Board of Supervisors office. She went off to Harvard. She came back. Anna was running for Congress. Margaret helped me win, or helped us win, and then she came to she became part of the congressional staff in our district office, on with marriage, beautiful daughters, mayor, council member in Mountain View. So thank you, Mountain View. I lived in Mountain View at one time when there was only one zip code here, 94040. So this is a special place to me. I'd like to call on all of my public colleagues to come up as I call out your name, so that the press and everyone knows that you are here on this all-important morning regarding the Supreme Court. All of the members, Margaret, come up, and the mayor, Lucas, all of the Mountain View members, please come up. From the city of Campbell, Councilwoman Liz Gibbons. From the town of Los Gatos, Mariko Seiko. Representing the city of Menlo Park, Mayor Betsy Nash and Vice Mayor Jan Woolison. From the city of Redwood City, the mayor of that great city, Giselle Hale. From the office of Supervisor, Supervisor Joe Simidian, from the office of the, what is the matter with me? From the office of Supervisor Cindy Chavez, her chief of staff, Betty Duong, and the president of the Santa Clara County School Boards Association, Fiona Walter, who represents the Mountain View Los Altos School District, and very importantly, the vice president of Planned Parenthood, Laura Babb. I hope I haven't missed anyone.
We have two right here.
And
Kathy Watanabe from
oh, and
Santa Clara. Mayor Nash is running. And there's Councilmember Kathy Watanabe from Santa Clara and Councilmember Marilyn Bernald.
Marilyn Bernald from the fair city of Saratoga. And standing next to me is the best partner I have in the Congress of the United States, Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren. So we're gathered here this morning to not only express how we view what took place on Monday evening. Many of us have shared with each other that we're shocked at how shocked we are. This was something that wouldn't happen, but it did. And so today we stand together, understanding also the shock waves of a stunned nation that has followed that leak. Today we speak out on what, as I said, what we thought wouldn't or couldn't happen. For the very first time in the history of our country, the Supreme Court is poised to take a right away. This is unprecedented. And this decision will have devastating impacts. As chair of the House Health Subcommittee, I live in the healthcare world day in and day out. If overturned, 26 states could quickly move to ban abortion, and 36 million women, nearly half of the women of reproductive age in the United States, could lose abortion access, with the burden with the burden weighing heavily on low-income women and minorities. Nowhere in Justice Alioto's opinion can you find any reference to girls subjected to incest or women who've been raped. That's because no exceptions are allowed to this law. They don't exist to him or the other justices. The justice says that the Constitution does not explicitly state privacy or abortion. Mr. Justice, when the Constitution was first written, women were not even in it. Before Roe, as many as 100,000 illegal abortions were performed in California each year, and abortion was the single most common cause of maternal death in California prior to 1973. The landmark Turnaway study, a 5-year study by researchers at UCSF, found that women who were denied reproductive health care consistently faced worse outcomes than those who received it. The women forced to carry a pregnancy were more likely to experience eclampsia and were more likely to stay with abusive partners. They were 4 times more likely to be living below the poverty level, and 2 women in the study who were denied abortion care died of pregnancy-related causes. Reproductive choice is personal, it's private, and it's serious, and we should trust women to make those decisions. This draft opinion is also a dangerous blueprint for privacy and could have devastating impacts beyond the issue of choice. Any right grounded in personal privacy, gay marriage, contraception, interracial marriage, are at risk because of the Alioto draft, affecting our entire society. Our entire society. Both Congresswoman Lofgren and myself were sponsors of the Women's Health Protection Act, and we were proud to vote for it. That codifies Roe. And the Senate Majority Leader has said that he's going to take this legislation up in the Senate. I don't think there's ever been a time that's more urgent for the Senate to act on what the House has sent to it. Abraham Lincoln said, and our Speaker repeats this to us practically on a daily basis when we meet in Washington, Abraham Lincoln said that public sentiment is everything. Today, the public sentiment of the nation stands at 70% in support of Roe. 70%. That's men, women, independents, Republicans, Democrats. That is the number in our nation. I think when there's a cleavage between the highest court of the land and the people, that confidence can turn to chaos. A lack of confidence in our institutions, in our branches of government, is an unraveling of democracy, because they are part of the glue of our democracy. We now question how nominees for the court can come to the Hill, take an oath to testify, to tell the truth, the whole truth, so help me God, to the senators who are responsible for advise and consent. How can they testify under that oath about the great importance of precedent and then turn on it once reaching the court? This is shaken the people of our country at a time when we need more confidence, greater confidence of the American people in our branches of government. I think the court itself today, one of our 3 branches of government, has put itself on trial before the American people. So I thank all of these extraordinary public servants that are standing here with Congresswoman Lofgren and myself. And now, as we say in the House, I yield to my colleague from San Jose, the gentlewoman from San Jose, Zoe Lofgren.
Thank you so much, Anna, and I want to thank you for organizing this event. You know, like everyone else, when I learned of the draft opinion, I was honestly outraged at what I read. It's the culmination of more than 40 years of the Republican Party trying to overturn personal liberty for women in this country. Pushing one right-wing ideologue onto the court after another to consider that they were under oath, as Anna mentioned, and they didn't tell the truth to the Senate because they were so focused on unwinding the rights of women, and here we are. People said they were shocked. I was not shocked, because this has been their plan. And if we think that the erosion of individual liberty is over, think again. As Anna has said, the right to privacy underpins a number of court decisions that give liberty to Americans, whether it was the Loving case that allowed interracial marriages, or whether the case that allowed gay marriage, or go back to Grissom versus Connecticut that allowed women and men to use contraceptives. That is all at risk legally. And if you think that the states are going to be able to protect women, think again. Because if the Republicans take control of the House and the Senate, they will pass a bill outlawing abortion in every state of this country. Elections have consequences, and American women are about to suffer those consequences. So we need to wake up, get busy, organize, and stop this. And I'll tell you, just as a lawyer and a former teacher of law, it is discouraging to see the court soil itself in this way. They were the judicial branch that, as the executive branch disgraced itself under the prior administration, as things became more tumultuous, on January 6th, we saw the legislative branch threatened, but at least the judicial branch was a rock, and now we see that's a hollowed out rock. They have become a politicized body, and we will, in the years to come, have to deal with that, and I hope we will effectively. But for now, remember, if this draft decision becomes the law of the land, they're coming for you in every state, in the House of Representatives, and a Republican Senate. Thank you, Anna, for doing this. As we say, we cover the Valley, Anna and Zoe, A to Z. No one told me that. All right, so I am now happy to introduce the next. Oh, give me the cheat sheet here. Okay, here we go. There. I don't think that's those are the speakers. Who is speaking next? All right, I'm going to allow the Vice President of Planned Parenthood, who provides excellent health care for women and their families throughout this valley and throughout the West. And I'd just like to note that the Board of Supervisors in Santa Clara County has just allocated additional funds for Planned Parenthood so they can meet the need that will be flooding in from other states. And thank you for that.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Babb. I'm the Vice President of Public Affairs for Planned Parenthood Marmonte. As you can imagine, this week has been quite rough for us. We knew that this was going to happen, but I've never seen a Supreme Court leak before, so as you can imagine, this week has been quite the challenge. However, it's not a challenge that we were not prepared for. Under the leadership of President and CEO Stacey Cross, we have been preparing for this moment for a long time. I would also like to extend gratitude to every single elected official standing behind me. I love that whenever I call them, they answer and say, "What do you need?" And that's not always the case. And so having leaders like Supervisor Chavez, Supervisor Ellenberg, who put their money where their mouth is and put resources into the county so that we can continue to provide abortion care, sexual reproductive care to anyone that needs it. Since July of 2021, when SB 8 went into effect, we've seen 80 patients from out of state. 70% of those patients were seen in Santa Clara County. Folks are coming here because they know that they can get the care that they need, and we will not back down. We are expanding our care by having more providers, hiring more clinicians, expanding exam rooms, hours, telehealth, behavioral health, to prepare for this moment and make sure that folks, whether they live in this county or in the state or out of the state, know that California is a reproductive freedom state and we are here for all. Abortion bans are oppressive. Abortion bans do not stop abortion, they stop access to safe medical procedures, which brings us back to the road days when many women and folks of reproductive age died from self-managed abortions. We know that the reality of folks not being able to seek care in their home states means that more women and people of reproductive age will die. That is the reality. I think it's important for us to sit in that, because if we don't continue to be a safe haven and a reproductive freedom state, where will folks go? So I'm incredibly grateful and I'm incredibly honored to be here with all of you and knowing that you have our back in this fight. Planned Parenthood Miramonte is the largest affiliate in the country. We serve many patients and we will not stop doing that. So I simply leave you with this, that whenever I call, please answer, because we definitely need your help. So thank you to our congressional members who fight day in and day out to protect our rights. Thank you to our local leaders who fight day in and day out to protect our rights. And we will be here for patients no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren, and to all of the healthcare workers at Planned Parenthood. You are one of the most trusted organizations in our nation, and you have earned that reputation. It hasn't just been given, you've earned it. It's a pleasure to call to the podium Fiona Walter, who is the president of the Santa Clara County School Boards Association and serves on the Mountain View Los Altos School District. Fiona?
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for joining us at this critical moment in history. It's hard to be the closer with this group because everything that I have written down has already been said. So I just have to say the word shocking has been used. Councilwoman Koga used the word appalling. Monday was traumatic for all of us. The revelation that our daughters may have fewer rights than we have grown up with is truly appalling. The fact that they may lose the ability to make decisions for themselves that directly affect their bodies is simply unacceptable. I carry the titles that Congresswoman Eshoo mentioned around education, but this one is personal. This goes well beyond. The Women's Health Protection Act, co-sponsored by the fabulous Congresswomen behind me, Lofgren and Ms. Eshoo, along with 39 states plus DC and the Virgin Islands, it's cleared the House. It must pass. We must codify the rights established by Roe v. Wade. I'm so grateful to stand up here with these strong women with such powerful voices, and Lucas, who we adore and adopt. I'm grateful to the women who came before me who fought so that I could raise a family in a time of safe reproductive choices and safe women's health options. It's now time to stand up for our daughters and fight this fight for them. I refuse to go backwards. There is far too much at stake. Thank you.
She's on the phone, but she's approaching. The next mayor of San Jose is Cindy Chavez. Cindy, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. I want to thank all the women that have joined Congresswoman Lofgren and myself this morning. There is power in numbers. And if this picture is a source of inspiration to you, we rejoice in that. Not because it's us and our faces, but that we are a symbol of what we can do as a force of power in our country. Each one of us have stated and restated that never before has this taken place in our country. A right taken away. We know what the implications, the devastating impacts of it. But in this power of numbers, we send a message that more power in numbers need to turn out at the ballot box. Our Constitution begins with 3 words: we the people. We the people. It doesn't say we the Supreme Court. It says we the people. So we the people need to exercise the most sacred manifestation of our democracy, and that is to vote. So I thank all the women, the good men that are here, and remember that number. Remember that number, 70%, the will of the people. So with that, we will conclude with offering the press the opportunity to ask any one of us any questions you might have. Yes, sir.
Likelihood of the Senate not only taking action, but actually passing the act.
Why don't you take that?
Well, as you know, Leader Schumer has indicated he plans to take the bill up, but they are saddled with a role that actually is also found nowhere in the Constitution, which is called the filibuster. In fact, it's pretty clear it's contrary to what the founders thought, because otherwise they wouldn't have provided that the vice president sitting as the presiding officer of the Senate would break a tie. Obviously, it was never intended to have a super majority. That's the role they have now, and I was very disappointed to hear Senator Collins say that although she was supposedly for women's freedom, supposedly feels lied to by Justice Kavanaugh, that she does not intend to support the effort to codify this bill. It looks like her independence is only, her vote is only when it doesn't matter. So I'm not optimistic, but I'll tell you this, Anna Eshoo is right. If 70% of the people think one thing and the Congress does something else, 2 things can happen. 1, they can be dissuaded from their course, or 2, they can be replaced.
Any other questions for? Any other questions for any of the?
Just to expand on that, Congresswoman Lofgren, you said a moment ago that you're not optimistic. Why is it then important to raise the issue of federal abortion protection when there are such long lines? Why are you still making a stand?
I'd like to reiterate the point I made earlier. We have a law to protect one's freedom in every state. If the Senate won't take it up because of the filibuster rule, that would be gravely disappointing to American women. Don't think for a moment that if Republicans get control of the House and Senate, they will pass a bill outlawing abortion in every state, and the filibuster will have seen its last days because the Senate will do the same, and there will be no freedom for women in any state. It's important for people to understand that.
As chilling as it comes. Yes, sir. Cindy, come up here.
Large influx of people who are reacting to events in Washington and perhaps coming here, and if so, what mechanisms are you or other leaders looking to put in place to provide services?
So the County of Santa Clara put forward an initiative on Tuesday to invest $3 million in Planned Parenthood for two purposes. One, to allow them to expand the services they're able to provide now into two larger locations, because even prior to this announcement on Monday, they started to see an increase in the number of patients looking for patient care. So it'll allow for an expansion and also a training facility, because remember, for every state that bans abortion, it also means the medical schools in those communities could be impacted in terms of being able to safely treat women. And the second was for $1 million investment to make sure that we were providing behavioral health services to people in our community, and especially young women. And what's important to understand here in California, we believe in whole person care. And what that means is that we provide all the services that a person will need to be healthy, and that includes abortion services.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Continue the force, the force of being on the right side here. You know, we stand on the shoulders of great, great women, the suffragettes, who took on what was then thought to be impossible, then thought to be
All right, thank you. All right, see your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amber, following the plane ride, what did you do once you arrived, once you landed in LA?
I called for a cab, a car to pick me up, met me at the private airport, and I left. I got straight off the plane as soon as we touched down. Johnny had been saying what he would do to me once we got on the ground, and I didn't know how long this cycle would last, so I wanted to just get out of there. I went to a hotel and called my friends to join me, which was my coping strategy at the time.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendants 204. Did you reach out to?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and bleeding.
Your Honor, I would direct Your Honor's attention to the first one in blue and the third one in blue, and I would say present sense impression and the state of mind at that time.
All right, you want to approach?
Yes. All right, let's go to 205. Defendants 205. And this is a communication between you and Rocky Pennington, your best friend, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Objection, hearsay.
You want to approach? Needs to be redacted. So 205 with redactions is in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we publish to the jury? Thank you.
It is.
So, Rocky on this is Rocky Pennington, your best friend, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And when did you send this communication to Rocky?
Once I had touched down in LA.
Okay. And you said, I'm not good. What did you mean by that?
That I needed help. Okay. That I was scared. I was scared of what had just happened to me. I was scared of what was going to happen to me. I was scared if I left him. I was scared if I didn't. And I needed help. I just needed support. I didn't feel safe going home. I still had my place in Orange. He had keys. I was scared.
Did you text your mother and your father about this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
If you want to.
What, if any, communication did you have with your mother or your father following this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain that objection.
Let's go to defendants 222, and Your Honor, I suspect we're going to be back up at the
All right, you want
bench
to
on this one.
approach? That's fine. Thank you.
What, if any, communications did you have with Kate James following the Boston plane incident?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, if we go to 224.
Okay. 224.
My argument would be business records exception.
All right, you want to come forward? We can do it.
So What, if anything, did you do the evening of the 24th of May?
I reached out to friends and family, asked for support.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
And surrounded myself with them, with that.
What, if anything, did you do for Lily Rose's birthday?
That's why we had gone back to LA. Johnny was sick after having passed out on the plane. So I took her to dinner. We went to Benihana's. It was, again, put on my smile, took her out, tried to make her feel loved, and celebrated for her birthday. And then I booked a flight out to New York to go back to New York, obviously without Johnny.
I'm going to ask you to now turn to 225. And Your Honor, I'm going to be referring to the last two blue spots on that page with the state of mind. Mental condition.
All right.
It doesn't, it's still hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yeah, you want to approach? I just want-
I'm going to ask you to turn now to 228.
Your Honor, we're going to object on hearsay.
First line, Your Honor,
Okay.
is all I understand in Your Honor's ruling, but I think
All right. If you want to come forward, that's fine.
So
Good morning. I'm Stephanie Weaver with Live Now from Fox, reporting out of Los Angeles. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. Ukraine military say fighting in the eastern Donbass region has intensified. Ukrainian officials saying that Russia has destroyed more than 24 homes and businesses overnight. And our very own Live Now from Fox's Regina Gonzalez spoke with our Ukraine-Russia expert Hal Kempfer yesterday for all of the latest on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Let's play it out now here on Live Now from Fox.
Lots to talk about, but really, Hal, I first want to talk about this steel mill in Mariupol. So, really, we've seen Russian forces completely almost destroy Mariupol entirely within these last couple of weeks. So why are they so focused on this steel mill? Can you kind of explain that for our viewers?
Well, the Avastal steel mill is the last pocket of resistance in Mariupol. It's where all the there are Ukrainian army forces, there's territorial defense force, and there's also Marines, Ukrainian Marines down there. They've all consolidated down south. The Russians just have overwhelming firepower with artillery and rockets and armor, and they just kept pushing in. And basically, as they could not clear Mariupol, their strategy was to simply reduce it to rubble. So they get down to the steel plant. The steel plant has an old Cold War, extensive Cold War underground facilities, if you will, the bunkers for a nuclear war. Very strong reinforced concrete bunkers, which were designed to withstand a nuclear attack. Hence, the Russians have not been able to really make a huge physical dent in these bunkers, and there's hundreds of Ukrainian civilians down there, along with several hundred of the defenders, probably a few thousand, although many are reported wounded. that are down there, and the Russians are basically having to stand off. They hit it with everything they have: tanks, rockets, airstrikes, missiles, everything. They've been trying to clear it, but they apparently have not been making much headway. Now, interestingly, Putin has been declaring victory in Mariupol almost every other day for over a week. He has said, we have won Mariupol. And then, of course, everyone notes that, well, yeah, except for that pocket of resistance, you can't clear out. There is a distinct possibility that on May 9th, which is their big Victory Day, the Victory Day parade, and there was supposed to be a Victory Day parade in Mariupol, but that's very questionable right now if the Russians are going to even try to do that, that they still might be fighting at the steel plant because the Ukrainians are entrenched in there, and they are just truly fierce fighters, and they are not giving up an inch.
Yeah, and you know, that seems to be a huge topic of conversation. I want to go back to what you just said, Hal, because like you said, Russian President Vladimir Putin claiming victory in Mariupol nearly every day, you know, some not believing that. And then you've got President Zelensky of Ukraine basically admitting, yes, Mariupol is basically completely destroyed, but they will never take it. So when it comes to claiming a victory, how does that necessarily work?
It's very strange. You know, first off, there's been some things have been mentioned out there. It's like, well, they have to seize the steel plant to take Mariupol in order to open up the entire coast, which gives them that famous land bridge from Donbass down to Crimea, where they have the big naval port. And of course, they took the peninsula of Crimea back in 2014. So they finally have a land bridge and they can move stuff back and forth. As near as I can tell, they can do that right now. They have the lines of communication, the roadways, if you will, to move stuff back and forth. They just have this pocket of resistance that they keep going up against. And it's almost as if they become obsessive on it. This may sound strange, but it reminds me of Hitler and Stalingrad back in World War II. He went in there and basically destroyed an army going after Stalingrad. And strategically speaking, Stalingrad really didn't mean that much. And strategically, this steel plant doesn't mean that much other than the fact that it's a symbol of resistance. And I think that's what Putin is so concerned about, is this continuing symbol of resistance that keeps fighting on. And that, of course, is the bane of the Russian army over there, is that, frankly, they just don't have the will to fight with their own forces. And the Ukrainians have more than enough will to fight to defeat them. And push them back across the board. So it's interesting. It's taken on a symbolic value far beyond its actual tactical or certainly militarily strategic value.
Yeah, and you know how, kind of going off of what you just said, we actually do know that this proclaimed seizure of Mariupol is expected to play a central role in Russia's celebration on May 9th, so in just a couple of days, on Victory Day. So just to kind of backtrack for some of our viewers who may not be familiar, what is Victory Day in Russia?
Well, Victory Day in Russia, we actually in the West, we celebrate on May 8th. In Europe for the most part, but they celebrate on May 9th. That is the defeat of Nazi Germany in World War II. And of course, that was, you know, the Allies coming from the West, you know, landing at Normandy and then pushing all the way across into Germany. And of course, the Russians who came very, very close to losing Moscow, losing what's now St. Petersburg, and losing a large chunk of European Russia, turned around and pushed the Germans all the way back and fought the Battle of Berlin, which was a very intense, entrenched battle, which eventually led to, you know, the death, you know, Hitler taking his own life and the defeat of Nazi Germany. Well, that is in Russia, it's not just the defeat of the winning of World War II or the defeat of Nazi Germany. World War II in Russia is called the Great Patriotic War. It has almost religious symbolism in terms of how important it is to Russian history. So for them, this is a huge celebration. Of course, because it's military, it's a huge military celebration. They're going to do these big parades in Red Square in Moscow, but they had said they were going to do a parade in Mariupol. And I have to tell you, it just left a lot of us shaking our heads, which is, how do you plan to do that? You've reduced the entire city to rubble. It was I mean, you're in the news business, you know, what camera shots would you possibly get from that that would make it look good on Russian television? We couldn't figure that out. So not surprisingly, they seem to have backed off that. And interestingly, they've also backed off it because apparently there is a very strong Mariupol civilian resistance in town. So they may not have that city secured as much as they like to think. It's not just a steel plant. Apparently there's pockets of resistance all over the city. So that's weighing in on their decision about maybe just foregoing this whole Victory Day parade on May 9th in Mariupol. But it is still in Russia. It's a big deal. And the thing we're expecting is that Putin may do something like declare war on Ukraine. And if he does that on the Russian system, that allows him to mobilize forces and do a lot of other things that he currently can't do legally. And he's a dictator, but there still are laws that he has to follow in Russia, albeit he doesn't follow them very closely.
And you make a great point, Hal, from a human perspective. How can you go and show videos on Victory Day when you've got thousands upon thousands of innocent people being killed in Mariupol? Now, when it comes to those civilians, can you elaborate more on the efforts to evacuate civilians? Because we've had plenty of times where Russian forces said, okay, we're going to allow this humanitarian corridor to get X amount of people out, and then that didn't happen. But in the midst of all that, we've had dozens of civilians evacuated successfully. I believe it was by the Red Cross and the United Nations.
It's a difficult thing. The Russians have it surrounded. Of course, it's an active combat zone. Every time they try to open up a humanitarian corridor, or at least like it seems many times when they do that, the Russians will start bringing artillery fire or something, and they have to shut it down and send everybody back. In Mariupol itself, the city at large, there is about 100,000 people that need to be evacuated. So it's a huge number of people. They've been moving out people in various groups. I think at one time they were able to get out maybe 1,000 or 2,000 a day. More recently, in the last couple of days, I think they got out 500. There's been talk that they got out about 50 people out of the steel plant itself, and then a few dozen people out of the steel plant after that. The steel plant's tough, though, because the Russians that's where they're pouring in all the artillery, all the rocket fire, the airstrikes. So anytime you're getting anyone out of there, it's extremely dangerous. And of course, they're going into Russian lines, and they're not sure what the Russian forces will do once they reach their lines. And there are reports, the satellite photos of mass graves around Mariupol, which are indicative that the Russians probably killed thousands of civilians. And frankly, there are reports coming out that they not only do they kill civilians and torture civilians, but that when Ukrainian soldiers surrender, there's been reports that they kill the surrenders. These are all violations of the international law of war, all violations of the Geneva Accords, but the Russians have been doing this. So that just adds an element to risk that you wouldn't have in other conflicts. So that's the problem of Mariupol, is simply getting people out of there.
And when you talk about either getting civilians out of there, or unfortunately when we talk about civilian casualties, this week we got a new report from the United Nations. I have it here saying more than 6,700 civilians have died in Ukraine since the war started. But, we've heard maybe even from, we did hear from the Mariupol governor that he believes tens, even possibly 20,000 people have died alone in Mariupol. So do you believe these numbers from the United Nations?
On the civilian deaths on the Ukrainian side, it's going to take a while to figure that all out. I look at this, there's an old saying in disasters, which is never trust your first numbers. They're never good as you hope, and they're always worse than you probably, or I should say they're always worse than you hope they would be. And I have a feeling that we're going to find out many thousands more have been killed. I would not be surprised when you look at the amount of destruction that's taken place. An estimate of tens of thousands of civilians being killed is certainly not a far-fetched number out there. I will say one thing on the numbers on the Ukrainian side. There has been this narrative that comes out that the Ukrainians overestimate or grossly overestimate the number of Russian soldiers that they've killed. the number of tanks and armored personnel carriers that they've taken out. And they've been grossly underestimating the number of Ukrainian soldiers killed. And it's not quite clear where their advantage would be in either overstating or understating Ukrainian civilian casualties. I've been looking at this closely. I've been doing the numbers on this, and in many cases, Western estimates of battle damage have been about somewhere between 70 to 90% of what the Ukrainians are putting out. And keep in mind, a lot of the Western estimates are coming from things like satellite photos, maybe signals intelligence intercepts, listening to radio communications or something like that, whereas the Ukrainians are actually on the ground. And if you're looking at a vehicle where people have been killed, particularly a vehicle that caught fire where people have been killed, or looking in the basement of a house, you can't do that well with a satellite. That's something where you literally have to open the door or climb down the basement and see the horrific, picture of what's there. So I think the Ukrainians have a pretty good idea, although they're uncovering a lot of territory that the Russians have been holding, and the Russians still do hold a lot of territory. So that makes it very difficult to get an accurate count.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that even like you said, with these mass graves, will we truly even know is the question. Now, I want to shift our focus to some response from us here in the United States as well as other countries. We've got some pictures here of White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. She was asked today about the intelligence that the United States provided to Ukraine. So basically, what is your response to the U.S. admitting that they shared intelligence with Ukraine about the location of that Russian missile cruiser, the Moskva, before that strike sank that warship? This was a pretty high-profile embarrassment for Russia's military, am I right?
Well, it's about as high-profile an embarrassment as you get in war. I mean, that was the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet. That was, by every estimate, one of the very best ships they had. I mean, it was their crown jewel, and it was sank. Now, there's been some back and forth on that, and I will say this. Some of the specificity of whatever intelligence or the reports of specificity on the intelligence reports shared or the intelligence shared with Ukraine, it does come with a risk. And the risk is you have Putin is not what I would call a particularly rational actor. And so we're not quite sure how he reacts to some of this stuff. And of course, the problem he has domestically is he had this special military operation, as he calls it, where Russia's vaunted great military that he's been touting for the last, literally 15 years, pouring all this money, which apparently a lot of that money that was supposed to pay for new tanks and other things ended up in yachts in the Mediterranean and things like that. Well, anyway, this vaunted military went in there and got fought to a standstill and then lost the biggest battle, the Battle of Kyiv. And so he's got a very difficult problem, which is how does he declare victory when they keep getting defeated? And the concern is that he's going to look for tripwires. And tripwires would be to seize on this intelligence. He's going to turn around and say, see, it's the U.S., it's NATO, they're in this thing. We are technically at war with NATO or something, language along that. And he and his and those around him have already kind of framed language like that. So we're trying to back that off a little bit. There's been a lot of intelligence sharing. It's been extremely effective. But when you're talking about generals being killed and saying the intelligence to kill them came from the U.S., that has a rather incendiary effect. Even in a conflict, that has an incendiary effect because we're not a belligerent in this conflict. We're supporting Ukraine, but we're not a participant in this conflict. And we'd like to keep it that way forever if we can.
And, you know, when you talk about NATO and our allies, specifically, we just found out that President Biden, G7 leaders, and other NATO partners are expected to meet. I believe it's virtually. I have to get that confirmed. But they're expected to meet ahead of this Victory Day. So just to give us some insight, what is being talked about? I know there's all these investigations into Putin committing war crimes out there in Ukraine. But what is being talked about, and what else can be done at this point?
Well, for the G7, the big discussion will be sanctions, I have no doubt. And they're also going to talk about military aid going to Ukraine. And that has truly become a global operation. You know, we talk about NATO, we talk about the European Union, but there's aid going to Ukraine coming from countries like South Korea, from Japan, from all over the world. There's tremendous amount of aid coming in. And so it is truly, in terms of the G7 being a global organization, it is truly a global operation to keep Ukraine going and to sustain their ability to resist the Russian invasion. And so that's what they're going to be talking about. Also, the effects of sanctions on natural gas, oil, and also some precious metals and of course wheat. Coming out of Russia and how that's impacting global markets. You know, all those things have had huge inflationary effects. We're really running into some problems of food insufficiency in various parts of the world. For example, 80% of the wheat that Egypt imports is from Russia, or I should say from Russia, Ukraine. And now that has been effectively blocked. And there's a lot of concerns there. If you go back to 2011 in the Arab Spring, that whole thing that swept across the Middle East actually kicked off because bread prices jumped up, and that's tied to wheat. So we know the second, third order effects that this could have, and that's going to be a big discussion of the G7 because they're looking at this not just from a European standpoint, but literally from a global standpoint. And the impact this could have in places like the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and elsewhere. And no doubt they will be talking about what is happening with Russia and Ukraine and how that could potentially impact what China does in the South China Sea and specifically Taiwan. I have no doubt that all of these will be on the table for those discussions.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, Hal, because that literally was my next question to you. The world has kind of been keeping an eye on China as they've been keeping an eye on Russian President Vladimir Putin. So where does China stand with all this? I mean, we're now weeks into this invasion. What are your thoughts on where China stands right now?
Well, there's been a couple of thoughts. One thought was that they would use Ukraine as a way to draw resources away from Asia, and then that they would launch their big attack to, amphibious assault to take Taiwan. Taking Taiwan is not easy. It reminds me in some ways of Ukraine in that it has a huge ability to levy its population into a military force to repel an invader. The other thing is you can't drive into Taiwan. You can't set up on the border. It's an island, so they have to do an amphibious assault. I have a little background in amphibious assaults and how that works. It's not easy. It's probably the most difficult military operation to pull off. Frankly, China has no background in it. Sure, they bought a lot of equipment. They've been practicing, but they've never done this before. So they don't have the military does not have a deep reservoir of knowledge and experience to pull this off. They also haven't had much success doing military invasions anyway. The last one they did was against Vietnam, where they outnumbered their military in Vietnam by 10-1, and that was in 1979. And essentially, the Vietnamese won, which was a significant loss of face for China, but it also was a rather sobering realization that sheer numbers don't necessarily win. So I think all things being said, and watching how badly Russia has done, many experts have said whatever China was planning to do at Taiwan, they've probably pushed that back several years, at least 4 or 5, because they're trying to figure out all this investment that we've made, can we really pull this off? And of course, if they were to try and invade Taiwan and utterly fail, that could be the thing that triggers the fall of the Communist Party in China. So, and they realize that they have a lot of issues, internal issues they have to work on right now anyway. So I think it's probably slowed it down. That's, I don't know for sure. You know, I can't say Xi wouldn't try and do something, but I think it slowed it down. And I think they're having a rather significant internal reassessment of whether they could actually pull something like that off.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is definitely something to watch. Now, also something that we are watching specifically this weekend, Hal, I want to shift gears to the fact that First Lady Dr. Jill Biden is in Romania. She'll also be visiting Slovakia this weekend to really not only spend Mother's Day with displaced families, but just get a full-on look at the humanitarian crisis that this has caused. We know that both countries alone have taken in more than 1.3 million refugees, and we've seen so many press conferences from leaders in surrounding nations about how they can continue to keep up with this influx of refugees. How are they going to continue to do this?
Well, you know, a lot of aid, this is what we don't see. We always hear about all the arms and stuff being shipped to Ukraine, but there's a tremendous amount of aid going to Eastern Europe to deal, and of course to Ukraine as well, to deal with the internal displacement of refugees, but in Eastern Europe to deal with this huge refugee crisis. And this is, everybody is involved, everybody across the board throughout Europe. This has really become, it's not even European Union. It actually goes beyond the European Union in terms of the number of nations involved with helping out in this regard. So I think the First Lady going over there, of course, visiting the troops, having been overseas when we have, senior U.S. officials come in like this, it helps. They're out there, they're working extremely hard. They're getting prepared for what they hope will never come, which is, the Russians expanding the conflict beyond Ukraine into NATO. But it just sends a message from the White House that says that they care, and that makes a big difference. Also, the First Lady can do things. She can go in and have conversations that, let's just say, the president couldn't have in the same way, and that helps. And it helps, establish a dialogue, which can be used later on, and establish a separate lines of communication. So there's a lot of reasons why this is a good trip. But it is a huge refugee crisis. There are over 5.5 million Ukrainians that have left Ukraine. They're all over Europe. They're coming into the U.S. We finally opened up. We're going to allow 100,000 under a special visa program. But for countries right there on the front line, Slovakia, Romania, and especially Poland, this is an enormous burden that they have taken on. It's the biggest refugee crisis we've seen in Europe since World War II. So it is huge.
And, going off of that, Hal, it's crazy to me that I've reported on the fact that, thousands of these millions of refugees who fled went to these different countries, really saw how crowded it was at some of these, campsites, these refugee agencies that were taking in people, and they actually decided to go back to Ukraine, back to where they came from. Is that a good idea, for lack of a better term, or questioning?
Regina, I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but frankly, if I was in their shoes, I might have done the same thing. You go over there, look, there's a refugee camp, there's all these other things, but those camps, even the best of refugee camps, and I have some experience setting up refugee camps. So even when you do a great job, they're not the most wonderful place in the world. They tend to be dirty. They're living in tents a lot of times. So just staying warm, staying dry, all these things are our daily challenge. All the food, the sanitation issues, everything like that. The other thing, though, is one of the reasons they got on the trains and headed back was because the Battle of Kyiv was won by the Ukrainians. And I can't put enough emphasis on that. That was the linchpin of Putin's plan, if you will, was to do this quick decapitation strike into Kyiv. They made multiple attempts to take out President Zelensky and his family and other senior leaders in the government, and they failed. They failed completely. They started heading south for a lot of reasons. They failed to take Kyiv. A lot of it was just really smart, very smart tactics, good intelligence by the Ukrainians. And frankly, one thing that I just want to say, we've been training the Ukrainians intensively for the last 8 years just for something like this. There is nothing happening there that they weren't prepared for. They probably didn't have as much weapons and everything else as they want, but they knew what the Russians are going to do. It's their territory. They knew they've been out there training on their land. They knew how they would pull back. They knew how they would counterattack. They did all these things. And frankly, they did it extremely well. And the Russians were defeated. And that defeat is what allowed a lot of those Ukrainian refugees to turn around and say, you know what? I have confidence that if I return home, it's safe for me and my family. And that's really what was the biggest thing there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you make a great point, House. Would you rather live in a campsite where you don't know anybody, like you said, the conditions may not be great, or risk going back to your hometown that could be attacked at any moment? Now, when it comes to the refugee situation and your take on it, what do we potentially see as far as moving forward? What can we look towards, not only with the refugee crisis, but overall on the ground there in Ukraine? Looking into the weekend and into next week?
Well, I think you're going to see a steady stream of refugees. Part of it is the Russians are going to go full on. They want to do something by May 9th. They want to be able to declare some sort of victory. They've been trying around Donbass. The Russian forces are actually kind of in this big arc, and the Ukrainians have this defensive zone sort of in the middle. And so they have some grand strategy that they want to pop down and encircle the Ukrainian forces and cut them off. They've had absolutely no success doing that. They've made modest movements on the ground, but every time they've tried to do that, they really haven't gotten very far. The Ukrainians have done a very good job, not only defending, but also counterattacking and doing a number of other things. So the Russians have really only one thing they can do well, and that's artillery. They do artillery and rockets, and so they're going, and they're not, it's not accurate artillery. The artillery we're sending, or we've sent the Ukrainians and are sending the Ukrainians, is extremely accurate artillery. When we know where a target is, we can hit it, all right? Or I should say that artillery system can hit it. But the Russians still do artillery kind of the way we used to do it back in the 70s, 80s, 60s. It's an area fire weapon. You throw out a ton of ordnance and you hope it hits something that you're actually aiming for. What that usually means is you destroy a lot of cities, towns, villages, homes. It's very indiscriminate, and that drives up the refugee flow out of there because of the sheer amount of destruction that it incurs. And I think we're going to see a lot of artillery, a lot of rockets over this weekend in a somewhat desperate attempt to somehow move those lines forward. But the Russians don't do very well on the ground. They really, their maneuver capabilities, they're pretty bad. I mean, thank goodness, don't get me wrong, but they're just not good at it. And they do some really dumb stuff out there. And the Ukrainians do stuff the way we do it. And we've learned a lot of lessons the hard way, but we've passed those on to the Ukrainians. And even though they got more tanks, more weapons, more everything than the Ukrainians do, the Ukrainians are just faster, quicker, better at maneuvering around the battlefield. One concept we have is what we call the OODA loop: observe, orient, decide, act. And we've always said, even if you're outmanned and outgunned, if you can observe, orient, decide, and act faster, quicker than the other guy, you'll always win. It's been ingrained in our forces forever. And frankly, the Ukrainians are well inside, as we like to say, the Russians' OODA loop. They're just spinning in that thing faster and quicker. And the Russians get out there on the battlefield and they just don't make much progress.
And, my last question to you, Hal, because you make a really great point. And I think since this invasion began, I remember talking to you at the end of February, and there was a huge concern at the fact that the Russian military was so much bigger than the Ukrainian military. Zelensky immediately ordering civilians, men 18 to 60, to stay and fight. Right now, where would you say the Ukrainian military stands as this war continues?
Well, it's interesting you asked that question. About 2.5 weeks ago, an interesting statistic popped out. There was a point where it looked like the Ukrainians had more tanks, operational tanks in Ukraine than Russia. And I think that's still true. Of course, a lot of those Ukrainian tanks were captured Russian tanks that they painted over and put in operation for Ukraine. But it was interesting because that, of course, is one of the big pillars of the Russian military is tanks. And for the Ukrainians to have more tanks on the battlefield was rather significant. Now, the Russians still have more forces overall, but the Russians have lost about 20, according to the Ukraine military, about 25,000 troops have been killed. You can estimate that, 2 to 3 times that many have been wounded or otherwise taken off the battlefield. So it could be, I remember we started the war, we're looking at 150 to 190,000. Well, there could be anywhere up to potentially 100,000 Russian troops that have been eliminated from the battlefield in one shape or form. That is an enormous thing. And interestingly, when I was looking at the Donbass, the main effort, they were only talking about 70 or 80,000. And that's one thing that the Ukrainians have is this huge preponderance of infantry. All those civilians, all the mobilized reserves, everything else, their territorial defense forces, that's infantry. And the one thing the Ukrainians have always had is about a 3 to 5 to 1 advantage over the Russians in terms of infantry. And when the fighting goes into the cities, when it goes into towns and villages, that's where tanks don't matter as much. That's where infantry really matters. That's one of the big reasons that the Russians lost the Battle of Kiev. It was an infantry battle. They just didn't have enough infantry.
Well, certainly a lot to break down, Hal. We really thank you so much for joining us basically every day since this invasion first started. Now, what some are calling a second phase of this war, and we are, anticipating and monitoring what could happen before Russian Victory Day. So I can't thank you enough for coming on with me and really getting our viewers up to speed on the situation out there on the ground and how we're responding as a nation. So we hope you have a great night, and we really appreciate your time.
Well, Regina, thanks for having me on, and hopefully it won't be that busy a weekend, although I have a feeling with the 9th coming up, it's going to be a busy weekend. So.
Yeah, well, we'll have our viewers keep up to speed with our coverage here, and we really are thankful to experts like yourself for helping us do that. So maybe we'll be speaking with you this weekend. Hopefully not, but thank you so much, Hal. We appreciate you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Switching gears, we're going to handle all the other topics from all across the country with Thursday's White House press briefing with Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Of course, this week the Biden administration announced that Karine Jean-Pierre would be taking over as the White House press secretary on May 13th. She is currently the principal deputy press secretary and also the deputy assistant to the president. So I'm going to play out that latest press briefing right now here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us.
Before I get to the briefing, I just want to start by, I'm going to cry. Okay. Whew. I want to talk about my friend Karine. You've got to come up here. So I just want to take the opportunity to celebrate and congratulate my friend, my colleague, my partner in truth, Karine Jean-Pierre, the next White House press secretary. Now, many people in this room have known her for some time, but for anyone who does not know her, I want to provide a little bit of a primer for you, so settle in. First, as you all know, she will be the first Black woman, the first out LGBTQ plus person to serve in this role, which is amazing because representation matters, and she is going to she will give a voice to so many and allow and show so many what is truly possible when you work hard and dream big, and that matters, and we should not we should celebrate that. But I also want to make clear what all of her qualifications are, what a remarkable person is. She got her start in New York City politics. She comes to this job with decades of experience, even though she looks very young. We're both in our 20s. That's right. Having served in communications and political roles on many campaigns in the Obama-Biden administration and for both of former President Obama's campaigns. She's a longtime advisor to President Biden and Dr. Biden. They are partners, having served in senior roles for him and for both of them back to when he was vice president. And she's worked for a number of advocacy organizations fighting for issues and justice for so many Americans. And I just want to say, I will have a lot to say about how grateful I am for for the trust the President and the First Lady and the whole team have given me and entrusted me in the last 15 months. But this day is about Karine, and I want to celebrate her. And on a personal note, I want to say that one of the first conversations we had when we both found out we were getting these jobs was about how we wanted to build a drama-free, on your best days, workplace where everybody worked hard, where we, on our best days, were rebuilding trust with the public. And I'm just so grateful to have had Karine by my side for this over the last 15 months, and I just can't wait to see her shine at the podium. So congratulations, and I can't wait to see you bring your own style and brilliance to this job.
Love you, Jen.
Love you. Love you. I promise not to cry again, so that's it. We already cried. We already cried. Okay. With that note, this is going to feel like an abrupt turn, but I'm going to give you an update on a Russian oligarch's yacht that was seized that you may have seen. It's not meant to be funny, but I did want to note and make sure everybody saw it. Today, the Department of Justice announced that the Fijian law enforcement executed a seizure warrant freezing the motor yacht Amadea, a 348-foot luxury vessel owned by sanctioned Russian oligarch Suleiman Kerimov. The yacht is worth approximately $300 million or more. This was done with support and assistance from the FBI, and Fiji acted at the request of the Department of Justice. Following issuance of a seizure warrant from the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, Fijian authorities executed the request, obtaining a domestic seizure warrant from a Fijian court. As you know, the president has made clear we will go after Russian oligarchs and their ill-gotten gains, using every authority we have to hold them accountable. Oh, and here is the yacht. Look at that. I went to really go out with a bang, so we got a yacht, just to make the point about oligarchs. Also, just wanted to note, as you know, the president nominated Steve Dettelbach to lead ATF and our nation's fight against gun crime just a few weeks ago. And just today, he was endorsed by a group of over 140 former high-ranking federal prosecutors and DOJ officials, including more than 30 Republican appointees, 2 former AGs, and 6 former deputy attorney generals. Last note for you, as you know, the president is going to be traveling to Cincinnati tomorrow, where he'll meet with manufacturing leaders, see new additive manufacturing technologies at work, and discuss his plan to make more in America by passing the Bipartisan Innovation Act. Since he took office, we've created 473,000 new manufacturing jobs, which is more manufacturing jobs on average per month than any other president in the last half a century. And we're building on that progress through the infrastructure law, of course, and with the Bipartisan Innovation Act, we can help lower prices by strengthening our supply chains and domestic manufacturing. With that, I promise we will not make it a marathon today. I know it's 5:20, so why don't you kick it off and we'll get around to as many people as possible.
Great. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
First, will the president and/or White House officials
participate in any way in the May 14th abortion day of protest?
I don't have any schedule plans to preview for you at this point in time. We are certainly aware of the protest, but our focus right now is on overseeing and running a policy process to do everything we can to protect women's right to make choices about her own health care.
And secondly, Senator Minority Leader McConnell today again made clear that he wants to see a clean Ukraine bill. Considering that, what are other options is the White House looking at to secure money for therapeutics, other COVID-related needs, as it seems that Congress is unlikely to approve any more money soon?
Well, as we look at recent data, and we've seen obviously the growth of some subvariants, BA4, BA5, what it makes clear is that we are in dire need of being able to plan ahead and take steps to ensure that we are able to be ahead of the rest of the world in ordering the supply we need, especially if there are better vaccines, if there are better boosters, et cetera. So we are going to continue to advocate, continue to sound the alarm on what the impact will be if we don't get funding. In terms of the exact vehicle, which is I think kind of what you're asking, I don't have any update on that for you. We are continuing to have conversations with Congress. Obviously, the president sent up both together because he feels it's essential. If we don't get this funding, we will have fewer vaccines, treatments, and tests. We'll watch others around the world have the best life-saving tools. Americans will literally die. Businesses will be hurt. There is not a plan B here. We need Congress to pass this funding so we have this funding to continue to prepare and continue to fight the pandemic. Go ahead.
First of all, congratulations to both of you. This is not your last one, though, right?
No, don't worry. I'm still here through next week.
There have been concerns, and there's stepped up monitoring among law enforcement across the country for potential violence around this draft majority opinion and the ultimate decision by the Supreme Court. The justices have had to see their security stepped up in the last few days. Just curious what the president would make of that, if he's aware that that's had to happen, what the message might be to those who are upset by this and are contemplating the unthinkable.
Well, first I would say the president, for all those women, men, others who feel outraged, who feel scared, who feel concerned, he hears them, he shares that concern and that horror of what he saw in that draft opinion. It's not a final opinion. What it has prompted is a redoubled effort across the administration and with Congress to take every step we can to protect women's health care. What his message directly would be to anybody out there who is feeling that frustration, is participating in peaceful protest, is ensure it's peaceful. Have your voice heard peacefully. We should not be resorting to violence in any way, shape, or form. That's certainly what he would be conveying.
And the other day you hinted there might be plans for the U.S. to join Ukraine or other European allies in some kind of May 9th commemoration as Russia holds its holiday. Any update on that?
I don't have any update. I will note that what our plans are that are in the works. We are working to finalize a G7 call that will likely happen in the coming days. What our effort and our focus is on is continuing to emphasize unity, but also lift up that unity as we look and face Russian aggression. But in terms of what we will do to mark Monday, I don't have anything to preview for you at this moment. We'll have more as time proceeds. Go ahead.
Thank you, and congratulations. In the Senate, they are moving forward with plans to vote on a bill that would codify the principles of Roe v. Wade. Right now, that bill seems doomed to fail. But there are at least two Republicans who do support legislation that would guarantee a woman's right to an abortion, Senator Murkowski and Collins. But they oppose the current bill because they feel it's too expansive and too broad. So would the president like to see legislation that is perhaps more narrowly focused just on guaranteeing the right to an abortion, codifying Roe v. Wade, if it was able to get more Republicans on board?
Sure. The president, as you stated, and I've stated a number of times, absolutely supports and would love to sign a bill into law codifying Roe. What he said in his statement the other day, as you know, is that there will be a need, as his sense is, there will be a need for additional members who would support that in the Senate in order for that to happen. We are in a range of discussions with leadership in Congress, with a range of members in Congress about the path forward and what's possible, but I just don't have the details of what that might look like, and so I can't speak to it at this point in time.
But might he encourage Democrats to take a more targeted approach?
I don't have any details to preview at this point in time. We're having a range of conversations.
And you have said, that the administration is considering, of course, additional options and steps that you may be able to take to support women's reproductive rights. I know you haven't wanted to get into the details of what those options may be, but are you confident that there are additional executive actions that you can take, options that can have an impact that can withstand legal scrutiny?
Well, yes. I mean, I would point to the fact that after Texas and SB 8 passed, we did take steps, and we did take steps to secure funding, to secure grants. Obviously, the Department of Justice made clear in response to Texas SB 8, they reaffirmed the Department of Justice's commitment to using existing federal law. We also created a grants program, and the Department of Health and Human Services announced a three-pronged department-wide response. I think what's important to remember here, in part, is who will be impacted across the country. And we are mindful of that as we are planning and thinking about what our policy options are. We know that 75% of people who are having abortions or pursuing an abortion are with under 200% of the poverty level. We know that the majority are women of color, and we know that there are 13 states that have trigger laws, and a total of 26 states, including those 13, that have indicated plans to put in place more restrictive abortion, restrict abortion more. And so this is not. There are states who've also affirmed that they would take steps to protect. So we are mindful of all of this, what the impact could be if this draft opinion or a version of this draft opinion becomes the final, and we are thinking about that. The Gender Policy Council, the Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Justice, and all of us working with Congress as well to see what actions we can take. Obviously, codifying Roe is a way to protect. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. President Biden just met with organizers, labor organizers from Amazon and Starbucks and others. Could you just talk a little bit about what was discussed and if he offered any specific commitments to perhaps support the Amazon labor union or the different unionization drives that are underway?
Well, the president has long been a supporter of the rights of workers to organize, the rights of collective bargaining, and he dropped by this meeting to simply offer his support for those efforts. But he is not engaging. We don't engage or get directly involved in individual labor disputes, obviously, but he certainly supports the rights of workers, and we've seen that take place across the country in a range of cases.
So should this then be viewed as his support only for the labor movement and not necessarily for Amazon, or is that, I mean, that has to be a part of it, right?
We don't take we don't weigh in on individual labor disputes. Those are up to the workers and the organizers, but throughout his career for decades, he's always been a supporter of organized labor, of the rights of workers to seek collective bargaining, and certainly we're seeing that across the country.
And one quick question on Senate Judiciary. Earlier today, passing a bill from Senators Klobuchar and Grassley that essentially exposes OPEC to lawsuits for colluding to raise prices of crude oil. Given sort of the inflationary environment that we're in and how big a concern inflation is for this administration, does the White House support that piece of legislation? Is the president, looking at it? If you can talk about that.
Sure. It's called NOPEC, which is creative, even if you don't like what the outcome is of the legislation, I will say. The president has been clear that strong competition policy is essential to ensuring fair markets and lower prices, as is evidenced by the actions we have taken, like the president's executive order to support the promotion of competition and innovation by firms large and small. I don't have an official position on this legislation right now, but we do believe that the potential implications and unintended consequences of this legislation require further study and deliberation, particularly during this dynamic moment in the global energy markets brought about by President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. So we're taking a look at it and certainly have some concerns about what the potential implications could be.
Are those concerns perhaps tied to the idea that analysts are, talking about, which is, if you actually go after OPEC in that way, they could either potentially refuse supplies to the U.S. or maybe flood the oil market. I mean, is that what the concern is broadly?
Without detailing it further, obviously our objective is ensuring the supply in the oil markets meets the demand. OPEC has a role to play there. We've obviously been working with them and have had a great deal of engagement with them, even prior to President Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and that is what our overarching objective is. So we're taking a look at what the implications and impact would be. Go ahead.
One area that's come into focus in the abortion debate is the use of medication abortions.
Yeah.
The FDA relaxed some of the federal regulations tied to that, allowing them to be sent by mail. But does the White House feel like they have other viable options to possibly expand the access to these abortion pills?
We are looking at a broad range of options. As we detailed earlier this week when this leaked document came out, I would expect we wouldn't have more to preview before there's a final opinion issued.
And U.S. intelligence assessments have shown that North Korea may be ready to conduct underground nuclear tests within the coming months. Are there concerns from the White House about that, and also specifically related to the president's travel, given that he will be in the region later this month?
Well, I would say we certainly always assess security as we do with any of the president's travel, but that has not been a concern as it relates to his travel coming up in just a few weeks. There's no question that North Korea is going to be on the agenda when he visits South Korea and Japan. I can give you a little bit more of the I know that some asked this yesterday, so I got a little bit more on the trip, so let me venture to do that as well. While he's there in the South Korea and Japan, the president will hold bilateral meetings with his counterparts, newly elected president of the Republic of Korea and Prime Minister Kishida of Japan. The leaders will discuss opportunities to deepen our vital security relationships and enhance economic ties. They'll also discuss climate change, COVID-19, and other shared challenges. In light of North Korea's continued destabilizing actions in the region, including the test launch of multiple intercontinental ballistic missiles, President Biden will make clear that our commitment to security of the Republic of Korea and Japanese allies, reiterate our commitment, I should say, including our extended deterrence commitments, is ironclad. So that will certainly be a part of the discussion. Naturally, they will also be talking about joint efforts to support the people of Ukraine, hold Russia accountable, and you've seen South Korea and Japan join us in the unprecedented sanctions and export controls we've imposed so far. While in Tokyo, the president will also meet with the leaders of the Quad grouping of Australia, Japan, India, and the United States. The administration has made history already by establishing for the first time the Quad meeting at the leader level, so this will be a continuation of that. So North Korea will certainly be discussed, of course, given the important role that South Korea and Japan both play in security in the region. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Sorry to see you go.
Are you?
Yes, and you've always been a good sport.
Thank you.
So
As
on
have you.
behalf of everybody, thank you
Thank
for
you.
everything.
Thank you.
And I can't wait to see you up there, Kareem. So you guys spent some time yesterday talking about what you think are the extreme wings of the Republican Party. Do you think the progressive activists that are now planning protests outside some of the justices' houses are extreme?
Peaceful protest? No. Peaceful protest is not extreme.
Some of these justices have young kids. Their neighbors are not all public figures. So would the president think about waving off activists that want to go into residential neighborhoods in Virginia and Maryland?
Peter, look, I think our view here is that peaceful protest, there's a long history in the United States and the country of that. And we certainly encourage people to keep it peaceful and not resort to any level of violence. Let me tell you what I was referring to and what the president was referring to yesterday.
Not about the yesterday, though, just about moving forward. These activists posted a map with the home addresses of the Supreme Court justices. Is that the kind of thing this president wants to help your side make their point?
Look, I think the president's view is that there's a lot of passion, a lot of fear, a lot of sadness from many, many people across this country about what they saw in that leaked document. We obviously want people's privacy to be respected. We want people to protest peacefully if they want to to protest. That is certainly what the president's view would be.
So he doesn't care if they're protesting outside the Supreme Court or outside someone's private residence?
I don't have an official U.S. government position on where people protest. We want it, of course, to be peaceful. And certainly the president would want people's privacy to be respected. But I think we shouldn't lose the point here. The reason people are protesting is because women across the country are worried about their fundamental rights that have been law for 50 years. Their rights to make choices about their own bodies and their own health care are at risk. That's why people are protesting. They're unhappy. They're scared.
The president's position on choice has evolved over time, so just checking for his official position. Does he support any limits on abortion right now?
Peter, the president has talked about his position many times. He supports the right of a woman to make choices about her own body with her doctor.
But I know that one of the Democrats that he endorsed and who won their primary this week, Tim Ryan, said yesterday that he does not support any limits on abortion. Is that where the president's thinking is now?
The president has stated his view many times.
So does the president support abortion up until the moment of birth?
The president has spoken about this many times, Peter, and I would refer you to his own comments about abortion and a woman's right to choose and make decisions about her body with her doctor, which is what any of those women would do. Go ahead.
Jen, does President Biden support the Leader Schumer strategy to hold a vote next week on abortion rights, even though the votes are not there, that it's doomed to fail?
We certainly are working in lockstep and closely with Leader Schumer. Obviously, we have stated, and the president's statement the other day made clear that he did not feel we had the votes at this point in time, but certainly providing a moment for people to voice their view and voice their strong opposition to overturning Roe v. Wade is something we support Leader Schumer doing.
I guess the fact that there are only so many moments, obviously, that exist right now and only so much political capital in this moment. So, I mean, doesn't it highlight divisions within the party? A not too dissimilar vote back in February had only 46 votes. Are there any concerns about that? Is this the best use of time for this administration, given all the urgent needs on COVID funding, the Ukraine funding that you're looking for and beyond?
Well, certainly we think that Congress should move forward on all of those objectives, but having a vote and allowing people to voice their view and voice their support for the protection of a woman's fundamental rights is something we also support.
Let me ask you, yesterday you were asked, I know that you guys have been the White House has been heavily focused on the substance, obviously, as it relates, and that's the biggest impact on Americans broadly, but that you were asked about the leak itself, and given the historic nature of the leak, which was so unprecedented, as you acknowledged, you said, I don't think we have a particular view on that other than to say that we certainly note the historic, or unprecedented, nature of it. Why wouldn't the White House condemn this leak? Are there any concerns? Do you have concerns about the sort of further politicization of one of the branches of government?
Have you ever reported anything that's been leaked to you?
I am, and you guys have criticized leaks before as it's been provided. So you've criticized in the past. Why not criticize this leak?
Again, because I think what is happening here and what we think is happening here is there is an effort to distract from what the actual issue here, which is the fundamental rights. I don't think they're at the same level. We don't think they're at the same level.
So they're not at the same level, but would you agree that it's still worthy of condemnation?
Well, look, I think there has been a call for an investigation by leaders of the Supreme Court. Decisions on that and how it will be pursued will be made by the Department of Justice and others. And that's certainly their space and right to make that decision in government. That's how government is set up. But at the same time, what we've also seen, Peter, is many Republicans who are trying to overturn a woman's fundamental rights try to make this about the leak. This is not about the leak. This is about women's health care and women having access to health care and making choices with their doctors. And we are working not to allow that to be the distraction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Is the president planning on meeting with abortion providers or activists at all next week?
I don't have anything about his schedule quite yet to preview. Obviously, we are deeply engaged with a range of healthcare officials and experts from the government, both from the Department of Health and Human Services, from our DPC team here, and we will continue to maintain that engagement.
I mean, you've said a few times that this is obviously a priority for the president. Just a sense of what he is doing specifically on this issue, would be good for us to know, just given how much of a priority you said this is for him.
Well, I think it's important for everybody to know, including the American people, of course, that the president, of course, oversees the whole of the government. He has launched a whole of government effort to look at options and pursue options from every department, whether it's the Department of Justice and what they do, the counsel's office, the Department of Health and Human Services, the Domestic Policy Council, to take put together a range of steps we can take to protect women's fundamental rights. And that is what his focus is on, and reviewing those and considering those. And obviously he's spoken to this over the last several days multiple times, and I think he will continue to. Go ahead.
The Prime Minister of Italy is coming to Washington on Tuesday. Italy, like Germany, has done a U-turn on its Russia policy. How much has the U.S. taken note of this? And does it elevate Italy in the eyes of the U.S. in terms of being a key interlocutor in Europe?
Well, I think it's really important to note in that there were a number of countries, some you noted, where the world and journalists who have covered this closely were skeptical that they would remain as unified and take steps as aggressive as they have to stand up against Russian aggression. This is an example of that. Certainly there's a lot we work with Italy on and will continue to, and the meeting will have a range of topics discussed, but of course we've taken note of the efforts they have and their leadership in standing up against President Putin and Russian aggression. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Congrats to you, and thanks for your words. I wanted to ask Corinne, though, if she could share some words about what this means to her, what this means to you.
Sure.
And if you could talk a little bit about the historic nature of what you're about to.
Come on up. The good news is the podium height is the same because we're both very short. So go ahead.
Well, thanks for your question. I first want to take this opportunity while I have it to thank Jen. She has been just a wonderful colleague, a friend, a mentor during this past year and a half, and I don't think I would be here without so many people, but including her. And she is just a true, solid, amazing person. And so we were very lucky to have her here this past year and a half. So I wanted to make sure I had the opportunity, since I have the opportunity to say that. Okay. We were doing a lot of crying. Yeah. So I'm trying not to do it now. Wow, I'm still processing it because, as Jen said at the top, this is a historic moment and it's not lost on me. I understand how important it is for so many people out there, so many different communities that I stand on their shoulders, and I have been throughout my career. And so it is an honor and a privilege to be behind this podium in about a week or so when Jen is ready. And that is something that I will honor and do my best to represent this president and this first lady the best that I can, but also the American people. And so it is, it's a very emotional day. That's probably the best way that I can explain that. A very emotional day. And I just appreciate this time in this moment. And I hope that I make people proud.
There's a lot of folks who questioned when this day would happen. I mean, what is your message to those? And like, what is the message to young girls, to
and young boys too? Yeah, young girls and young boys. Let's not, I think this is important for them to see this as well. I used to teach college students. I had the pleasure of doing that for about 6-7 years, and they would ask me, a similar question, like, how did you get to where you got to? And I would say to them, and it took me a little bit of time to figure this part out that I'm about to share with you, which is follow your passion, follow what you believe in, and just keep that focus, because that matters. I think if you are passionate about what you want to be or where you want to go, and you work very hard to that goal, it will happen. And yes, you'll be knocked down and you'll have some tough times, and it won't be easy all the time, but the rewards are pretty amazing, especially if you stay true to yourself. And so that's what I would tell them. And I see them from time to time, and they always mention those words that I just shared with all of you. And so that's what I would say. And, there are people who support them, people who will lift them up when they're down. And so I think that's really important to know. And I think so many of them as well, they are standing on shoulders on folks who came before them and are creating these opportunities that I currently have, and will, take that on the best as I can.
Have you ever doubted being a woman of color? Have you ever doubted being in this position one day?
No, not at all. Just worked hard towards it. But I understand how hard it is. I do. We all do. but just keep working hard towards it. I'm going to give it back to Jen. Thanks, everybody.
Questions. A Catholic church was just vandalized with pro-abortion slogans in Colorado. It just happened recently. Is the White House aware of that, first of all?
I've not seen that report. Obviously, we don't condone vandalism. We condone peaceful protest, and that's something certainly we're encouraging with everybody who feels passionate.
Going after targeting Catholic churches, especially when it involves Roe. That's what they're basically focusing on.
Again, we don't condone vandalism. We condone peaceful protest. I think it's important to note that 60% or 70%, depending on the poll you look at, of the American people do not want Roe to be overturned. I'm going to move on. Go ahead.
Will the president respect the High Court's final
I think we're moving on. Go ahead.
So, Jen, that's all. Just like everyone else did.
A coalition of racial justice advocates sent a letter to the White House asking Biden to issue an executive order about reparations. Has Biden seen the letter? Has he read the letter? Is there a response to the letter?
I'm not aware of the letter. I'd have to take a look at it, and we can see if there's more of a substantive response to you after the briefing.
And just to follow on executive actions.
Sure.
Is, as things get sort of harder to pass through Congress, is there a sense of whether or not the White House is looking more at executive actions as a means of getting things that are not able to get through Congress?
Well, you know that there are a range of executive actions we're concurrently looking at, right? We're looking at one on police reform. The president's certainly looking at steps he can take on student debt, and there are others we're looking at as well. But at the same time, we're also looking to get the Bipartisan Innovation Act through. We're looking to see what can be done on a range of issues where we feel there is bipartisan support, and we're continuing to engage closely with Democrats in Congress about a reconciliation package to lower costs for the American people. So we're doing both, and we're pursuing both paths. Go ahead.
On the police reform executive order, we reported in January that there was a draft of that executive order that was shared with stakeholders. It seemed like it was getting near to being issued. It's now May. Can you just explain what the delay is and what exact work is being done?
Sure. I would say it was some good reporting on your part, and it was an early part of the process, and it takes months to get executive orders through the full legal and policy process, but it is still something the president has every intention of doing. We just haven't finalized it yet.
So can you specify what work is still being done on that executive order, what needs to happen at this point?
Policy and legal review process.
It doesn't have anything to do with not wanting to issue it before the midterms?
No.
And you were asked earlier this week, I think it was Monday, that on the president's phone call with Lopez Obrador.
Oh, yeah.
You were asked about whether or not he asked for an increase in troops on the Mexican southern border. And you said there's going to be ongoing conversations. relations. I just wanted to follow up on that. Did the president ask anyone in the Mexican government or in that conversation for an increase of troops on the southern border?
No.
He has not.
He did not, and did not on that call. Go ahead.
So yesterday, going back to executive orders, yesterday the president met with a group of Democratic senators to discuss immigration, and Senator Menendez said today that one of the things they discussed was looking into executive actions that the president can take to provide relief to some immigrant families. I guess what are those actions? Can you give us a little bit more details on like what that meeting was like? What actions are there? You know, is the White House looking into, and kind of is there a timeline for that?
I don't have a timeline to preview for you. I would say that the president met with Senator Menendez and a group of senators, members of the CHC yesterday, as a continuing part of his engagement with different caucus groups from Congress. And there's a range of topics that's often discussed in these meetings. Of course, immigration, but they discuss a range of issues typically. And it's an opportunity for the president to hear, to listen, to understand what there's an opportunity to move forward, what there is not an opportunity to move forward. And we've said before, and he reiterated during this meeting, that we are certainly open to and looking at what executive actions could be taken on immigration and on that front, even though obviously passing a law through Congress would ensure that it was permanent.
And going to that, there is a group of bipartisan lawmakers that met today to discuss immigration reform. Has the president been in contact with them at all? Has he discussed kind of, you know, what would he like to see in a bipartisan immigration legislation? I know he introduced his own kind of outline of what he would like to see in immigration legislation, but has he talked to any of these senators?
Well, he met with the CHC yesterday, and he met with the House CHC members just in the last couple of weeks, and certainly he's discussed with those pivotal members recently what he would like to see and his interest in moving an immigration bill forward. I would say the bill he put forward on his first day in office, he very much thinks could be a bipartisan bill. It includes smarter security, something everybody should support. It includes efforts to fix our asylum processing system, to protect DACA recipients. Those are all steps and components that have had bipartisan support in the past, so he continues to see that as a model.
Reached out to any Republican senators, Senator Tillis, Senator Cornyn, on this topic?
I don't have any individual calls or engagements to read out. I would just tell you that the fact that he put forward this bill his first day in office shows you how important he thinks this issue is, and he is open to working with anyone who wants to play a constructive role in fixing the broken immigration system. Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. Our ABC poll with the Washington Post this week found that in the states where abortion restrictions have been passed in recent years, only 30% of residents in those states were actually aware of the restrictions. Yeah. What role does the White House have in raising awareness of those specific state restrictions? And what will you do about that in the coming months?
You know, Karen, I'm not sure that's the White House role, right? We obviously are in this moment now where the world, the country, is tuning into the fact that women's health care and women's basic rights, fundamental rights that have been the law for 50 years, could be at risk. And that will likely alert many Americans to that, as well as state laws in their own states, because there's more reporting and there's more talking about it. And certainly that's something we fit into and we engage with. But it will also be leaders and elected officials in these states that will continue to educate their public about this as well.
And just on a different topic, the country's closing in on a grim milestone of 1 million deaths from COVID. We saw the White House mark the 500,000 deaths in February. How will the president mark that milestone? Will he at the White House?
He certainly will. We look at the CDC as well as Johns Hopkins data. I know different media organizations track it differently, so just so you know how we track it from here. And once we hit this milestone, the president will certainly mark this incredibly somber moment. This moment will call on all of us to remember the tragedy of this number and the importance for all of us to act. That's what the president has done, standing up a historic vaccination program, investing in life-saving treatments and tools for the American people. And Americans have acted too by getting vaccinated and boosted. But we have more to do, and we can also honor those who have lost. I don't have anything to preview at this point in time, but he certainly will be marking it here. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Sweden has said that they have gotten security guarantees from the United States in case they decide to apply to join NATO. Can you maybe offer a comment and tell us whether those guarantees would apply to other countries willing to join NATO?
Well, our militaries have worked together for years, and we are confident that we could find ways to address any concerns either country may have if about the period of time between a NATO membership application and the formal accession to the alliance. We obviously strongly support NATO's open door policy and the right of each country to decide its own future, foreign policy and security arrangements, and both Sweden and Finland are close and valued defense partners of the United States. So we've worked with them for years, and we are confident we'll be able to work with them to address any concerns either country may have, but those are ongoing discussions.
Hi, Jen. In the wake of the draft Supreme Court decision, Texas Governor Abbott indicated that Texas may seek to overturn the 1982 Supreme Court decision that found that states were required to offer free public education to all students, including the children of undocumented immigrants. Does the White House have any response to those comments from Abbott?
Well, that's ultra mega right there. The president talked about yesterday. We're talking about, just to restate that, denying public education to kids, including immigrants to this country. I mean, that is not a mainstream point of view. What I will tell you, as the president has looked at and reviewed, since you referenced the draft opinion, and he's talked about this a little bit, but just to build this out a little bit more for you. He's talked about how it raised the alarms for him and how the draft decision would endanger other American rights, in addition to the basic right of every woman to keep her personal health care decisions between herself and her doctor. Obviously, there are decisions like that way out of the mainstream that Governor Abbott has announced. But it's also, if you look at Roe, Roe is the precedent, right? Is the precedent for the right to privacy, and that decision has been upheld numerous times since. And everybody doesn't make the connections between what Roe has been the basis of. So let me just spell it out for you, and this is what's on the mind of the president. The right to privacy has been the basis for other landmark decisions that safeguard our basic rights as Americans, including who we choose to marry, with whom to have romantic relationships, and whether to use contraception. For example, I mentioned Griswold versus Connecticut yesterday, Eisenstadt versus Baird, which ensured that the right to use contraception was protected, Oberfeld versus Hodges, which protects the right to marry, Lawrence versus Texas, which stopped government from preventing sexual relationships between consenting adults. The basis for the draft decision would cut against decades of precedent and throw millions of lives into turmoil. And when he talks about this, and when he talks about privacy, and when he goes back and talks about the fight against Bork, he's talking about this as a precedent for a lot of these decisions that have enormous impacts on people's lives. Go ahead.
Yesterday, the House Whip Clyburn appeared alongside Congressman Cuellar. He's facing a primary challenger who supports abortion rights. He doesn't. Does the president think that Democratic leadership should be standing behind a member of Congress who's part of the Democratic Party who opposes abortion rights at this time, especially in Texas, which has a trigger law?
I certainly understand your question. I'm just not going to get into politics or political primaries from here.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Do you have another question? Go ahead.
You might say that.
Okay.
On the
Hatch Act.
process,
It is the law. It is the rule. I don't make the rule. Go ahead.
There's been a lot made of what the justices Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, Barrett said during their confirmation hearings about Roe versus what we assume they would have, where they would have come down in this draft opinion. Obviously, the president was the chairman of the Judiciary Committee for a long time, and we've seen senators on the committee now say that this is just more evidence that, these aren't informative or productive process if they're not willing to answer these questions. What does the president make of this kind of debate happening right now between the utility of the confirmation hearings?
I don't think the president, we have not seen a final opinion, and I don't think the president's going to weigh in on that. It may not even weigh in on that afterwards. But obviously, they will all be judged by what their comments were. Now, at the same time, the president, no one is questioning, including certainly not the president, as you noted, former chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, checks and balances or the legitimacy of the court. We are certainly not from here. As a former chair of the Judiciary Committee who has been steeped in these issues for decades, he disagrees with the reasoning behind this draft opinion profoundly, because it would throw the health care for millions of families into turmoil and would also threaten protections, as I noted, and that goes back to the precedent for a number of important cases that have determined who people have the right to marry, the privacy over contraception. Remember, it used to be that you wouldn't have the privacy of deciding to get contraception with your husband. Imagine how crazy that is. That's what we're talking about right now, these type of rights that the American people have. And he may strongly agree with the outcome or the final opinion of that. But he of course believes in the legitimacy of all three branches of government. Go ahead.
Jen, thank you. Yesterday, first of all, congratulations to both you and Karine.
I appreciate I'm getting congratulations. I guess it's so that I can sleep and read books, and I'm taking all of the recommendations. Huge congratulations, really, to Karine. Yes, thank you, though. Yes.
I have two questions. The first is, yesterday you were talking from the podium, the Fed chair during his press conference as well, about the strength of the economy, the possibility for a soft landing. Today it's a little bit of a different story. The stock market is down more than 1,000 points. A CNBC survey shows 80% of small business owners see a recession in the next 12 months. So I'm wondering if the White House took note of the market rout today, and what, if anything, it signals about the health of the underlying economy.
Well, we don't judge the economy by the daily movement of the stock market. And that is true, has been true of most presidents and most White Houses in the past. We look at Main Street and not just Wall Street. I would note, just for fact's sake, that since President Biden took office, the stock market is up approximately 9%. I still think that's true as it closed. You can check me on that. But our focus, and the focus of many economists who look at this question of whether we're headed toward a recession, is on fundamental economic data, including the number of jobs that have been created, the growth of the GDP. Obviously, we have the unemployment rate at 3.6%, the biggest single year drop in U.S. history. Household balance sheets are strong. Businesses are investing in the United States. And we even saw the high level of investment, even with the GDP numbers that we saw earlier this week, last week. We still saw high levels of business investment. So that's all the data we look at. That's the data most economists look at. We certainly understand that in terms of consumer confidence, and I don't know what this small business data looked at, it may be that people see costs, they see the stock market. We understand that when you're measuring people's emotions or people's reaction, that's what that captures, but we're still looking at the basic fundamentals, as are many economists on the outside, including Jason Furman and others. Go ahead.
One more question, which is just about the Operation Klepto Capture. You talked about the yacht that was seized on top of this. What does the U.S. do with all the assets that it's getting? I mean, where do these yachts go? What are you using all of the money for that you're obtaining from these oligarchs?
Well, there is actually legislation that we've proposed and that we're working with Congress on where some of this could go. But I can check on that for you, and where the yacht is parked right now. I'm now very interested in that question as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Just a quickie for you. Can we tell us your plans now that you have a successor?
I have nothing to announce on my plans, other than, as I said earlier, to sleep, to read books. If there's anything I should stream on Netflix or wherever, Hulu, other places, I'm happy to do that. I take recommendations. I'm today obviously just celebrating Karine, and I will have a lot to say about my team, the president, Dr. Biden, all of you. I'm just kidding. It will be nice things about all of you next week, but nothing to say or announce about what's next. Go ahead. Okay, last one. Go ahead. Sir, I think I've taken 2 questions from you, so I'm going to take a question over here. Go ahead.
Let me just first also say congratulations to you, and also to Karine. So excited to have you as a new person in this position. Just 2 quick questions. My colleague before talked about what Texas is doing. But in D.C. tomorrow, there's going to be a new bill introduced by a council member that would prohibit the city from cooperating with any other state's investigation into someone who's gotten or performed an abortion. And as states are trying to scramble what to do, is that something that you would even see the administration kind of getting behind, as we're seeing all these things pop up in different states?
Yeah, so if I understand it correctly, it's to protect people's rights so that they can't be investigated? Right. So the Department of Justice, I'd have to check with them and our counsel's office on this, but one of the things they reiterated when we saw SB 8 and the Texas law is people's rights. And I think it's important for people to remember now, even in this moment, that this has not been overturned at this point. The final opinion has not been out. People across the country still have fundamental rights to make choices about their own health care. And so that sounds to me like it's an effort to protect people's rights and those who support them. That's something the Department of Justice has spoken out about, to make sure people understood that. I can certainly check on this specific law. We've got to wrap it up because it's 6 o'clock, but anyone going to Cincinnati, it's going to be great. Okay, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now. We are just going on noon Pacific time here on the West Coast in about 10 minutes from now. But we want to switch gears to one of the other major headlines. Elon Musk taking over Twitter. And our very own Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson spoke with a consumer insights expert to learn more. Let's take a look.
Elon Musk buying Twitter has certainly gotten a lot of conversations going, not just on the social media platform, but also in the world, talking about free speech. We want to kind of break down what we know at this time as this deal is still underway with our consumer insights and innovation strategist, Lisa Miller. She's joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And I know so many people were concerned. There was others who were happy about this deal. Elon Musk himself saying it's all about free speech. What have you been hearing as far as this Twitter deal takeover and the response from those who are on Twitter platform day in and day out?
Right. It's such a crazy world, right, when all of this is happening. And a couple of things just to get us started is the first thing is, competition is always good. So when we have competition, between the social media, big companies, that's going to raise the game for everybody. But I think one of the things that might surprise people relative to Twitter, its audience is actually quite small compared to a lot of the other platforms. About 23% of Americans are on Twitter versus YouTube at 80%, Facebook at 69%, and even Instagram at 40%. So all in, it's a lot of chatter, but it's actually a pretty small group of people that are on Twitter today. And the other thing that's so fascinating is that when it comes to who's tweeting, it's a very, very small group. About 10% of the Twitter users do 80% of the tweets. And so when you think about that way, right now, there's a small amount of people that are really controlling the conversation. And I think that Elon Musk wants to open that up and grow it and make it competitive with some of the other social media.
Well, and that's what I wanted to ask then, hearing that it's not as many people on it. Do we think once this deal is done and he does take over that platform and he really kind of lets it be a little bit of a place that's broader for all points of view, do we think there are going to be more people who are going to start to log into it and use it as a source to voice their opinion?
Well, the other thing that's so interesting, that's such a great question. I think that's on everybody's mind, including Elon Musk, because obviously if he's going to put that much money in it, he wants to grow it because he's in it for the business. But what's interesting is that all the different social media platforms kind of have different purposes within consumers' lives. So Twitter is all about the elevator speech. It's where you get your news, what's happening right now. But Facebook is really more about your personal stories, your community, and your family, and they're very different. But the one thing that it's probably not surprising, of that 23% of Americans that are on Twitter, most of them do lean more to the left and more Democrat by 2-to-1 ratio. So right now that the platform today doesn't really represent a holistic view, it is actually very skewed. The other thing too is that on the Republican side, what's fascinating is they actually feel like the banning of people on Twitter, like 60% of Republicans that are on Twitter say it's really bad that the democracy is really sheltered on Twitter today. So if it opens up, I think Twitter audiences will grow.
Yeah, and that was going to be another question. Obviously, we've heard some of those names being thrown out there, being banned from the platform before. Are they going to be allowed back on it? And then, as you mentioned, too, if it is going to involve more free speech, more opinions being out there, whether they're right or wrong, a lot of conspiracy theories, a lot of maybe disinformation being shared, but is it going to allow that to be posted? Because some people have said, obviously they appreciated some of that disinformation getting flagged and being taken down, whereas now that could be a concern for some of those users who are on the platform.
Right. And that's that dynamic tension that we're kind of all debating right now is at the end of the day, even a large percent of Twitter users today honestly feel like they actually have had misinformation. So that is definitely very real. The other thing that's real, it's a much smaller number, but about 17% of Twitter users actually feel like they've been bullied or harassed on Twitter. And so if those types of things don't change, no matter who owns it, people won't want to be on there because why should they get bullied? The other important fact too is that a lot of consumers, I think it was about half, actually feel like they might regret something they put on Twitter. And so they feel like it might negatively impact them. So there's a lot of things that are prohibiting or barriers that need to come down before more people will want to partake in Twitter.
And of course, there's still quite a lengthy amount of time before some of those changes would be made on the platform. Have you guys had any insight or have an idea on what the timeline does look like when this deal is going to go through? And then I do want to touch on too that there is the Federal Trade Commission. They're reviewing the deal because again, this is a huge $44 billion deal that Elon Musk did. And of course, a lot of people concerned about his other businesses and now him purchasing Twitter as well.
Yes, and so I don't really have the knowledge on the FTC, but what I can say is that given the magnitude of scale, usually when you have the antitrust, it's that when somebody, becomes so dominant in the industry, and he's actually the smallest game in town versus the other social media. So it'll be interesting to see what they're thinking about relative to the FTC. But the other thing that's interesting, and with he had to sell a lot of the stock, his stock, to be able to pay for it. He did bring in investors, $7 billion worth of investors. And what that people are saying about that is that was to kind of calm down the Tesla investors because they want to make sure that Tesla and their stock in Tesla is taken care of. So I think that you see that he's pivoted around that to try to keep everybody at peace.
Yeah, and different industries that he's involved with too. It'd be different if he did have a different social media platform that he was in charge of, like you said, where he then started kind of building that monopoly. But when you're talking about SpaceX and Tesla and Twitter, those are all three very different entities that he's in charge of.
Absolutely. And the one thing that honestly, if we take it back a step and kind of forget all the chatter about all of this, the one thing that I hope most people can agree is that he does bring innovation to everything that he touches. And when innovation happens, that usually is very good for consumers and the economy to kind of shake things up a little bit. And that's where everybody brings their A game to it. So in that regard, there should be a lot of positive excitement about what innovation. And he's been looking at, you've probably seen of, there's Twitter Blue, and that's where they're charging $2.99 for added features and benefits. And so I think he's going to kind of shake it up and reinvent it. And 9 times out of 10, that's usually a good thing, especially for consumers.
Yeah, I know he's been very vocal on Twitter now, asking opinions from those who are actually using the social media platforms. Hey, what changes would you like to see, and taking some of those things under consideration? Another thing that he had talked about too was trying to get rid of some of those bots, because it does seem like you get those no matter which social media platform you're on, but they're always there bothering people, I feel like, online.
Right. Well, and I think, yes, he definitely has talked about, getting rid of the bots and all of that. But I think what's so positive is asking for consumers' inputs to be a part of the process. And that's just innovation, consumer marketing 101, to make sure you're meeting the needs of the customers. And clearly with such a skew of 10% or so, representing 80% of the tweets, that means there's a whole lot of people that are kind of on Twitter, but sitting in the sidelines and not really participating. And the fact of it's really younger, it skews a little bit more to the left, there's a lot of runway to actually make Twitter more inclusive and more about free speech. So again, if we kind of think about the glass half full, those are the things that probably are going to be very bright spots for this potential acquisition.
And let's just kind of talk about then when we might see some of these changes. Obviously, there's still a lot of pieces that need to be placed before this takeover is complete and before they'd even start to make some of those changes to the platform itself.
Yes, and I don't really have any knowledge around the exact timing, but from history, when you look at his kind of operations in the past, he definitely makes pretty swift changes once he takes on a project. And what I see and what his work is again, that entrepreneurial spirit, that innovation spirit is try a lot of things. He may fail often, but he's going to try a lot of things pretty quickly. And also, it will not be surprising if he actually brings in some of his trusted advisors and so on to make sure that when he takes over, it'll go smoothly with people that he trusts.
What do you think the biggest change that users and other people are going to notice once this does finally go through?
Well, I think I would expect, based on, again, his innovation principles, he will do those added features and benefits. I'm not sure if it's going to be like what the Twitter Blue is today at $2.99, but I would imagine there's going to be some version of pay for more benefits. And I know there's a lot of people that are kind of up in arms, like, oh my gosh, now we're going to have to pay for Twitter. But he on his tweets, he's saying those casual users, and those casual users are probably about 80% of the people that aren't really tweeting anyway. But I think people, as long as it's worth it and the benefits that he's offering are worth it, then I think people will pay. Now, if it's, for the exact same thing today, it's $2.99 tomorrow, just for the exact same thing, that's not going to work because nobody wants to pay more for the same benefits. But I think he'll do a nice job in the innovation space.
Right. I'm excited to see what other kind of ideas, like you said, he obviously has a very smart people surrounding him when it comes to anything that he touches. So I'm excited to kind of see what they might come up with next. Anything you think we feel we left out that's important to mention when it comes to this huge Twitter deal and Elon Musk?
Well, I think that, as I guess I would leave on that innovation, is that one of the things that Elon Musk brings to those industries that he participates in, he creates a future that most of us couldn't even imagine. And when it comes to space travel, when it comes to Tesla, and so we may not even know how far of a future state he might create. But I think that, again, change in that regard is exciting. It's uncomfortable. When we're used to doing certain things a certain way, yeah, it makes us nervous, but at the same time, that's what makes it exciting and fun. So that's kind of how I would kind of close on it.
I'm excited to kind of see where things go from here, and especially with those numbers that you shared in the beginning too, see how the amount of users and how many people are on, but also now finally going to be contributing to just some of those tweets, how it all changes here in these next few months and even a year down the road as well. So we do appreciate all the insight that you've been giving us here today. Lisa Miller joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for giving us more details on this deal.
Thank you, Christy. Have a good one.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now. Talking about Russia and Ukraine, our very own Fox Los Angeles spoke with a filmmaker that is helping out a foundation called the Children of War Foundation. And this brings medical supplies and other necessities to the people of Ukraine. And Fox Los Angeles had an opportunity to speak with this filmmaker. Let's take a look at that interview.
It is day 70 in Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine.
Today, supply lines in Ukraine coming under fire. Russia says it used guided missiles to hit multiple railway stations across the country. Those are used to supply Ukrainian forces with Western-made weapons. Russia's defense ministry vowing today to target future NATO shipments. The warning comes as Russia ramps up its attacks on civilian areas.
Meanwhile, an LA-based organization is doing its part to help the people of Ukraine. The Children of War Foundation sent one of its members to Ukraine to hand-deliver $500,000 of medical supplies to hospitals in both Kyiv and Lviv. Much of the medicine and surgical gear was donated by several hospitals in Los Angeles that partner with the Children of War. James P. Axiotis is that Children of War Foundation member who traveled into the war zone, and we welcome James to the program tonight. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me. Thank you.
I first want to let everybody know that you decided to partner with Children of the War because you're a TV and film producer. You've been in the business for years, and you wanted to offer your services to document this and everything that's going on overseas in Ukraine. So we know that you went into the decimated war zone of Bucha within Ukraine. What was that like? What did you see?
I don't think anyone's prepared to what Bucha is a destroyed city. You realize that they went in and they decimated a community of where people were. You see where people who were probably carrying shopping bags were murdered and were shot, and the bags are still there. And the smell of, you can still smell the smoke. You can still smell the stench in the air. And I was just shocked to see, until you actually see it in person right there. These are homes, these are families' homes, these are kids' homes, playgrounds riddled like that with bullets. And I don't know if it was a psychological message they were trying to send to people, but this wasn't soldier on soldier from like the old days in the war where they're just in bunkers fighting. These are communities. There's nothing left of Bucha. This town is destroyed. These people have lost everything. And that was, I think, like in the shops and stores, there was an animal store where, the birds were dead inside, and the little taverns like that, where these are communities. And I think that was the most gripping. We were allowed to go into Bucha because the hospital we were with, they took me in an ambulance, and we were able to get in. And I just was floored at what they did, the complete and utter devastation. If this war ended today, there's as you see, there's no going home. There's no like, okay, let's go back and fix the windows and paint the walls. It's gone. It's completely gone.
And you said you were especially moved by the images of tanks.
Yeah, as we're driving into Kyiv, I mean, all the gas stations were blown up. There were tanks and cars blown up on the side of the road. Again, not prepared as a civilian, as a producer, TV producer. I'm just going there to document and show the medical mission we're doing. But on the side of the road, you just pull over and there's, Russian tanks blown up. And yes, there were people dead inside. And some of the guys that were with me jumped in and wanted to see, but it was absolutely devastating. I've never, and also one thing people don't realize, we have to travel with, our phones have to be in airplane mode. All the signs of the town are blacked out. So you can't see if Kyiv's 50 miles away or 20 miles away. They blacked all that out. So it was a very dystopian. We were using paper maps. We had a Ukrainian map. We had to take some southern routes to get into Kyiv because it's just, again, it's always, and everywhere we stayed, the hotels, restaurants, we had to ask them, is there a bunker here? Is there shelter if the sirens go off? I had an app on my phone. So it was just a whole nother way these people are living.
Yeah, and the mission, though, is so commendable. Thank you for sharing your images with us. But let's talk about why you were there, and that is to deliver $500,000. We have less than a minute, so talk to us about what you did.
Children War, we were fortunate. We were donated this medical supplies from hospitals here in LA and Orange County. And so it came down to like, we got to get this stuff in. And we bought duffel bags, and you see the boxes there. And we partnered with Delta Airlines, was really accommodating to help us get all the stuff onto the plane. And I just said, I'm going to buy tickets. I met this ambulance team in Krakow, Poland. And we drove in, and we were able to deliver this medical aid to these hospitals that gave us these lists of the supplies that they need, both in Kyiv and Lviv. We were there the day of bombing, I believe it was the 19th in Lviv, where 7 people died that day. But going in and just being able, the great thing was being able just to say, here you go, here's the medicine you needed, and just hand it to them directly. And they were so grateful.
Well, we know that you can use more donations. So for our viewers, if you'd like to get involved to donate, check out Children of the War at their website. It is COWF.org. James P. Axiotis, thank you for risking your life and all that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing the story. I really appreciate it. Getting the word out. I really appreciate it.
Heroic of you to go out there.
We'll be right back.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles, bringing you this live shot from the Supreme Court building. Abortion protests are underway, and barricades were set up in front of the steps of the Supreme Court building on Monday as authorities anticipated crowds in response to the bombshell report on abortion's rights earlier this week, since Politico published the leaked article from the Supreme Court showing a draft majority opinion to overturn Roe versus Wade. Thousands of people have shown up to protest in front of the High Court, and we are seeing that there right now. A tall security fence was erected around the Supreme Court building on Wednesday evening into Thursday morning following concerns about protesters and demonstrations. Now, the fencing is similar to what we saw that was set up at the Capitol following last year's riot. The barrier is in front of the Supreme Court. However, it does not encircle the entire building, but you can see people out and about holding up signs and protesting happening at the Supreme Court right now, and bringing you this live shot here on Live Now from Fox, because that's what we do here on Live Now. When we ever have these breaking sources, we bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Now, again, these barricades were set up in front of the steps of the Supreme Court building as authorities anticipated that crowds would show up in response to the report on abortion's right. Again, that article was leaked from the Supreme Court showing a draft majority opinion to overturn Roe versus Wade. Now, the demonstrations have been peaceful so far, despite pro-life and pro-choice protesters voicing their opinions on the contentious topic. The U.S. Capitol Police released the following statement regarding their security plan, saying, quote, "We are working closely with our partner law enforcement agencies to prepare for any potential demonstrations in the area of the Supreme Court, including any additional officers in the area." And you can see those protests happening this weekend, other protests scheduled on Mother's Day as well in front of churches and religious buildings. So we will keep an eye on that today and tomorrow here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. And for those of you just joining us right now, we are bringing you some live picture and live coverage of an abortion protest happening in front of the Supreme Court. You can see people out holding up signs, and a tall security fence was erected around the Supreme Court building Wednesday evening into Thursday morning following concerns about protesters and demonstrations, although as we've heard so far, those protests have been peaceful. Now, the fencing is similar to what was around the Capitol building last year during and after the Capitol riot on January 6th. The barrier in front of the Supreme Court, however, does not encircle the entire perimeter of the building. Now, barricades were set up in front of the steps of the Supreme Court on Monday, as well as authorities anticipated crowds in response to that report on abortion rights. Again, Politico published a leaked article from the Supreme Court showing a draft majority opinion to overturn Roe versus Wade, and this has caused thousands of people to show up to protest in front of the High Court. And these demonstrations, once again, proving to be peaceful despite pro-life and pro-choice protesters voicing their opinions on the topic. And the U.S. Capitol Police released a statement regarding their security plan, saying that they are working closely with partner law enforcement agencies to prepare for any potential demonstrations in the area of the Supreme Court, and including any additional officers to the area. But you can see out here at the Supreme Court, abortion protests happening. So I wanted to bring you this live shot here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to go out to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we return, we are going to switch our coverage back on the latest on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, starting with the latest Pentagon press briefing from yesterday, if you missed that. So keep it right here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Thanks so much for being with us on this Saturday.
All of that is so connected and so related to being able to control your own self-determination, control your own destiny, control your own life, right? That's all the same thing. And when you talk about labor issues, you got to talk about war, what we were just talking about, what we just said. You got to talk about war, you got to talk about racism, right? We know there's racist shit that happens at work. We know that black women make a lot less money than white women, that black women make a whole lot less money than white men. But we're all out here to say, if we have to struggle together, all of us struggle together to get where we're going. So I want to introduce Yasmin Zara. Please clap for her as she comes up. Hello!
Secretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment to join me today, because obviously you have shown a higher degree of interest in the contracting of the kind of the support that we're giving to Ukraine, and so I asked Dr. Plant to come here and give you some highlights of some of the work we've been doing through his team, the Acquisition and Sustainment team, to support Ukraine, to include contracting for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative funds, and working with the defense industry. Again, that's something that we've been talking about for the last few days, and I know you're interested in that. Dr. LaPlante has a heart out here, so I'm going to stop talking and let him go to the podium. He's got some opening comments, and then we'll take some questions, but we've got to get him out of here about quarter after the hour. So with that, sir, thank you so much for joining.
Good afternoon. Thank you, John. Hi, everybody. So I'll make a few remarks here, as John said, and then we'll take some questions. So thanks again for being here. So I do want to provide a couple of updates before we do get into the questions. Some things on contracting and other funding for key systems. I think the last few weeks have really highlighted the intensity of conventional conflicts now in the 21st century, and the demand for munitions and weapons platforms, it really outpaces anything we've seen in recent memory. As I'm sure you're all aware, the Ukraine Supplemental Appropriations Act was signed into law on the 15th of March. Of the $13.6 billion in that appropriation, $3.5 billion was appropriated to replenish U.S. stocks of equipment sent to Ukraine through the presidential, it's called the presidential drawdown. Okay, following the required 30-day notification period to Congress, the first tranche of funds, roughly $1.45 billion, was transferred to the Army and the Marines earlier this week to procure replenishment stocks of Stingers, Javelins, and other key components. We are actively negotiating right now, the Army is, for Stingers and related components, and that's ongoing. Expect to get that awarded by the end of May. For Javelins, the award is imminent, so that's all happening right now. Now, in the second supplemental that's been requested by the White House, that's been gone over, that's the $33 billion request supplemental. 5.4 of that would be for additional replenishment. So again, 3.5 was approved before. We're asking in the next supplemental for 5.4. Okay, the second item is the security assistance under authority provided by the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, or USAI. Unlike presidential drawdown, this is an authority under which the U.S. can procure capabilities directly from industry rather than delivering equipment out of our stockpiles. So it's a different category. On April 1st, we announced $300 million in security assistance under USAI, and to date, the DoD has already awarded 8 contracts totaling $136.8 million. And we'll have some of the details of this if you're interested, but these awards included unmanned aerial systems, Puma, advanced precision kill weapon system, communication devices, combat medical equipment and supplies, meals ready to eat, even binoculars. So again, this also includes a $17.8 million for Switchblade unmanned aerial systems, and that's an award that's going to be seen later today and later this afternoon. So again, out of the $300 million, we have plans for all $300 million, but we've announced already the awards for $136.8 million. I want to highlight that, again, this is in the next supplemental. An additional $6 billion was requested for USAI in the supplemental appropriation, which again provides capability directly to Ukraine and sending a clear message to industry, a demand signal. So I'll close by emphasizing that we are in contact with industry every day as our requirements evolve, and will continue to utilize all available tools to support Ukraine's armed forces in the face of Russia's aggression. As we work to mitigate supply chain constraints, speed up production lines, get contracting underway, we have also asked industry to present options for new systems that can meet strategic objectives. We did put out a request for information about 2 weeks ago in different categories of time frames, 30, 60, and 90 days, to industry and what they could provide. We've received and are looking at well over 300 proposals, and we're going through those right now in this book. And so there's a lot of work going on. So I'll stop at this point and we'll go to questions.
Thanks. I'll go ahead and moderate. So Ben, you want to go first? Is it like a one-to-one replacement? So the 1,400 Stingers that went out the door, does the U.S. reacquire 1,400, or are you getting more above that number?
It's not that simple, at least for this first tranche, as I understand it, because it depends on the system. It depends when the system was, the system that we're replenishing. The intent is to eventually go to a one-to-one replacement, but the intent is to eventually get to one-to-one. But the reason it may not be directly one-to-one in the first tranche is it just depends on when the system was bought and then buying it today. But the intent is to get to a one-to-one between a combination of these replenishment funds.
Hey, Tony, I think you're on the phone there. You want to ask a question?
Hey, thanks, Jen. Welcome back, Dr. LaPlante.
Hi, Tony.
I have a quick question for you. DO and DX rating programs, a lot of industry are asking for this DO rating, and some are even asking for the DX rating, the highest. What's the status of that? Are any programs being reviewed for that? Any new programs being reviewed for those designations because of Ukraine?
No, I appreciate the question, Tony. Well, they're always looking at the programs and making sure, particularly the DO list is up to date. There are many programs that already have DO designations, and we've already been using this. This is for Title I. This is for the rest of you guys, Defense Production Act Title I, which is basically prioritizing defense equipment over, say, a commercial item. So we're always looking at DO. DX rating that Tony referred to is we really reserve that to a very small category of things, and we have not had any plans to change that. We have not changed what's in that DX category.
Warren.
As I'm looking at this list, and you detailed a bit about this, but the only one we've seen announced under contracts, if I'm not mistaken, is the Pumas. You said the Switchblades would come later today. Why haven't we seen the contract announcements on the ones that are over the $7.5 million? And then I'm just curious if you can detail what $45 million in transportation
it should have been anything that was above $7.5 million should have been on Fed, should have been announced. So is there something up there that's greater than $7 billion that was not announced? $7 million, excuse me. We'll find out why that is.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know the answer, but it should be. You're right. The threshold is $7 million. Everything above 7 should be announced.
I've just checked. What is obligated to Ukraine. Just haven't seen anything since the $300 million announcement. But I was also wondering. You said you have plans for all $300 million.
Yes.
Is it more of what we're seeing here? Is it different systems? And then what is the $45 million in transportation?
Okay. The answer is more and different. Yes and yes. Depends. I mean, that depends. The $45 million for transportation. That's government. That's for the government. That's for us to actually for things like DLA and Transcom to get the equipment over. That's what that.
Pulled from the USAI.
It's out of the 300. You take 45 off the 300, and then the rest are the systems. And so 136. You add, and you add to it 45, and so we still have that delta that we're going to announce between that and 300.
Jen?
A couple of things. You mentioned the Switchblades. There's been talk about the Switchblade 600s not being delivered. Why have they not been delivered? Is there some block to the procurement? Is it because they're not available yet? Is that being fixed to get them there?
Yeah, so let me tell you what I know about Switchblades, and we'll get you the answer on the specific part of the 600s, because I'm not sure I can answer that other than an educated guess, and I want to get it right. But here's the situation with the Switchblades overall. You may have seen the number 700 overall. Okay, what it is my understanding is there was 100 or so in one of the earlier tranches that were taken directly out of our inventory. Okay, so that was under the basically taken from our inventory. There's another 300 or so, right? This is 300 or so. They're coming from a combination of places, but I think the 300 is what we're putting under contract. Is that correct? That's because they have a hot production line. So we're able to put that under contract. And then the remainder, I think, is others that they may have in stock that we're doing. So it's a combination that adds up to 700. So we're using two different authorities to do it. I'm not specifically sure about the 600s. We'll get you an answer on that, on why. I assume that's in that first tranche that was supposed to be delivered. We'll get you that answer.
Yeah, they haven't been delivered. So in terms of earlier this week, the Taiwan defense minister said that they've been told that there's a backlog of deliveries for the howitzer, the self-propelled howitzer. Is there a shortage because of Ukraine? Is that affecting weapons shipments to Taiwan?
Not that I'm aware of. Now, let me remind you, this is the M777s we're talking about here. Yeah.
Well, M777s are what were delivered to Ukraine. These are a slightly different version. They're the Paladin howitzer for Taiwan, but there was a link being made in news reports about that it was a shortage as a result of Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, Jen, we've talked about this. This is a separate.
I was asking-
I understand, but it's a separate, a completely separate transactional process. There's not a correlation.
I wouldn't see a way that they would be connected. I mean, I could see trying to connect it, but I don't see those. I don't think those would be connected.
They're not. David.
So we had been told that in replacing these stockpiles, that the stockpiles didn't necessarily have to come back up to the previous level because those stockpiles had been acquired, years and years ago when warfare was different.
Sure.
But I came in late, but I thought I heard you say the intent is to replace on a one-for-one basis.
Right, to the extent that it depends on what one-to-one means, and I'll give you an example of exactly what I'm talking about. The model of javelins that are on the production line right now are called the F model, okay? This is that Lockheed Martin makes. The plan all along, before Ukraine, was to transition to a next generation of javelin, better seeker, better range, etc., called the G model. And so, of course, one of our decisions to make, and when we replenish it, we want to replenish it, probably we will, with the G model. So it's not quite a one-for-one replacement. Now, think of some other systems that are much older than that. You have it's going to be harder. For example, the M777s is an example. We don't have that in production anymore. So what's the replacement equivalent for an M777? And we're going through all of these calculations right now. So it's one-for-one to the best you can do, or the equivalent of that. But this is the issue that's happening. We're having to go through this calculation, and so the Europeans, our allies, which is if they're replacing, for example, the Poles sending Russian-made originally tanks, what do they want to replace them with, et cetera, et cetera. So everybody's going through the same calculation of what is the replacement.
John, go ahead.
Thank you. Are you looking to buy any additional Phoenix Ghost drones through the USAI fund?
I'm not aware that we're looking to buy them, but I think, I'll just say this, in many of these contracts, they're used what's sometimes called an indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity, IDIQ is the terminology, which it's a contract that has a ceiling on it, but that you can put individual task orders against it. The nice thing about that is if later on you have a contract already set up or a pretty ready mechanism, if you want to go back and buy more of something, even more than we originally planned, it's pretty straightforward to do it. I'm pretty sure we will have that arrangement in that case, but it also depends on each system is different. Is it in production? What systems are being still in our stockpile, et cetera.
And then just more broadly speaking, are you looking to boost U.S. inventories of the Phoenix Ghost?
That I can't answer. We can find the answer to that. I don't know. It was Phoenix Ghost was made, if you know, were executed by the big Safari office in the Air Force. If you know anything about that office, they do lots of really great, fast type work. They were very active during Afghanistan and Iraq. And sometimes they just, I don't know the answer to it, we'll find out, but it just depends on what the operational needs are. There are lots of UAS systems. And each UAS system does something slightly different. But I'll find out for you the answer to that.
Tony Bertuga, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. LaPlante. In the $33 billion supplemental that went over to Congress, there was a $500 million request for something called a Critical Munitions Acquisition Fund. There was also a $50 million request for a Defense Exportability Transfer Account. Can you tell us what those things are and what they're going to do? Because I assume your office is going to run them.
Yeah. So I think they're both generally to try to help us in the situation that we find ourselves in is a situation that unfortunately happens periodically. It's the third time in my adult memory since 2000 that we've had this happen where all of a sudden we find our production lines to have to be boosted up. First time was after 9/11. What happened is, if you remember, we went into Afghanistan in October. Well, by December, late December 2001, we were running really low on munitions because we hadn't planned. 9/11 had happened, hadn't been budgeted in. Those munition lines got hot, stayed hot for a long time. But then, as we did the drawdown in Afghanistan and Iraq, or thought we were going to certainly draw down in Iraq about 2014, same thing. The budgeteers, we turned the production lines down, and then the ISIS fight and the ISIL fight happened, and right, we were scrambling in the same way we are now. So you can't. The idea behind the fund and the exportability piece, it's an idea. It's not a new idea. but it's one that has basically almost a working capital or replenishment fund that we can have a continuous stockpile. Because we can't predict exactly which weapons are going to be needed. We're not going to predict what the next surprise will be, but at least find our way not in the same situation. Because that's why munitions go up and down. Because when peace breaks out, the budgeteers turn down the knob, the production lines go quiet, and then unfortunately, when events happen, they're often a surprise, and you find yourself in the same situation. So it's a way to hopefully build up a little bit of a buffer for the next time.
I wanted to follow up on that. How has the Ukraine war changed your assumptions on what kind of stockpile is necessary? And at this point, you know, Ukraine has been using a lot of munitions, very rapid pace. How close are our stockpiles to the point where you wouldn't be able to push more forward without putting our own stockpiles at risk?
Well, that's the calculation that's being done every day, and it's really a trade-off between readiness and modernization. It's something that the war fighters and the services are experts at this. They had to do it during sequester. In that case, it was you have a funding cut you didn't think you were going to get, you know, and you can only take the money from certain places. Well, where did they take the money? Fungible money was in ONS. It hit training. What happened? Readiness went down. But that was a risk that was taken at that time to try to protect some of the modernization, the new stuff. So exactly those calculations are going on right now, where the warfighters are looking and saying, how much risk am I willing to take on my readiness? You know, and then at the same time, we're trying to protect our modernization. Here, the constraint is really time, and the variable that is hard to figure out is time. But I will say this about, there's a lot of lessons being learned right now. I said at the very beginning of my opening statement about this is pretty unprecedented, the amount of munitions that are being used right now and have been used in the last month and a half. So I'm sure we're all going to be re-examining our assumptions. I do believe in Europe as well. I was at the NATO with our NATO partners talking bilaterally, not as part of NATO, but talking bilaterally. It was happening at a NATO event, and everybody's going through this calculation, you know. So.
Just as a quick follow-up, is there assumptions that future conflicts might look more like this one and less like what we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan, where there would be more precision-guided munitions, where there would be more need for drones, and that's how your assumptions are changing?
I wouldn't be able to say that. I'm not sure that. Certainly, I've not been in those conversations about what assumptions we would make about the future. You know, the U.S. military has to plan for almost every contingency, and so that's the thing we have to remind ourselves. We have to remind ourselves of Secretary Gates, what he said about our prediction record when he was Secretary of Defense. We had a perfect record. We were 0 for 9. So the prediction business in our world is one that's, we have to do it. It's best practice, but it's always to rely on saying this is what's going to happen next or likely to happen next. Clearly, we're learning stuff right now, and I'm sure it's going into the calculations. I'll just stop at that point.
Yep, I'm afraid we've run out of time. We've got to let Dr. O'Connor head off, and then we'll pick up with the rest of the briefing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, I probably should have raised the podium for Dr. LaPlante. It's set at Kirby height, but it's all right. All right, that was my opening statement, was him. So we can get right to questions. Ben, you got one for me?
Returning to the Moskva, are there any restrictions that you can talk about that the U.S. U.S. would impose or include on Ukraine in its use of American intelligence so as not to risk further escalation of the conflict. And then there's a report out there about a second patrol ship, Russian patrol ship that's been struck. And if there's anything at all you can say about that.
Yeah, we've seen the reports about this second. I think they're saying the reporting out there, at least in social media, was a Russian frigate. We've been looking at this all day, and we have no information to corroborate those reports. On the intelligence, I think you can understand, I'm going to be careful here in what we talk about in terms of the parameters of intelligence that we provide them. But we provide them what we believe to be relevant and timely information about Russian units that will allow them to adjust and execute their self-defense to the best of their ability. The kind of intelligence that we provide them, it's legitimate, it's lawful, and it's limited. And I would rather not get into what the degree to which there's limitations on there. But we try to be as timely and as relevant as we can. And I would also add, and this is not an unimportant point, we are not the only sole source of intelligence and information to the Ukrainians. They get intelligence from other nations as well. And they have a pretty robust intelligence collection capability of their own. I mean, they've been fighting this war against Russia for 8 years. It's not like they are completely blind to the way Russia organizes itself and the way Russia conducts itself on the battlefield. So, as you would expect any nation to do, they form a mosaic here. They collate the information that they're getting, and then they make their own decisions about what they're going to do with that. And if they do decide to do something with that intelligence, then they make the decisions about acting on it. Yeah.
Just on, I think when you were talking to the networks earlier today, you said the U.S. did not know beforehand that the attack on the Moscow was going to take place. I'm just curious, generally speaking, when the U.S. shares intelligence with the Ukrainians, does the U.S. ask what it's going to be used for, or is it just sort of handed over and said, do what you...
Yeah, again, I want to be careful not to get into the specifics of the intel sharing. I think we can all understand why it's not good to have an open discussion about intelligence sharing. I would just go back to what I've said before. We try to provide them useful and relevant, timely intelligence so that they can better defend themselves. But ultimately, they make the decision about what they're going to do with that information, if anything.
So they don't give you heads up saying, hey, we might...
We don't routinely get... no, we don't get... we don't get heads up about their day-to-day operations, nor do we expect to. I mean, they're in an active fight.
I guess if you're getting specific intelligence, why not ask, hey, what are you going to do with this?
We are, I'm not going to talk about the intelligence sharing process any more detailed than that. So we provide them useful, relevant intelligence so that they can better defend themselves. But they are under no obligation to tell us how they're going to use that information or when and where, if at all. Okay? Yeah, Tara.
Have any changes been made to U.S. force posture in the area, just in case there's retaliatory moves by Russia? Because
I think we don't talk about force protection measures that we take anywhere around the world. I can just tell you that we still have now more than 100,000 troops in Europe on rotational and permanent orders. They're still doing the jobs that they were doing before, in the air, on sea, and certainly on the ground. And we're always monitoring their force protection protocols and posture to make sure it's appropriate. But I would not speculate one way or the other about, that's not even speculation, I wouldn't comment one way or the other about what force protection protocols we put in place. Yeah.
Separately, the Lend-Lease Act was supposed to be signed into law in the coming days. Can you talk about how that's going to change things here at the Pentagon? I mean, they say it's going to make it easier for the U.S. to get equipment and weapons to Ukraine, but what does that actually mean?
Yeah, we've talked about this a little bit before. It's not signed into law, and so until the president decides to sign that, we're going to refrain from commenting on it. I would just back out a little bit and say, number one, we really do genuinely appreciate the support that we've gotten from Congress to allow us to continue to support Ukraine. And the President, as you saw just last week, asked for another $33 billion, $16 billion of which would affect the department specifically. And as you heard the Secretary say, we urge the Congress to act quickly on that so that we can keep providing this support in an uninterrupted way. Additional support legislated by Congress and approved by the President certainly is going to be helpful. Any additional support that we can provide Ukraine is going to be helpful, but I'm going to refrain from speaking to the specifics of that pending legislation unless or until the President signs it. Yeah.
John, a separate topic. Last week, Greece has violated Turkish airspace for about 30 times, which mounted the tension in Aegean Sea. I wonder what's your take on this, as currently, while the NATO is united against Russian aggression, this tension is mounting.
I don't have any knowledge of those reports. So I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll take the question and we'll see if we have any context on this. But before I make some sort of pronouncement here on what you're claiming happened, I think it'd be better if we just get ground truth here. And I just don't have any way to corroborate those reports.
Also, of course, it's a decade-long tension, actually, dispute between Turkey and Greece. Greece claimed that while their territorial water is 6 nautical miles, the airspace is 10 nautical miles. They claim the 10 nautical miles of airspace. What is the U.S. position? Can you just...
Yeah, let me take the question. I wasn't prepared to talk about Greek or Turkish airspace requirements here today, so I'm going to take the question so that I don't waste your time or any more on that.
An update on the training of Ukrainian troops in Europe. What the latest is, how many, what weapon systems?
Yeah, hold on just a second. Let's see here. I know it's here somewhere. Just hang on with me. So, as of today, more than 220 Ukrainian soldiers have completed M777 training. There's an additional 150 plus that are currently going through howitzer training. 15 Ukrainian soldiers have completed the Q-64 training. That's that mobile air defense radar system that we talked about. 60 Ukrainian soldiers have completed M113 training. That's the armored personnel carrier. And about 50 more are currently being trained on that right now. So that's it. Yeah, Jen.
John, earlier this week, General Milley in his prepared remarks to the Senate said that President Xi's goal for his military is by 2027 to have his military to the level that they could invade Taiwan. Later, he said that they may not get there. So 2 questions. A, from your point of view, from the Pentagon's point of view, why is China's military not at a point now that it could invade Taiwan until 2027? And what do you see happening that might cause General Milley or Secretary Austin to say that they may not get there even by 2027?
Well, there's an awful lot there. I mean, again, you're right to put a fine point on it, Jen. What the chairman said was that President Xi himself has said they want to have that capability by 2027, not necessarily that they have the intent to act on that capability by 2027. I think in order to answer your question fully, we'd be getting very quickly into a classified realm, and so I think we need to be careful here at the podium talking about the kinds of capabilities that the Chinese are trying to advance. With that and with in other regards in the Indo-Pacific in terms of their coercion and aggressive activities. I think, largely speaking, in addition to offensive capabilities, and you've seen them exercise amphibious, right? You've seen them conduct bomber patrols. You've seen them now build and put to sea, indigenous aircraft carriers. So offensive power projection capabilities. You've also seen them develop over many years what we call, it's a Pentagon sort of ism, but anti-area access denial capabilities. What that means is they're trying to accumulate standoff capabilities to prevent other militaries, including the United States, from physical access to whatever territorial claims they might make. And so it's a combination of these kinds of capabilities that I think we're watching, both offensive and anti-area access denial capabilities. Now, what would throw them off schedule? I mean, it could be any number of things, including economic challenges. I mean, they're not immune, very not immune to the international economy, and that can have an effect on, just like it has an effect on every nation, in terms of building up defense capabilities. What we're doing is just, again, there's no indication that they intend to do that by that or any other date, just that they've stated they want to have the capability. What we're focused on is making sure that we have appropriate capabilities to meet our security commitments in the region, and we have 5 of our 7 treaty alliances are there. We take those seriously, and so again, I point you to that budget. There is an awful lot in that budget, including a record number of dollars invested in science and technology research going forward to try to make sure that we too have the capabilities to meet those commitments. And again, the last thing I'd say is, the Secretary said this many times, there's no reason for cross-strait tensions to turn into conflict. No reason whatsoever. We continue to support the One China policy. The Secretary made that clear when he talked to Minister Wei not long ago. And we continue to support Taiwan and their ability to have their own intrinsic self-defense capabilities. Those efforts are going to continue. And we've also said, and continue to say, that we don't want to see the status quo change unilaterally in a military way. Yeah, Louis.
John, how much is left in the presidential drawdown authority funding? Is it $300 million? Is it $100 million?
It's about $250 million.
Is there a possibility of an additional announcement of a new PDA?
Well, I mean, we still have that. We still have some money left in drawdown authority, and I would certainly expect that you will see us want to use that authority. But I don't have any announcements to speak to from the podium right now. And again, I'd point you to knowing we were getting close to the end. That's why the President acted as early as he did to submit a new supplemental request, so that if Congress can act quickly on that, we can keep these drawdown authorities going without interruption, because clearly the war is not being interrupted, and we want to make sure we're as fleet of foot to help Ukraine as they have been on the battlefield.
Can you expand a little on what Dr. LaPlante was talking about, this new, the additional $17 million for the switchblades? I mean, does that equate to a numerical quantity? I mean, what the...
Well, I think what he's referring to was dollars matched to the 700 that we've committed. So we've committed to providing 700 switchblade systems to Ukraine. There's 100 of them in country right now, and I think he racked and stacked where the rest of it was coming from. Yeah.
John, the U.S. is supplying Ukraine with weapons, intelligence, training. While there are no U.S. troops on the ground, is this turning into somewhat of a proxy war between the U.S. and Russia? The U.S. has been clear it's not trying to escalate its involvement to provoke Putin, but where is the line there? Everything but troops and jets? Could you elaborate?
This is a war that Russia started on Ukraine. It's a war of choice that Mr. Putin chose to wage against the people of Ukraine, against the Ukrainian armed forces. That's the war. And it doesn't matter how much Mr. Putin wants to advance the rhetoric that it's somehow the West versus Russia, or that his national security was threatened. It wasn't, and this war isn't. It's not about the West. It's not about NATO. It's not about the United States. It's about his enmity towards Ukraine and the people of Ukraine. That's the war. That is what's going on right now. Yeah, Abraham.
Well, thanks, John. You often spoke with the Ukraine battlefield assessment that the war is changing because of the Donbass Eastern Front, different types of weapons, different types of problems. I wondered if you can touch on, has the air picture changed? We heard the other day that there are less Russian sorties. So are there less Stingers or less air defense systems going in, or is that the same type? What's going on with the air picture?
I think you've seen us change our support based on the kind of fighting that the Ukrainians are doing and expect to be doing over the coming weeks. And as the war migrated more towards a concentration on the Donbass, flat, open land, more rural, more indicative or relevant to mechanized warfare and artillery, and we're seeing that happen every day. Artillery barrages, back and forth, quite frankly. So we have modified and tailored the packages that we're providing. And when we have additional packages to announce, I think you'll see in them that relevance borne through. As for the air picture, it changes every day in terms of how many sorties the Russians fly. I'll let them speak to their air plan. But we continue to see the airspace contested. We continue to see the Ukrainians be very effective in their air defense capabilities, very nimble about that. But yet the Russians too have significant air defense coverage over Ukraine. And they do continue to launch both missile strikes as well as fixed manned airstrikes into Ukraine. Predominantly, the airstrikes we're seeing, whether they're missile strikes or drop from an aircraft, are happening in what we call the JFO, the Joint Forces Operations Area, basically the Donbass region where the fighting is really going on right now. And also down in Mariupol, even today, they continue to pound Mariupol. We continue to observe the same sort of risk aversion out of Russian pilots as we have seen before. They know that the Ukrainians have effective air defense, and so you don't see them fly very long or very often inside Ukrainian airspace. They launch their missions and end their missions basically, usually, mostly in Russian airspace. But it's very contested, and again, that's a real credit to how smart and how effective the Ukrainians have been about their air defense.
So would you say then that Donbass requires less U.S. air defense assistance?
What I would say is what the Donbass requires are the kinds of capabilities we are focused on providing the Ukrainians in these recent weeks. Artillery, long-range fires, these armored personnel carriers, the tow vehicles for the howitzers, the 155 rounds. The gun battles are real, and they're happening every day from both sides. That's what this terrain lends itself to. That's what Russian doctrine sort of tends to dominate when they're in this kind of environment. And again, reminding that this is an area of Ukraine that both sides have been fighting over now for 8 years. They're very familiar with that terrain, and that's what we're seeing used predominantly. I'm not going to say that there won't ever be and has never been in the fighting in Donbass a use for short-range air defense. I think I don't want to speak for the Ukrainians, but I think they would tell you that they're still finding those capabilities very relevant. But in terms of our flow of support and assistance, we're really trying to tailor it to what they're telling us they need, and what they're telling us that they need the most are what we call long-range fires, in this case artillery. Yep. Yes, ma'am, in the back there.
Valerie, with Breaking Trends.
It's hard to see back there. You're in the dark.
I like to sit in the shadows, just a couple quick follow-up questions. When you were going down your training kind of like overview, I didn't hear anything about Phoenix Ghost. Are those in Ukraine, or are those delivered yet, and are Ukrainians being trained on those yet?
Let's see. I do not show any of the Phoenix Ghost actually in Ukraine yet. And as for training, I know that there was some training done. Yeah, there's about 20. I'm sorry, I missed this when I went down the list. So thank you for calling it out. There's about 20 Ukrainian soldiers that are in their final day of a week-long, 7-day. Phoenix Ghost UAS training course. So, yeah, thanks for...
If I could just follow up really quickly. Dr. LaPlante, he talked about an RFP or a series of RFPs that went out and that he had 300 proposals. Do you have any additional information about what sort of strategic objectives did that, you know, the Pentagon is seeking to fill with those, and when some decisions might be made?
I don't. I couldn't begin to speculate there. Tom?
Can you say how many of the 90 howitzers that were promised are in country and also in the fight? And as far as the, I guess, 190,000 rounds that were promised, how many of those have arrived?
Yeah, let's see. Without getting into specific numbers on that,
you can.
You like that, wouldn't you? The vast majority of the 90 are inside Ukraine. The vast majority, but not all of them. And I'm sorry, your second question was?
And the rounds, 190,000 rounds promised. How many are in?
Yeah. So I'd say I'd put it at roughly 60% of the 144,000 rounds that we had committed over 2 PDAs, but 60% are in there, are actually in it. Okay, I got time for just a couple more, then we got to reset the room for Mr. Burns' farewell. Yeah, John.
John, you noted that about 20 Ukrainian soldiers are about to wrap up their week-long training course for Phoenix Ghost. Do you have any sort of window for when you expect those systems to be delivered? I would think that if they're about to finish training, they're probably getting.
I just don't. I don't have an estimate on here. I mean, I can kind of tell you where we're at on a given day, but I don't have access to the logistical plan. I couldn't give that to you. But obviously, we certainly want to get them to them as soon as we can, as soon as it's practical, and make sure that that the individuals trained on it are able to fall in if they can on equipment. If not, we want to close that gap as much as possible.
And will there be another cohort going through that, like a 7-day course?
I don't have any reports of another one. It wouldn't surprise me, but if there is, we'll certainly talk about it. But I'm not tracking another one, but it would at all not surprise me, because we want to, as we're doing with the howitzers, you want to keep that training going. Okay, all right. I already got you. I got you. I told you I'll take your question. I'll take your question.
Separate question, just separate thought.
I'll take that one too. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Okay. The lead inspector general had a report about OIR. The chief inspector, like DOD inspector general, had a report on the OIR area of operation. And then in that report, there is an assessment that the DIA assessed that actually Iranian-backed militias are cooperating with PKK in Iraq and Syria to attack Turkish positions. Are you aware of that assessment, and what does this building plan to do with that assessment?
No, I don't have any detail on that particular assessment. Therefore, I'm not going to, and I certainly, even if I did, I would not speculate or talk about future operations. We're not going to do that. Let's take one more from the phone here. Let's see, Paul Hanley.
Hi, John. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, spring is the most popular time of the year if you're selling a home, if you're a homeowner ready to sell your home. There are common mistakes that can cost money, time, and cause some headaches. Michael Vell is a real estate broker. He's author of Seller Mistakes, What You Were Never Told About Selling Your Home and Why It Should Matter to You. He joins us now, especially in this market that we're in and with the economy the way it is. Michael, our money matters to us, and that's why we like to have these conversations. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great, thank you. How are you, Michaela?
Good. You know, I've had a lot of friends talking about mortgage rates and thinking like maybe it's a time to move, it's a time to sell, it's a time to buy. I don't know. What would you say to people about the time we're in?
The time we're in now is unprecedented, of course. People have not wanted a home more than now, and it's hard to tell where this is going to be going, but it's kind of amazing.
Yeah, it is kind of hard to read the tea leaves, and it's nice to hear that it's not just us, but that you as an expert know as well. So the book's called Seller Mistakes. I have a copy of it right here. There tend to be similar mistakes that people make. What are the top ones that home sellers tend to make?
The main mistake that people make is that most home sellers interview only one agent. And as a matter of fact, according to the National Association of Realtors, 75% of all home sellers interview just one agent, which usually means they just pick somebody or they pick a friend. But what's interesting is that 75% of them never use that same agent again. And you have to wonder why.
So you actually suggest interviewing them a few people.
Actually, nationwide, only 10% of all home sellers interview more than one agent.
Interesting.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And if you interview...
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. If you interview more than one, you'll find they're very different, and you need to find the one with the right fit that's going to market it the right way.
It's an important relationship. This is a big financial transaction. It's an emotional transaction for a lot of people.
It sure is.
All right, so let's talk about the for sale sign. We see them all over the Southland. You actually think they're ineffective?
Actually, it's not what I think. It's actually what the National Association of Realtors thinks. They actually do a huge survey every year. They ask 40,000 people about how they found a home for sale. Less than 1% of them found the home through a real estate sign. Now, what's interesting is realtors love real estate signs. It's advertising for us. So you have to ask yourself, is it really going to be helping me or not? Now, in the book, I actually detail some of the negatives about a real estate sign. For example, it actually, in a way, it sort of feels like it's inviting people into your backyard or to walk up to your window and look inside. The real estate sign really isn't very effective. There's much more effective things that you can do to sell your home. Most of my clients elect not to have a real estate sign when I explain to them the statistics and the drawbacks to it.
What do you prefer? What method do you prefer?
Actually, the book details quite a bit of things that you should do. Pricing your property is incredibly important. Digital photography, floor plans, the right kind of marketing in front of the right kind of people.
So to that end, are open houses, I have a friend who's a realtor, and I used to go with her sometimes to some of her open houses, and so I've frequented a few in my time. Are they still as effective as they used to be?
Well, let me ask you this. We had the biggest increase in sales ever in history during the pandemic, but during the pandemic, open houses were actually banned. However,
of course they
the
were.
real estate market boomed better than it ever has before. Now, what's interesting about open houses is that they have an effectiveness rate of probably close to 2%. Now, what happens at open houses? You want to hear something really crazy? According to the National Association of Realtors, 49% of the agents that host an open house are armed. They're armed with pepper spray, a gun, a knife, or a taser, in that order. Open houses are dangerous. They're not that effective. However, realtors love them. And I'll tell you why. I get to use your front room to market myself.
Oh, I didn't think about that. So I suppose the pandemic taught us that virtual open houses, speaking to your digital photography importance, that's kind of the way to go.
Well, actually, the way homes are sold now over the last 10 or 15 years since the internet came around is really your first showing is on the internet. Your second showing is when they come up to the house to see the house. You don't necessarily have to have that showing be an open house. If somebody's motivated and they want to buy your house, they'll make an appointment to see the house.
That's true. If they're motivated to buy it, they're gonna find a way to call you and get there. Again, the book is called Seller's Mistakes: What You Were Never Told About Selling Your Home and Why It Should Matter to You. Find it where books are sold. Michael Bell, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, you take care.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It's 1:15 here on the West Coast. Thank you for being with us this afternoon here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate your viewership. Sticking with housing prices, houses in California continue to soar as prices just continue to skyrocket. In fact, the average home price in California in Los Angeles County is $800,000, just under $1 million. So what are first-time home buyers to do? Well, Fox Los Angeles spoke with another expert to cover this topic. Let's take a look.
California must be fading for a lot of people. Prices just continue to soar. Let's look at how bad it is. Here's a breakdown of what it's costing according to the California Association of Realtors. The LA County median is just under $800,000. In Orange County, it's more than $1 million, and in Riverside, $600,000. Ventura County, the median home price is nearly $900,000. To afford a home in any of these counties, the minimum qualifying income needs to be in the six-figure range, which is, frankly, first-time home buyers simply don't have. What is a first-time home buyer to do? Well, Eric Johnson is with the California Housing Finance Agency. They've got a new program that's going to help a lot of people. Eric, good to see you here. I'm curious what this was born out of. I mean, obviously, you all are seeing the prices. Tell us about how this is going to work, the struggle that people are having to buy a home for the first time.
Well, as you said, Michaela, the housing situation in California is challenging across the state, and especially so in Southern California, in some of those coastal counties. And what we're trying to do is help out the people who want to buy that first home. We have people who are maybe renting and looking at the financing. Sometimes the payment on a less expensive house, the mortgage payment, is actually less than rent. But what people don't have is they don't have a down payment.
Yeah.
That's where we come in.
So you come in and tell us more how the program works. People will apply. How do they qualify?
That's right. You talk to one of our approved lenders, one of our preferred loan officers. We've got a list on our website. And you talk to them, and what they can do is they can help you out with all the applications, all the steps there. And so what this program does is it gives you up to 10% of the price of the home in the form of a forgivable loan. What that means is if you stay in the home for 5 years, you don't have to pay that 10% back. Now, there is an income limit in Los Angeles County. The maximum income you can make is about $68,000. So this program is not going to help everyone. We have other things for people who have more moderate incomes, but this program is specifically for people who are trying to purchase that first home, maybe in a little lower price area. We have already got a couple reservations in Los Angeles. We've got about a quarter of our reservations so far are in Riverside and San Bernardino County. So it is achievable.
It is achievable. And you make the point, you and I were chatting in the commercial break before, is that this isn't going to help everybody, right? There are other programs out there to try and help people because it's just become untenable. I've been thinking about anybody that's just starting out in life, it must be really frustrating to think, I don't know how I'm going to get into homeownership. This program is really specifically looking to help those people.
Exactly. And it is really frustrating, Mikhail. I mean, you're competing against cash, competing against investors sometimes. And a lot of times people get really frustrated and down on themselves. And I put in all these offers and it's just not coming through. And patience will eventually reward you. What's really important is finding yourself a good real estate agent and finding yourself a really good loan officer. If you can put together a good team, they can work with you. Going through all the terminology and all the words that don't make a whole lot of sense when it comes to housing is really, really hard. And finding a team that knows what's going on, who can be with you every step of the way, that's really the most important part of the process.
If you were asked a question of us to ask to you, of what if you're a second-time home buyer, but your family's outgrown it, you can't manage to stay in the place, you've got to upgrade to a slightly bigger home to accommodate your family, what kind of help is there for them?
There are some programs. For instance, we have a program that can help you with up to $40,000 to build an ADU, an accessory dwelling unit, also as a granny unit on your property. That's a very popular program that we have. And there's other programs. Lots of cities and counties have programs for people who are trying to move up. So it's worth exploring. And Google is your friend.
Google certainly is your friend. But look, again, the California Housing Finance Agency is good to come on and talk to us about this, Eric. We're going to make sure to link to it on our website, foxla.com/links, because there are going to be people that see this for the first time and say, I want to know more about that program. They can head there and apply.
Exactly. That's right. It's so important that people take advantage of this and do their best, because it is really, really hard to find your first home these days.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is a competitive market, too. All right. Eric Johnson, thanks so much.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. On California's statewide political show, The Issue Is, Fox Los Angeles spoke with a legendary attorney, Gloria Allred, about being raped and also having an abortion and what this means and how she feels with the headlines on Roe versus Wade this week. Let's take a look at that conversation. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Now for a different view. Attorney Gloria Allred used to represent Norma McCorvey, who was known as Jane Roe, the woman behind Roe v. Wade. This issue is the cause of her life. Gloria Allred, welcome back to The Issue. It's always great to see you.
You too, Alex.
We know this is a draft opinion. It still could change. But when you actually saw those words about overturning Roe in print, what went through your mind?
It was just shocking. It was really devastating, horrific, and really not from myself, but for all of those who are going to be impacted in a negative way. And mainly, it's going to have a negative impact, Alex, on young women, on poor women, on women in rural areas, on women of color. These are the groups that are not going to be able to travel from about half the states who are outlawing abortion or who will outlaw abortion as soon as Roe v. Wade is struck down by the final opinion, which should come down in about 6 weeks. And some of them will want to travel to haven states like California and New York and some other states where abortion will remain legal, but they won't have the money to travel. They won't have the bus fare. They won't have the money perhaps for childcare for their other children. They would be afraid perhaps to lose some time from work to travel hundreds, if not thousands of miles to a state where they can get legal abortions. And so they may be forced into mandatory motherhood. And some of these laws are so cruel. They even force a rape victim, a victim who has been raped by her father, for example, which is also incest, a crime, and force that child, 12 years old, 13-year-old, 14-year-old, to take a pregnancy to term and deliver a child that is the child of the rapist. It really doesn't get much crueler than that, unless you want to also say it is so cruel and dangerous because some of these laws in some of these states, Alex, also will not allow exceptions for the life of the mother. Even if the woman's life is in at risk because of the pregnancy, she'll be allowed to die. She won't be able to get an abortion, even if her life might end if she gives birth. This is just outrageous.
Gloria, you've talked about your rape and abortion on this show before. A few years ago, it seemed like a throwback to another era. Are you thinking about that experience in a new way now that it could be a reality again?
I have to say that when I first heard of this draft opinion, I had to take a deep breath because I know what it's like to be triggered, as many of my clients who are victims of sexual assault and, rape and sexual harassment are, when they sometimes recount over and over again what happened to them or see something on television or motion picture on the internet that reminds them of their experience. That's how it was for me. And it brought back all of my memories of being raped at gunpoint in Mexico when I was on vacation in my 20s, and that was in the 1960s. And coming back to California, finding out that I'm pregnant at that time in California in the 60s, it was a crime for a doctor or nurse to provide an abortion, although it was not a crime for a woman to have one, but that meant we had to go to back alley people who would provide abortions if you paid them. That's what I did. And I was left by the man who did it in a bathtub, hemorrhaging, having the bathtub fill up with my own blood, ultimately developing 106-degree fever from an infection from that abortion that he did illegally. And I couldn't get help. An ambulance ultimately was called. I was taken to the hospital. In those days in California, they could only take us in the hospital if we were bleeding to death. They wouldn't take us in to do the abortion. And that's where a nurse said to me, she was obviously anti-choice, "I hope you learned a lesson." And well, of course, I did learn a lesson, but it wasn't the lesson she wanted me to learn. It was the lesson that abortion must be legal, it must be safe, it must be affordable, and all women must have access to abortion. That's what happened to me, and I will never forget that. And that's why I have this passion to make sure that our daughters, our granddaughters, our sisters, our mothers, our aunts never have to suffer what I did. And I was not alone, Alex, because millions of women had to have illegal abortions in this country when it was a crime in many states to provide one. And many of them died, or many of them were maimed. And some of them are now contacting me to tell me, I'm going to speak out, Gloria, if you want me to. And, you know, we'll see what happens in the future, because I was not alone in this horrific experience. And we are going to definitely see that now in the future. And actually, half of the abortions, Alex, in this country now are not even provided by doctors and nurses. A woman can take a pill in her own home and self-induce an abortion, but she just has to go and talk to a doctor first and consult with him or her first. And some of them are doing it telemedicine. And some states now, who are anti-choice and want to control women, they are banning and making it a crime to self-induce an abortion with that pill at home. That's how bad it's getting in this country, and we have to do something about it.
Well, we thank you for sharing your story. I know that cannot be easy, but it's important, I think, for people to hear. But there are such different perspectives on this. We spoke to a California mom named Rebecca Hagan, who began the abortion process and then stopped it. Here's what she told us.
I'm just so grateful that I never have to wonder who Zachariah would have been, and that instead I get to watch his little life unfold right before my eyes.
That's the son that almost was aborted. There are millions of people in this country who say abortion is murder, it's killing babies, and it's immoral. What do you say to them?
Well, they're entitled to their opinion, and if they would like to take their pregnancies to term and deliver, you know, God bless them. They have that choice, they have that right, and they should have that choice, and nobody should stop them if that's what they want to do. But nobody should stop women and girls who want to have a choice to have a legal and safe abortion as well. We need to respect each individual's choice, but that's not what's happening here. You have states, Alex, now who say that even if there is a teenager who is pregnant and wants to have an abortion, and even if her parents agree that she should have an abortion, it's still a crime to give her an abortion in those states. Now, what about family values there? Why can't the family decide if that child, if that teenager wants to have an abortion?
But you know, they would say who's looking out for the unborn, that the unborn is not being represented here and that this is killing a life.
Okay, well, I don't believe that a fertilized egg should have more rights than an adult woman. It's as simple as that. Now, there are some people who have their religious views, and their religions want there to be more children, and also teach that somehow it's a sin to have an abortion. Well, they can have their religious views, and I respect everybody's religious views. But we have a line in this country between church and state, and they should not be imposing their religious views on others who have different religious views or who have no religious views at all and want to make a choice. Now, for example, when a teenager becomes pregnant, whether or not she takes that pregnancy to term is going to have the most important economic impact in her life. And it's also going to have a physical impact and an emotional impact and a social impact. It's her choice. And it's an adult woman's choice. And if an adult woman can't get a legal abortion in this country, it's going to affect her financially, also as emotionally, physically, and in her whole life as well. So this is a dangerous, dangerous decision. We're talking about women's lives being on the line, and I am fired up. This is no longer about whether abortion is moral, it's not moral, it's right, it's wrong. This is about real life, danger to the lives, the health, and the safety of women. We have to act. We have to act immediately.
And let's talk more about that.
We have a war on women in this country. Yeah, we have a war against women, and we have to fight back and end it.
So you're expected to be a part of a day of action on May 14th. What does the fight ahead look like? What's the specific strategy to accomplish what you want here?
Yes, on May 14th, Saturday, there is going to be a rally all over this nation, in every state in this nation, in support of the right to choose abortion. And this year, I will be one of the featured speakers at the rally at Los Angeles City Hall. And it's 10 until 2. And I am right now inviting everyone who is listening, who is pro-choice, to come to that rally. Each one of you can make a difference. Each one of you must make a difference. I'm fired up and I'm ready to go, and I hope you are too.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Switching gears to COVID-19 coverage, Fox Los Angeles spoke with CDC Director Rochelle Walensky this past week to talk about everything from vaccines to COVID-19 to where she is in the pandemic. So I'm going to play that interview out now here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being with us, and don't forget you can always watch Live Now on multiple platforms, including livenowfox.com.
Well, the rate of COVID infection in our county, in LA County specifically, has jumped by about 200% in the last month. Hospitalizations and deaths do continue to be low. The Department of Public Health warns the situation could change and is still urging caution. The county has been averaging about 2,000 infections a day over the past week. 7 more deaths were reported on Tuesday. And the number of hospitalized patients grew by 11 to a total of 236. Well, this is a very special opportunity for us. The director of the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, has traveled west. She is in our state, and she is here in our studio, and it's really a delight. I was sort of saying that not often do we get access, because so much happens out on the East Coast. It's really nice for us on the West Coast to have a chance with you to visit. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be with you, Michaela.
You know, I thought it might be nice for us to sort of start on the 4th day of May in 2022 after a long... I was going to let you do that, not myself, Dr. Walensky. In terms of the pandemic, where do we stand today? as a nation?
You know, where we are right now is a lot of what you described locally here in LA. So we have cases that are increasing across the country, though nowhere nearly as high as we've seen before. We have hospitalizations that are increasing slightly as well, but also really quite low compared to where we've been before. And our deaths continue to decline. So we're about 300 national deaths a day, still far too many as far as I'm concerned, but they are still continuing to go down. And so at this very moment, we're watching a new variant. We're watching BA2 and its sister BA2.121, both new subvariants of Omicron. And we're watching it very carefully because we have cases that are going up, hospitalizations that are inching up, but not a lot of indication of severe disease from this variant yet.
And epidemiologists tell us this is what variants do, right?
Exactly.
They're behaving as they do. They will morph, they will change. Now, let me ask you about what we hear, and you talk about the state that we're in, yet at the same time, we see big events happening and people taking masks off and restrictions being eased. For some, it feels a little confusing. And we know since the jump, messaging has been key on this. And it's also been tough. It's been elusive.
Right.
How do you balance that?
Yeah, it's interesting now. Right now, you know, we really do want to get to a place in this pandemic where COVID is no longer disrupting our daily lives.
Right.
And we have seen with this new Omicron variant and with BA2 as well, that while it is more transmissible, it is causing less severe disease. Importantly, vaccination and boosting protects. So people do have control over when they get vaccinated, getting boosted to protect them from severe disease, which is really important.
Does it feel like we're losing that battle of getting people's attention who are not vaccinated? Do you see what I mean? Because there's a certain amount of fatigue of the messaging. And people sort of feel like, I'm done with this pandemic, even though we're not. It's not done with us, clearly.
Right.
Is it harder to get through to the unvaccinated now than it was even 6 months, a year ago?
Yeah, I mean, I still think we have more work to do. The people who wanted to get vaccinated early got vaccinated already, and it's our responsibility as public health providers, as healthcare workers, to reach out to those people. You know, at this point, people have individual decisions that they have made in this pandemic. Many have chosen, some have chosen not to be vaccinated, and our job now is to sort of ask the question, why? Can we show you the data on the safety of these vaccines? We've given over 500 million in this country alone, and we have extraordinary safety data to demonstrate the safety of these vaccines. So what's the information that you need to be empowered to feel like you've made the right decision for you and your family?
Well, let's talk about the family and the vaccine and our kiddos, the littles, right? That's the concern, and many parents have been both hanging on for when their kiddos could be vaccinated, and then there are others that are just, they're losing sleep about it, about the decision, especially when we've been seeing that the youngest children and children have not been as severely affected by coronavirus as older adults. So what is your message for them?
So maybe I'll start with the teenagers. We have about 60% of our teenagers who are vaccinated, and we do know it's important to get those teens vaccinated. For our 5 to 11, we have just under 30% of our 5 to 11-year-olds who have received 2 shots, and we really are encouraging parents of 5 to 11-year-olds, again, extraordinary safety data in that age group. For those who are under 5, let me just say, we know you're anxious to get this vaccine, and we're working hard to make it happen. We've heard from many parents who really want to have a vaccine to protect their children. Importantly, we don't want to cut corners. We can't cut corners.
Not with these little
ones. With these little ones. And so right now, I'll tell you where we stand. We have seen a lot of safety data from both Pfizer and Moderna that demonstrates that it's extraordinarily safe. What we're really waiting for is the submission of those efficacy data and the immunologic data. Moderna's in the process of submitting that right now, and I know the FDA will not waste any time as soon as they receive the full package from Moderna, and we'll review it very carefully. From the FDA, it'll come to us at the CDC, should it move forward, and we will have a committee meeting, an advisory committee on immunization practices that will review again all of the data and make a recommendation.
We only have a couple minutes left, so I really want to get to a couple other points. Pandemic was large in our lives. Now we've been hearing more about this idea of an endemic. in your mind, what needs to happen for it to be something that we just have to live with instead of it being the focal point of our coverage, of our lives, of our every movement?
Right. So when I think about endemic, I think of being in a steady state, right? That we are living with this in a steady state. I would say we're getting closer, but we are still seeing increases in cases, decreases in cases, right? New variants that we're watching out for. But we're really empowered. We have so many tools now that we didn't have just a year ago or even 2 years ago. We're empowered with vaccines, with boosters, with double boosters. We're empowered with therapeutics. If one gets sick, God forbid, with COVID, there is Paxlovid, there are monoclonal antibodies that we can give that really, the Paxlovid is 90% protection against severe disease. So we have many tools that we can use now to prevent severe disease. And of course, we always have masking, right? If people want to protect themselves.
You took this job on, what, January of 2021? Coming into a beleaguered agency. Just in the last month, you've announced a revamp, a reorg. What is your assessment of the way the CDC is functioning now and your hopes for it as we move forward?
Yeah, you know, it's been pedal to the metal since I got here.
I can imagine.
But I get to run an agency of 12,000, 13,000 people whose names you will never know, but who work 24/7 to protect the health of the American people and people around the world. And it's truly a gift, and they're working extraordinarily hard. I did think that now was a time to take this moment and say, what have we learned over the last 2 years? The CDC has never had to tackle a pandemic of this size. What have we learned?
New territory for all of us, right?
Exactly. Can we take the lessons that we've learned and apply them across the agency moving forward and learn from the challenges that have faced us so that we're stronger moving forward?
I keep hearing the word modernizing the CDC. Is that important for you too?
Yes, and I would say not just modernizing CDC, but all of public health. So one of the big efforts that we have is not just increasing and upskilling our workforce, but in modernizing our data systems. And I think it was among one of the biggest challenges that we had is the data systems across the country were not standardized, were not modernized, didn't talk to one another. And when it came to CDC's ability to report data that came into us, it was not standardized in a way that we could report it easily for everyone else.
Well, I know you're going to be spending some time with some of our local institutions and facilities and getting face-to-face with people, which you haven't had a chance to do. I want to thank you for making time for us here on Good Day LA, answering some of the questions that we know are front of mind for our viewers, for ourselves. Dr. Rochelle Walensky, head of the CDC director, thank you so much for being here. We really, really enjoyed our time together.
Thank you so much for having me.
Enjoy LA in the sunshine.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The FDA is considering a COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for children under the age of 6 years old. Now, this would be the first vaccine for that age group and would be about 25% of the strength as an adult dose. And Fox Los Angeles spoke with a doctor to learn more about what you need to know about this vaccine. Let's take a look.
Welcome back. So the FDA is considering granting emergency use authorization for Moderna's COVID vaccine for kids under the age of 6. This would be the first COVID vaccine approved for this age group. The shots would be 25% of the strength of the adult dose. A lot of questions out there for parents, right? So Dr. Jonathan Maynard is a pediatrician with the Providence Mission Hospital. He joins us this morning to answer some of these questions. Good morning to you, doctor.
Morning, Araxia.
Let's begin with the first question, of course. What do parents need to know about this vaccine?
Well, this is an mRNA vaccine. So Moderna and the Pfizer vaccine as well are both mRNA. So it's the same type of vaccine that most adults have gotten. And also there's another vaccine for children over 5 years old from Pfizer. It's similar, but not the same. This is the Moderna one. As you said, it's 25% of the adult dose, much smaller. And this is one of the vaccines that needs 4 weeks between doses. That's how the study was set up. So right now it's up for emergency approval. We still have to wait and get the approval from the FDA.
When is the final authorization anticipated? I know you don't have a crystal ball in front of you, but what do you think realistically?
I think realistically 5 to 6 weeks. I've heard some people say maybe in early June. I'm thinking probably more mid-June. We'll know whether it's approved and what the rollout's going to be like.
How do pediatricians plan to roll this out?
Well, it will depend on the pediatrician's office. So what I recommend to people with young children is that once the vaccine becomes available, call your pediatrician and see if they're going to have it in their office. Some offices, if they're small, may not have the vaccine, but will be able to send you to a vaccine center. Usually that would be done under the California Department of Public Health. They'll be able to show what other places have the vaccine.
What will this vaccine mean for the emerging variants? You know, this seems as an ongoing thing. So how will this specifically be targeting some of these variants which are yet to come?
You know, I think what we've all discovered with this virus is it's hard to predict what's going to happen. Certainly with previous vaccines, we've found decreased effectiveness with new variants. However, they've still been effective and still prevented hospitalization and death. So we would like to, even though this vaccine, its effectiveness is perhaps not as high against Omicron, we are optimistic that it is going to have effectiveness against later variants, although no one can really say for sure.
For parents who are uncertain and skeptical about having their kids who are under the age of 6 receive this vaccine, for example, they may say, okay, well, you know, people who got vaccinated still got COVID, they still got sick, it didn't prevent anything in that sense. Or people who say, well, all this time has passed now, and kids who have gotten COVID, for the most part, thankfully, they've recovered and they've been okay. What is your message for parents who aren't certain that this is something that they want to go down this path?
Well, first of all, that's reasonable. We all want to make sure our children get the best medicine and the best treatment. And I think that's a fair concern for them to have. This has gone through the complete FDA process for emergency approval, which is thorough. And so I expect it to be safe and effective. That would be so for the first group. For the second group of people, I would say, you know, if your child has already had COVID, that immunity, unfortunately, that isn't permanent. Those antibodies that protect you don't stick around too long, maybe 2, maybe 3 months, and then you can get it again. What's been found is that children who had both COVID and were vaccinated actually have a restoration of their immunity, and it might actually be better than just the immunity from having COVID. That's what the studies seem to be showing. So even if you've had COVID before, it is worth getting this vaccine.
Okay, Dr. Maynard, thank you so much for your time this morning and for addressing those questions. And, you know, the summer travel season is about to begin, so this was the perfect time to speak with you. Take care.
You too.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Earlier this week, President Biden delivered remarks at the United Performance Medals. And if you missed this and his speech, I'm going to play that right now here on Live Now from Fox. But thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation.
Senator Portman, since he's not running again, I can say all the nice things about him that I want. And it won't get him in any trouble because he's leaving. But Rob spoke at the White House when I signed the bipartisan infrastructure law that they both helped put together. And the truth of the matter is we may not agree on everything, although we agree more than he wanted to admit. I want to thank him, his leadership, for bringing folks together to find common ground. You know, things have kind of changed since the days when I first got there. He's been there a couple terms. I was there. I got elected when I was 29 years old in the United States Senate from a very modest background, and I was there for 36 years before becoming vice president. We always used to fight like hell, and even back in the old days when we had real segregationists like Eastland and Thurman and all those guys. But at least we end up eating lunch together. Things have changed. We got to bring it back. And Rob, I'm sorry you're leaving because you're one of the good guys. I mean because the way you treat other senators, the way you treat everybody. I appreciate it. And Sheridan and Rob and I were together at the White House in January. And we were with the CEO of Intel, who asked whether he'd come to the White House. He wanted to talk to me. And he announced at the White House a $20 billion commitment to build state-of-the-art semiconductors and a mega site on nearly 1,000 empty acres just near Cleveland, or Columbus, I should say. It's one of the largest investments of the kind, period, that we've ever had in all American history. 7,000 jobs building the facility, 3,000 permanent jobs to run that facility. You know what the average salary is going to be for that person, the folks working in that factory? $135,000 a year. They're going to get paid a decent wage, and they're not all experts and college-educated folks. A lot of blue-collar folks too. Making a timely, this thin little computer chip that literally powers everything in our life these days. Almost everything in life, including the cell phone you're holding up. It makes a difference. In my State of the Union address, I called it a field of dreams, where America's future is going to be built. And I quoted Sherrod at the time because he said he's going to bury the label Rust Belt. He's going to bury the label Rust Belt. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania, and we used to, from Scranton all the way through Ohio and all the way across the Midwest, be the manufacturing citadel of the world. Today, we're joined by leaders of some of the biggest manufacturers in the country. GE, Siemens Energy, Honeywell, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, to announce a new initiative that going to bury that label for good, the Rust Belt. You know, we're at this plant because it's smaller manufacturers are going to make this happen. And we're here to show why, along with the innovation bill in front of Congress, all this is going to help address what is on everyone's mind: fighting inflation, getting prices down. Just toured the Productivity Bay today looking at cutting-edge 3D printing. And we met with a group of suppliers that use 3D printing to make parts for big complex machines like aircraft, power generators, consumer products like hip implants. It goes across the board. And now, for the folks at home, you might ask, what does it matter to you at home? Well, I know you're worried about the price of gas, food, and other necessities. And why it matters if we make more things here in America. Well, it matters a great deal because the pandemic and the economic crisis that we inherited and Putin's war in Ukraine have all shown the vulnerability when we become too reliant on things made overseas. We learned the hard way that we can't fight inflation if supply chains buckle and send prices through the roof every time there's a disruption, which have been constant disruptions, particularly in South Asia. We know that one of the best ways to fight inflation is to bring prices down, is to strengthen the resilience of our supply chains. And that includes making more things here in America, at home, from top to bottom. And that's been my priority since day one. If I can slow here for just a second and point out that, you know, I didn't realize, I'd been a senator for a long time, then a vice president for 8 years. I didn't realize there was an act passed back in 1939. It was called Buy American. I didn't know it existed. It's totally within the bounds of negotiated deals on trade. It says that when the president spends your money appropriated by the Congress, the president should only buy products or let contracts for things that are made in America, whether it's a deck of an aircraft carrier or it's a computer chip. Today's job report shows our plans and priorities have produced the strongest job creation in the modern times of the American economy. Today's report shows we created 428,000 jobs last month. And that means we have now created a total of 8.3 million jobs in my first 15 months in office with the help of the gentleman behind me. And the unemployment rate now stands at 3.6%, the fastest decline in unemployment in the start of a president's term ever recorded. Again, because of the guys behind me. Black unemployment has been cut nearly in half since I took office. And unlike previous administrations, where the deficit went up, every single year we've reduced the deficit. Last year, with all we've done, we've reduced the deficit. Does this work? We reduced the deficit by a total of $350 billion. That's reduced the deficit last year. And this year, by the end of the fiscal year, by October 1st, we will reduce this year's deficit by $1,500 billion. Never in the history of America has that happened before. And the backbone of our recovery is manufacturing. Manufacturing employment is up in America, 545,000 jobs since I took office, the largest 15-month gain since 1985. And these manufacturing jobs matter because they fuel our economic growth. They fuel exports. And as we've seen, they can fuel innovation. And that is a critically strong economic growth that we need. And folks, look, and in small and large towns across America, they bring quality jobs and middle-class jobs to people. If you again excuse me to digress a second, when I ran, I made it clear, and I have no bones about it. I was a senator for 36 years, so I'm not new to this. I'm tired of trickle-down economics. I've never seen it really work. But I tell you what, I'm a capitalist. I want to build this economy from the bottom up and the middle out, because when that happens, everybody does well. The poor have a way up, the middle class do fine, and the wealthy do very, very well. Never get hurt when that happens. Just ask small manufacturers here today in Ohio, Illinois, Florida, Connecticut, Virginia. They know what's going on. Folks, here, all of you know, every one of you know, that competitiveness and resilience of American supply chain rests on tens of thousands of small-sized manufacturers like the ones I met here today. That's where the supply chain in America is. And they account for nearly 99% of all manufacturing enterprises and more than 5 million American jobs. And every General Electric, Honeywell, Siemens Energy, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, there are hundreds, for every one of them, there's hundreds of, if not thousands of smaller suppliers that help these iconic American businesses compete globally. And when they do well, the big businesses do even better. These small firms are the foundation of America's industrial base. And increasing their capacity, which these big businesses are doing as well, is critical to making more things in America, getting products faster and cheaper and reliably and out-competing the rest of the world. That's what it's about. But here's the deal. 3D printing technology is incredible. It can reduce the parts and lead times by as much as 90%. Not always, but as much as 90%. Slash material costs by 90%. And cut energy use in half. That all helps to lower the cost making goods here in America. But not as small and medium-sized firms have access to the resources and financing and support they need to adapt to this technology until today. The executives here today have agreed along with manufacturers and smaller American suppliers. A commitment by these large companies to help those smaller ones adapt new technologies so we can continue to be the leading exporter of aircrafts and engines and in areas like medical devices, clean energy, technologies, and so much more. Look, our hope is that the compact will grow with more companies and expand into different industries. And as part of this initiative, agencies across the federal government, all across the federal government, are going to step up with access to loans, technical assistance, and so much more, including education. We're supporting this new partnership because this private sector has told us they can't do it alone. I'm a capitalist. I'm here and I believe in the free market. But I believe in the federal government's obligation to invest in America itself, invest in American workers. And we're at risk of falling behind. Decades ago, the federal government used to invest 2% of our entire GDP, 2% of our GDP in research and development. Well, guess what? We're down to invest in less than 1%. We were ranked number 1 in the world in R&D 3 decades ago. Number 1. Now we're ranked number 9 in the world. China was number 8 in the world 30 years ago. Now they're number 2 in the world. We've got to up our game. It's a simple proposition. If we do, everybody's going to win. That's the other reason why I came here today. Right now, Congress is considering a bipartisan innovation act. That's what it's called. That's going to make generational investments in American innovation and manufacturing. Now look, if we're going to compete for the jobs of the future, we need to level the playing field with our competitors. The bill does that. The CEO of Intel told us that if this bill passes, what we're talking about, and the guys behind me support it, and they're actually moving it, this would increase the investment that Intel will make in Ohio, outside of Columbus, from $20 billion to $100 billion. And as we already say, that's no malarkey. That's a fact. $100 billion. Imagine what that's going to do for Ohio, let alone Columbus. Not a joke. Think about it. It'd be staggering. And it will nail down for generations the leadership of this state once again like it used to be 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. And it's not just Intel. Foreign companies like Samsung and TSMC are ready to make state-of-the-art chips, those computer chips, ready to make them in Arizona and Texas. They already have if this passes. And this is a bipartisan bill. Senators Brown and Portman have been working hard to get it done. So every Republican, Democratic member of Congress, most of us agree on this. Pass the damn bill and send it to me. If we do, it's going to help bring down prices, bring home jobs, and power America's manufacturing comeback. Look, it's also going to help reduce costs and strengthen our economic and national security. It's no wonder the Chinese Communist Party is literally lobbying, paying lobbyists against this bill passing. If I note parenthetically again, I have spent, according to international folks, I spent more time with Xi Jinping, the leader of China, than any other world leader has. Over 76 hours. 9 of them on the telephone, the rest in person, since I was vice president and he was vice president of China. And you know what? He makes it real clear. He makes it real clear. He believes, like other autocrats around the world, that democracies can't compete in the 21st century because things are changing so rapidly. Technology is changing things in such a startling way. Countries are changing, literally changing their physical characteristics because of climate change. And he believes, and he says it straight up with me, that there is no way for democracies to compete with autocracies. Why? Because we have to reach a consensus when we're in a democracy. And it takes time. But autocrats can move immediately. They don't have to wait. Well, guess what? So far, the last decade, he's been right. So much has changed. Just look around the world, what's happening. Those of you who are international business people, look what you have to do when you go to China to do business. You have to give them access to everything. Everything you have, including your trade secrets. Not just China, though. China is not alone, but it is the single greatest competitor we have. And if we don't step up, we're going to be out. We're going to be out. And by the way, I showed up at a meeting called the G7, where the largest economies in the world meet. And guess what? 2 of them said to me that they thought that America's days were over as leader. I sat down at the meeting, the first meeting I attended. I have one on Saturday, but the first meeting I attended in England. And I had all the major G7 nations there, including 2 members that were not, 2 nations that were not members, including India. And I said, America's back. And the president of one of the major companies looked at me and said, for how long? For how long? Not a joke. You guys know it. I mean, these guys are sophisticated as hell. For how long? Well, guess what? They know we're back now. Not because of me, because of them, and all the attitude has changed in America. You've never seen a time when Europe and NATO was more closely aligned. No breathing room between us. Closer than we have ever been. Because a lot of us, I spent well over 120 hours, either in person or on the phone with my colleagues, my counterparts. every single solitary week and most days of the week, making it clear that for democracies to sustain what used to be the case, we have to step up our game across the board. You know, there's a thing for the Democratic Institute where I was supposed to hold a meeting of all the heads of state of democratic countries. We had to do it virtually from the White House. Well, guess what? In the last 10 years, there's 15 fewer democracies in the world. Fewer. Not more, fewer. So there's a lot at stake. But we're better prepared than anybody else. I know that Senator Brown and Portman are going to work with our colleagues to finish this bill, but it didn't, you know, they did it in infrastructure. They're doing it again on this. Let's get this Bipartisan Innovation Act to my desk. And look, folks, just look at what's within our reach. I've never been more optimistic, and I mean this sincerely. I've never been more optimistic about America than I am today. Not because I'm president, but because everybody's waking up. It's a new time. Because of my economic strategy, companies and jobs are coming home again. We're making Buy America reality, not just a slogan. Because of the bipartisan infrastructure law that Sherrod and Rob worked really hard to pass, we're going to rebuild America. We're going to rebuild a better America. $1.2 trillion. That bridge, if you really want to go to Kentucky, is going to get better. No, but really, we're talking about billions of dollars, modernizing roads, bridges, airports, delivering clean water, high-speed internet to every American. And it's going to move goods faster and more efficiently, lowering transportation costs, helping us outcompete anyone in the world. Where are those two beautiful young girls? You see these young girls here? They wrote me a letter about wanting me to help do more on trains. Well, guess what? Because of the guys behind me, we have allocated more money for rail systems in America than the entirety of the Amtrak appropriation began the first. And I know about Amtrak. I've traveled 1.2 million miles on Amtrak because I commuted every single solitary day, 270 miles a day, as my colleagues can tell you when the Senate was in session. You get a kick out of this, Sherrod. The Secret Service doesn't like me taking the train because it stops too many places. And so I was riding home, though, to see my mom, who was living with me because she was in hospice. And on a Friday, and a guy named Angelo Negri, a conductor, senior conductor, walked up and said, "Joey, baby!" Grabbed my cheek. I thought he was going to shoot him. You know, they go, "Joey!" I said, "Ange." I said, "He's okay. He's a friend." It's a true story. He said, "What's all this I read in the paper? You traveled over 1 million miles on Air Force planes." Every single mile a vice president or president travels, they keep a public record of on an aircraft, an American aircraft. And he said, "The boys and I were at the retirement dinner up in Jersey. So we figured it out. Average 222 days a year, 36 years, total of 269 miles every day. Joey," whether it's true or not, I said, 1,200,000 miles, not counting as vice president. So I know a lot about trains. And we're going to, and by the way, the reason we're doing it, the reason these guys supported it, it's not just Amtrak, it's also vehicles and buses in towns and cities and light rail. It's because it's going to clean the environment. Everybody knows if you can get on a train and travel from here to Columbus and do it quicker than you can in your car, you're going to do it. It's going to take thousands of vehicles off the road. But my point is, folks, look, there's so much we can do. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. When do we lose our absolute confidence in our ability to do anything? I was in the Tibetan plateau with Xi Jinping, with a translator. We each had a translator. And by the way, for the record, I turned all my notes over. Okay. And seriously, and so he looked at me and he said, "Can you define America for me?" I said, "Yes, I can. One word." And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Think about this. The one word that defines America better than any other country in the world. Possibilities. Possibilities. We've never believed there's anything out of our reach if we set our mind to it. And we've never failed when we've set our mind to it. Whether it's going to space or to the bottom of the ocean. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. Look, I just told you about those computer chips in Intel. It's going to make them here in Ohio. Well, America invented those chips. We invented them, nobody else. They helped power the NASA mission to the moon. They gave us a military edge in the Cold War. And the federal investment from NASA in the military that kept fledgling chip industry alive, brought down the cost of making them, built a market, ushered in a new digital age. But then we stopped investing in ourselves. These chips are now predominantly made overseas. We learned a hard lesson during the pandemic. 1/3 of core inflation we faced last year is because of automobiles, the cost. Why? We couldn't make, we had a lot of buyers because wages went up 5.5%. People wanted to buy things, but why couldn't they buy them? Because they couldn't make them. Why couldn't they make them? They didn't have the chips, the shortage of semiconductors. That's not that the same thing happened here today with 3D printing and other advanced manufacturing that was invented and pioneered in America. These technologies revolutionize the way of life. They keep prices low for businesses and families. So let's make them in America again. Let's build a future here in America. Let's remember who in God's name we are. We're the only country in the world. And the reason why we sometimes called ugly Americans who can be defined by the notion of possibilities. There's nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing beyond our capacity. Not a single thing. If we act as the United States of America. The United States of America. So folks, I really am optimistic because of the guys behind me and other men and women like them. We're about to enter a new period. We just got to stay the course, have confidence in ourselves. And by the way, there's overwhelming strength in our diversity. And it's about time. I'll end by saying, when I got elected, I made a promise. I said my administration is going to look like America. whether it's a vice president or a secretary of state or a cabinet member or a senior person, is going to look like America. And it does. And one more thing. I know how to say the word union, not labor, union. The single best workers in the world. So folks, let's go do this, okay? I want to thank the folks here. I want to thank all the major corporations here. And I want to thank what you're doing, all the small business we're going to bring together here. You're bringing together, because we're going to provide good, decent jobs. And we're going to educate people to be able to handle all these jobs. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Earlier this week, spokesperson Ned Price with the State Department held their press briefing. So if you missed this, I'm playing it now here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being with us on this Saturday. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
Who leaked this draft, this very, very sacred document? This is, as we said, extremely unprecedented for something of this stature from
Rosenzweig, who works at the NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies. Dr. Rosenzweig is being recognized for her 4 decades of pioneering work improving the world's understanding of climate change impacts on agriculture. We offer her our congratulations and gratitude for this critical work. The World Food Prize Foundation's mission is to advance human development by improving the quality, quantity, or availability of food in the world, engaging in cutting-edge global food security issues, and inspiring the next generation to end hunger. It's a mission that is critical to addressing food security challenges of today and preparing to feed future generations. Already a critical concern due to the impacts of the climate crisis, the problem of food insecurity is now even more acute, as President Putin's war in Ukraine has put millions around the globe at risk. And addressing this issue is a top priority for the U.S. government. This morning, as you saw, the department announced the appointment of Dr. Carrie Fowler, a noted agriculturalist, as U.S. Special Envoy for Global Food Security. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield announced the United States will launch a week of action to address food insecurity across the globe later this month, which will include a ministerial level meeting on May 18th at the UN in New York and an open debate in the UN Security Council about food insecurity and armed conflict the following day on May 19th. On March 24th, President Biden announced $1 billion towards additional humanitarian assistance for Ukraine and global food security. These funds will provide food, shelter, clean water, medical supplies, and other forms of assistance to those affected by Russia's invasion. President Biden has also committed $11 billion to support long-term food security priorities. Once approved by Congress, these funds will be used at home and abroad to support long-term efforts to bolster food security, enhance supply chain resilience, and provide humanitarian aid, including to those affected by this war. This is in addition to our ongoing work with allies and partners to combat food insecurity, which has been exacerbated by Russia's destructive war on Ukraine. With that, happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Ed. Before I get to policy matters, Secretary, I presume, maybe not, you've spoken to him. Is he doing okay?
He is on the phone. He is experiencing only the same mild symptoms. I expect he'll continue to have phone conversations, speak with staff here, counterparts around the world, members of Congress, and others over the next couple of days. And I know he looks forward to returning to the office just as soon as he can.
Okay. Yesterday, before his positive PCR test, he met with the Swedish foreign minister, who said afterwards in an interview that she had spoken to him about the very real possibility that Sweden would apply for NATO membership, and that the Secretary responded that the U.S. would be willing to provide security assurances to Sweden in the interim period between application and accession. I'm wondering if you can tell us anything more about that, if that is actually correct, and if there were any specifics involved, or what those assurances might be.
Well, they had a wide-ranging discussion. It was a follow-on discussion to the many conversations, including the in-person meeting that the foreign minister and the secretary had when the secretary was in Stockholm for the OSCE meeting late last year. It not only broached Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine and the attendant issues there, but we cooperate closely with Sweden on a host of bilateral and global issues. That includes food security, advancing democracy, human rights around the world. Sweden has been instrumental in promoting and helping to build upon the ongoing truce in Yemen. They discussed areas of cooperation between the U.S. and the EU as Sweden prepares to assume the presidency of the Council of the European Union in 2023. Of course, they did have an extended discussion on Russia's actions in Ukraine and the implications of it. As we've said before, every country has a right to choose its own path. Every country has a right to determine for itself its foreign policy, its alliances, its partnerships. And when it comes to NATO, that is a decision for the 30 members of the alliance and the aspirant country and nobody else. We have consistently made clear our commitment to NATO's open door policy. NATO's door remains open to aspirant countries when they are ready and able to meet the commitments and obligations of membership and to contribute to security in the Euro-Atlantic area. When it comes to Finland and Sweden, as we've said before, both are valued partners of NATO. They're valued partners of the United States. We remain firmly committed to this open door policy. Of course, the NATO Secretary General has recently noted that allies would welcome Sweden and Finland. And as the Secretary General himself said, I am certain that we will find ways to address concerns they may have regarding the period between the potential application and the final ratification. The discussion yesterday noted that Sweden has not made any formal public announcement about its intentions to put forward an application for NATO. There was a hypothetical discussion about that and related issues. But as we've said, our commitment to NATO's open door, that is firm. It is an open door that should remain open, must remain open for any country that can meet those stringent application requirements.
Well, okay, fine, but obviously they haven't yet applied for it, but it's pretty much a foregone conclusion. So the idea that it's a hypothetical question, in the realm of hypothetical questions, it's less of a hypothetical than, say, I don't know, you know, I don't want to insult any country here, but like some, you know, very, very tiny country, you know, launching a lunar expedition. This is something that is clearly going to happen and that people are preparing for. So what is it that you guys can offer to Sweden and potentially Finland?
What I would say, Matt, is
in that interim period.
What I would say is that this will remain a hypothetical until it's not a hypothetical. And at this stage, neither Sweden nor Finland has put forward a firm intention to seek NATO membership. That could change in the coming weeks. We'll leave it to those countries or any other country to speak for itself. I will just add this without going too far down the hypothetical rabbit hole. Our countries, our militaries have worked together for years. We are confident that we could, as parallel to what the NATO Secretary General said, find ways to address any concerns either country could have about the period of time between a NATO membership application and a country's potential accession to the NATO alliance. But again, this remains a hypothetical, and until it is not a hypothetical, it's best left in those terms.
Look, it's a hypothetical. It's right now 2:14 p.m. It's also a hypothetical that it's going to be 2:15 p.m. Okay. You obviously are making plans for this very likely eventuality, and so you're just not prepared to discuss what those are. Is that the answer to the question?
You are putting this in terms that are more. You are hypothetical. You are putting this in terms that are more certain than what we've heard from our Finnish and Swedish partners. So I will allow our Finnish and Swedish partners to speak for themselves. And if and when they do make that decision or make any other decision, we'll be prepared to speak to it in more concrete.
Can I follow up though?
Sure.
Does the United States have any intelligence or assessments or concerns that Russia will launch any kind of attack on Sweden and Finland if they apply?
I do not have, we don't have any such information and certainly nothing to speak to. We've made very clear that we are committed to our partners in Europe. Of course, when it comes to NATO allies, we have an Article 5 commitment. It's an ironclad commitment that an attack on one is an attack on all. But as we are demonstrating in the context of Ukraine, we have a commitment to partners across Europe. And as I said before, Sweden, Finland, many other countries across the continents that are not members of NATO. They are strong, stalwart partners of the United States. In some cases, they are members of the EU, and we're committed to those partnerships. Stephanie.
To follow up as well, did the Secretary have detailed discussions yesterday with the Foreign Minister on what that support would look like during the period of application?
Well, this goes back to Matt's hypothetical. I will just say...
It's not a hypothetical. You just said that they discussed it.
They discussed NATO's open door policy, and they discussed various possibilities in hypothetical terms. I would say it was not a conversation that was deep on the specifics at this point, just because it remains a hypothetical. Yes, Jenny.
Thank you, Nate. I have questions. China and
Can we stay in Ukraine?
Sure. We'll take a couple questions on.
Did the U.S. pledge any financial aid to Ukraine in the Poland conference today?
So we did. As you alluded to, there was a pledging conference, and through the U.S. Agency for International Development, we are providing and pledged nearly $387 million in additional humanitarian assistance to Ukraine amid this war. This, of course, is in addition to the more than $1 billion in humanitarian assistance to vulnerable communities in the region since Russia first invaded Ukraine 8 years ago, including more than $688 million, almost $700 million this year alone. You've heard us say this before, but the United States has been and is the largest single country donor of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. In late March, on March 24th, President Biden announced that we would be prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new funding towards humanitarian assistance for those affected by the Kremlin's war in Ukraine and its severe impacts around the world, including, as I alluded to at the top, a marked rise in food insecurity. We've also put forward for Congress's consideration a supplemental budget request that has additional funds, not only for security assistance, not only for economic assistance for Ukraine, but also for humanitarian assistance for those displaced by Russia's war inside Ukraine and those refugees who have been forced to flee Ukraine, who are now in the region and in some cases further beyond.
You said 378.
$387 million. Yeah. Anything else on Russia, Ukraine?
I have one on Russia.
Sure.
Following Trevor Reed's release last week, has there been any contact between the U.S. and Russian teams on the potential release of other detainees, including Paul Whelan and Brittany Griner?
So I will say that prior to Trevor Reed's release, you didn't hear us speak of our communication, our dialogue with the Kremlin, with the Russian Federation regarding any preparations, any plans, any efforts to do so. And that is chiefly because we have found that in these cases, we can be more effective if we are afforded the opportunity to have discussions that are outside of public view, that are not conducted in public, but are rather private. What I will say generally is that there have been long-standing efforts to free, in the case of Russia, Paul Whelan. Of course, you heard us yesterday that we now consider Brittany Griner to be a case of wrongful detention. Her case will now be handled and is now handled by Ambassador Roger Carstens, our special presidential envoy for hostage affairs. Those efforts to secure their release are ongoing, just as are efforts to secure the release of Americans who are detained around the world. Yes, Jen.
You said we'd be hearing more from the U.S. in the lead up to May 9th. Is that going to be support for Ukraine or those punitive measures? What can you tell us anything?
I suspect you will hear us put forward elements that will allow us to continue our strategy. It is a strategy that has, in the context of Ukraine, had two primary elements. One is significant security assistance, significant support for those brave defenders of Ukraine's democracy, its freedom, its independence, and its territorial integrity. To date, we have contributed nearly $4 billion since the start of the invasion to this effort. This is security assistance that has proved to be a key enabler of the success that our Ukrainian partners have been able to demonstrate on the battlefield. And if you just take a step back and think about where we are, we're now 70 days into Russia's war on Ukraine. Russia has lost the Battle of Kyiv. Russia has been forced to narrow its aims. Its aims have gone from an attempt to take an entire country, to subjugate an entire people, to essentially redraw the map of Europe, to focus its military objectives on the south and the east, continuing its brutal campaign, but with objectives that are far different from what Vladimir Putin, by many accounts, had in mind when his forces went into Ukraine on February 24th. We'll continue with that security assistance. We'll also continue on the other side of the ledger to apply unprecedented amounts of pressure on the Kremlin. And we've done that together with dozens of countries around the world, spanning 4 continents, with financial sanctions, with export control measures, with efforts to reduce and wean dependence on Russian energy that has for too long been a source of revenue for the Kremlin and for more recently the Kremlin's war machine in Ukraine. Both of these things combine to strengthen Ukraine's hand on the battlefield and to strengthen Ukraine's hand at the negotiating table. Because our strategy is to see to it that Ukraine emerges from this victorious. Ukraine will do so at the negotiating table. Our goal is to strengthen Ukraine's position at that negotiating table as we continue to place mounting costs on the Russian Federation. Yes?
The Richardson Center has confirmed that the former ambassador to the UN is taking on Brittany Griner's case. Is this welcome news to the State Department? Can you comment?
Look, we appreciate all of those who are very invested in this case. And Brittany Griner is fortunate to have a network who has supported her from day one. We have worked very closely with that network When it comes to others, we do often partner with various individuals and organizations on these cases, but it's not something that we speak to publicly. We welcome all of those efforts that are coordinated closely with us that might help to seek the safe release of any American who's unjustly detained around the world. Yes.
How concerned are you that Russia has said that any weapons deliveries from the U.S. or other NATO countries would be a legitimate target?
We're not going to respond to Russian bluster, to Russian propaganda. I think you've heard from my counterpart at the Department of Defense that we continue to have the unimpeded ability to flow weapons and security assistance into Ukraine. Those deliveries have, whether it's from the United States or from our allies and partners around the world, been occurring almost daily. The fact that we have been able to announce such large drawdowns, the last two of which have been $800 million, nearly $4 billion since the start of the war, and then to deliver that within oftentimes days of making the announcement, speaks to the fact that we are able to process those drawdowns, to deliver those weapons precisely to our Ukrainian partners, what they need, so they then can take it precisely to where they need it most. Yes, Jenny.
I think you need on North Korea and China. Will additional U.S. sanctions on North Korea be adopted in this month's UN Security Council resolution? If China and Russia use their veto, then what happens?
Well, this is something that we are discussing with our allies and partners around the world. And in the first instance, we're having these discussions with our treaty allies in the Indo-Pacific. We've talked about our ironclad commitment to the defense of Korea, the Republic of Korea, and to Japan as well. And so in the aftermath of these most recent provocations, including the 3 ICBM launches and the ballistic missile launches, this week we have continued those conversations with our allies. But we are also discussing this with a broader set of allies and partners around the world. That includes in New York, where our ambassador there, Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield, and her team have been engaged on the challenge that is posed by North Korea's ballistic missile and its nuclear weapons program. It is a challenge, it is a threat to international peace and security that the UN Security Council and its members have recognized in the past. The UN Security Council and its members, including all 5 permanent members in the past, have signed on to a string of UN Security Council resolutions. That's precisely why the ballistic missile launches this week, the ICBM launches in recent weeks, have been an affront to multiple UN Security Council resolutions. So we're not going to get ahead of any steps that the UN might take or the UN Security Council might take, but we do think that accountability is important. We do think it's vital that the international community, our allies, as well as partners around the world, send a very clear signal to the DPRK that these types of provocations won't be tolerated, they won't improve its strategic positioning, and the world will respond accordingly.
On China, yesterday, Chinese Foreign Ministry said the U.S. was responsible for North Korea's continuous missile violations. What is your reaction of Chinese blaming the United States?
I'm not going to react to the Chinese reaction, especially to one like that. What I will say is that the PRC and the DPRK equally know where we stand on this. We have and we harbor no hostile intent towards the DPRK. It is our goal, as it is the goal of other allies and partners in the region and around the world, to see the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We believe we can affect that through diplomacy and dialogue. That is what we seek to have. We have made very clear to the DPRK, we've made very clear publicly to all of you that we are prepared to engage in that dialogue towards the end of the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. In the absence of discussions with the DPRK, we are engaged concertedly with our allies, Japan and the Republic of Korea, but also with allies and partners around the world. Michelle.
Ned, on Syria, Austin Tice's parents have said yesterday that the president has pledged to engage directly with the Syrian regime to free Austin. How will this engagement be? Are you planning to send a U.S. official to Damascus to talk about this issue?
So this goes back to what I was saying in response to previous questions in the case of Trevor Reed and Brittany Griner. We've often found that we can move the ball forward most effectively if we don't detail everything we're doing in public, if we do have space to conduct behind the scenes discussions. In the case of Austin Tice, this is an American who has spent nearly a quarter of his life, almost 10 years of his 40 years on this earth, separated from his family. We have said before that when our Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs speaks with other officials, speaks with regimes, speaks with actors around the world, that is distinct from traditional diplomacy in many ways. And Ambassador Carstens has referred to it as hostage diplomacy. So Ambassador Carstens can go places, he can talk to people that others in this administration, in some cases, would not. But I'm just going to leave it there.
That means he will be going to negotiate with the regime, and will he talk with them about U.S.-Syria relations and
I said nothing of the sort. I said that Ambassador Carstens is in a position as a Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs to talk to individuals, to talk to governments, to talk to regimes that others in this department or in this government might not be in a position to do. He has done that before in his role. He has been successful in efforts to free Americans who have been unjustly detained around the world, including in places where we don't have diplomatic relations. And so we are going to seek to continue that track record of bringing Americans home.
And on Lebanon, tomorrow we'll start the parliamentarian elections. What are your expectations?
Well, the elections aren't until later this month. I believe they're May 15th, but we do support free...
We'll start tomorrow in the Arab world and on Sunday in other.
But we do support free, fair, transparent, and on-time elections in Lebanon that represent the legitimate will of the Lebanese people who are living through crises of historic proportion. We hope these elections will lead to a timely formation of a government that will quickly address the challenges faced by the people of Lebanon. Yes, Jenny.
News is just breaking now, but I was wondering if you have any comment. The Israelis are saying at least 3 people were killed in a suspected terror attack.
I saw initial reports just as I was walking in if these reports are accurate, and certainly no reason to doubt them. It would be the latest in what has been a string of despicable terrorist attacks that have rocked Israel in recent weeks. We saw them in advance of this holy period, the confluence of Easter, of Passover, of Ramadan. We saw them in advance of the Negev summit. And if this is what it appears to be, it is something that we would condemn in the strongest terms. Our commitment to our Israeli partners, to Israel's security, that is ironclad and will provide any and all assistance that may be required in this case. Yes.
There are reports that the CIA director told President Bolsonaro to stop casting doubts on the country's election system last year. Did state also communicate a similar message?
Of course, I'm not going to speak to any messages or any travel that the CIA director may have conveyed. What I will say is that we have regularly engaged with our Brazilian partners. Just last month, we had a strategic dialogue, and Toria Newland, our Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, and Jose Fernandez, our Undersecretary of State for Economic Affairs, were both in Brazil to continue these important conversations. Our bottom line has been that, like the United States, Brazil is a strong democracy, and we both have a commitment to ensure our democracies deliver for our people. We have high confidence in Brazil's democratic institutions. Brazil has a strong track record of free and fair elections with transparency and high levels of voter participation. And it's important that Brazilians, as they look forward to their elections later this year, have confidence in their electoral systems, and that Brazil, once again, is in a position to demonstrate to the world through these elections the enduring strength of Brazil's democracy. Yes.
Thank you, Ned. Regarding the JCPOA, you have mentioned yesterday you're preparing for equally for the either scenario. So what is your plan B if the JCPOA doesn't work anymore?
So you're referring to the fact that the JCPOA continues, we believe, to be in our national security interest. It continues to be in our national security interest, principally because it would once again put in a box Iran's nuclear program, a program that since 2018 has been in a position to gallop forward in ways that are unacceptable to us, that are unacceptable to many of our allies and partners around the world. If we are going to be in a position to mutually return to full compliance with the JCPOA, what that would do is to once again impose the most stringent set of the most stringent verification and monitoring regime ever peacefully negotiated. And importantly, it would prolong what is now a breakout time, that is to say, the time it would take Iran to acquire the fissile material necessary for a nuclear weapon if Iran decided to pursue the path of weaponization. It would prolong that period, a period that, once again, for us, is unacceptably short. So we know the status quo can't endure for long. And so either we're going to be in a position to return to compliance with the JCPOA and to see those restrictions once again imposed on Iran's nuclear program, or we're going to have to pursue a different path. It has been clear to us since the beginning that a mutual return to compliance was never guaranteed. It was never a certainty. So discussions with our allies and partners regarding an alternative approach, that is not something that we've undertaken only in recent days or even recent weeks. These are discussions that we have had for a number of months now with allies and partners around the world. President Biden has a commitment that Iran must never be able to acquire a nuclear weapon. The JCPOA, if that is back in force, will be the vehicle to carry that out. But we are engaging with allies and partners around the world to devise a means by which we will be able to make good on President Biden's commitment, whether or not there is a JCPOA.
Is military option on the table?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Is military option still on the table?
We believe that diplomacy and dialogue presents us with the most effective, sustainable, durable means by which to ensure Iran will never acquire a nuclear weapon.
So on this, do you remember the first time that you actually said that you guys have to prepare for a world in which there is no JCPOA? I mean, it wasn't yesterday. How many months ago?
Well, as I just said,
you think
but Matt, you're making my point. As I just said, when we start,
I'm not trying to make any point. I'm trying to. Well, I'm just surprised that people all of a sudden took this yesterday that you said we have to prepare for this. It's something new.
I was surprised by that too.
You've been saying this for months, right?
Do
you remember what month you first started?
I don't, but as I just alluded to, I'm sure you do, and you'll tell me in just a second.
No.
Oh, okay.
I didn't. I actually.
Oh, I see. It was a genuine question.
All of my questions are genuine. Except when they're not. Except when they're hypothetical.
What I will tell you is that when we started this process in April of 2021, April more than a year ago now, it was never a certainty, it was never a guarantee that we would get back to a point of mutual return to compliance. We always knew it was an uncertain proposition, so we started preparing for this reality, to your point, to your very valid point, quite some time ago.
Yeah, okay, exactly. So now, in terms of the debate over this assessment or alleged assessment about whether or not the window has already closed and that it no longer makes sense, according to some people, that this assessment says that it no longer makes sense to rejoin the JCPOA. Is there a situation in which even though you can't get everything you want in terms of breakout time with the JCPOA, that the administration still believes that it is in the U.S. national security interest to come back into compliance with it?
So to the first part of your question, I just want to be clear about this because I know there has been some misinformation, potentially disinformation out there. There is no secret assessment, quote unquote, that a mutual return to full implementation of the JCPOA is no longer in our national interest.
Okay, so all right, stop right there. Let me just say. So what is Senator Menendez talking about? Not Senator Cruz, Senator Menendez. And he says that he understands from classified or unclassified, I don't know what, but he understands from the administration that the window actually closed in February. So is he just making this up?
What I can tell you is that our experts here, our experts in the intelligence community and elsewhere, we are constantly assessing the non-proliferation gains of a potential return to the JCPOA. That is the metric we use. We compare where we are now to the potential non-proliferation gains of a possible return to compliance with the JCPOA. At this stage, such a return would still achieve our most important and most urgent non-proliferation goals and would, at least in the view of the administration, strongly be in our national interest. That is why we continue to pursue, at least for the moment, a mutual return to compliance. Now, to the point that others have raised, there will come a time when the assessment of the non-proliferation benefits that a return to the JCPOA would bring, when that assessment renders the fact that Iran's program has advanced too far, that rendering a potential return to the JCPOA is no longer in our interest. But we are not at that point.
In this situation, are you saying that broader national U.S. security interests are entirely dependent on the non-proliferation part of it? Or is there a way in which you would assess that even if you don't get what you're looking for in terms of breakout time, that it could still be in the U.S. national interest to go back in?
This is a non-proliferation deal.
And that's it.
And we look at it through a non-proliferation lens.
And that's it. There is there's no other lens that
through a non-proliferation lens, comparing a potential return to compliance with the JCPOA to where we are now, it is in our advantage to return to the JCPOA. The famous saying from President Biden, don't compare us to the almighty, compare us to the alternative. The JCPOA is the best alternative. It remains the best alternative at the moment. That won't be the case forever.
Where is Robert Malley this time? What is he doing?
The last time I saw Rob was a few days ago. He was in Washington, D.C. He is always on the phone. He's talking to our European allies. He's talking to other stakeholders. And until and unless there's reason for him to return to Vienna, I suspect he will continue to do a lot of that from here.
My last one on this, just what do you make, if anything, of this Senate vote yesterday? I mean, I know it's non-binding, but it was a pretty clear, shot across the bow of the administration.
So it was a vote on the China bill, and we do look forward to the rapid passage of legislation that President Biden can sign to boost our competitiveness vis-a-vis the PRC.
About the Iran.
Well, it was part of the package.
I understand that,
but to
like me asking you to describe an elephant, and you say, well, elephants are scared of mice.
Well,
a mouse is a little brown animal, whatever.
The problem
I'm
is
asking you about the Iran.
I know, but the problem is that
Democrats
you interrupted me before I could finish my first sentence, and the second clause of my first sentence was going to say we are aware of the non-binding Iran-related instruction to Senate conferees that was passed yesterday. As I said before, the president's commitment is that Iran will not obtain a nuclear weapon. He's been clear that at this point, the best way to realize that is through a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. That is what Rob Malley and his team are seeking to achieve. At the moment. We do share the concern expressed by the Senate about other aspects of Iran's behavior, including their development of ballistic missiles, support for terrorism through the IRGC and other elements. And that's why our administration has actually increased sanctions on Iran's ballistic missile program and on the IRGC over the past year. There is nothing in a potential return to the JCPOA that would in any way diminish our resolve or our ability to continue combating these aspects of Iran's policies in the region. If this math is still correct, of the 107 sanctions that we have applied on Iran since January 20th of 2021, 86 of those, which if my math is right, about 3/4 of those have been on the IRGC. We are committed to doing all we can, pulling every lever we can to take on the threat together with our partners from the IRGC. Now, having said all that, we know that all of these problems are even more intractable, even more challenging if Iran also is in a position to have a nuclear program that is unconstrained. That is why we have always been of the mindset that the decision to withdraw from an agreement that was demonstrably working to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon has comprehensively failed to protect our national security interests, and in fact has actually resulted in the opposite. It has resulted in an Iran that is more aggressive, that is more destabilizing, and its proxies could be called the same.
Okay, but it is still the administration's position that you do not believe that you can get anything outside of the nuclear stuff into a return to the JCPOA. In other words, just as it was in 2015, the missiles, the support for extremists, etc. You're not looking to get that into get that into a deal.
The JCPOA is about one thing and one thing only, and that's Iran's nuclear program.
So then, is this the end of the longer and stronger thing that you guys have been talking about?
It is,
February of last year.
As I said before, we are committed to working with our allies and partners to address these other challenges.
Right, but the JCPOA is not going to be longer and stronger.
The first step.
Well, no. But if you get a deal to return, it isn't going to be longer and stronger.
The first step is testing the proposition as to whether we can mutually return to compliance with the JCPOA. That's the first step. Okay. Now, going back to the point about hypotheticals, it's far from clear that we'll get there.
It wasn't a hypothetical. This is what the administration came into office saying. Not only do we want to return to the JCPOA, but we want to make it longer and stronger. Sort of one whole thing. And I just want to make sure that what you're saying now is that you have essentially, given up might be a pejorative here, but you don't believe that it is all that it is at all possible to include other things that weren't covered by the original.
We have
in a new one.
We have always said that a first step is putting a box back on top of Iran's nuclear program. That is a first step. It is, to my point a moment ago, a hypothetical as to whether we'll be able to do that, because it's far from certain whether a mutual return to the JCPOA will be in the offing or not. Whether we're able to get there or if we're not able to get there, we are still going to work with partners and allies and still engaged in diplomacy to see to it that we can take on these other challenges that Iran poses to the region and by extension to us. And that includes the IRGC and its ballistic missile program, among other challenges. Gita.
Ned, when you talk about Iran's advances to a point where the benefits of the JCPOA will not be realized anymore, about that, nuclear experts believe that at a certain point, anybody with nuclear capabilities can produce crude nuclear bombs, which is one level, obviously, less than the actual bigger size one. Does the administration differentiate between these two? Because according to David Albright, he in early April, he estimated that between mid-April and end of April, Iran would have enough 60% to manufacture a crude bomb. Does the administration differentiate? Are you waiting till it does 90%?
We have a commitment that Iran must never be able to acquire a nuclear weapon. And the reason why we have pursued a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA is not only that it would define what Iran can't do and to impose the most stringent verification and monitoring regime ever negotiated, but it would give the international community, principally through the IAEA, greater transparency into all of the potential pathways that Iran could seek to illicitly acquire a nuclear weapon. So to have an agreement that has these caps, that has a stringent verification and monitoring regime, and as a result, that affords much greater levels of transparency to international weapons inspectors. This is why the JCPOA remains, at least for the moment, manifestly in our interest.
Well, sure, but by now Iran may have enough 60% to manufacture a smaller explosive. That doesn't count.
You're raising something that, again, falls in the category of hypotheticals. We have made clear that we are determined, the president has a commitment that Iran won't be able to acquire a nuclear weapon. We want to see to it that we put everything in place in a way that is sustainable, in a way that is durable, in a way that is transparent, so that not only can we prevent this, but if Iran seeks to manufacture a nuclear weapon, if it seeks to manufacture, as you put it, a crude nuclear device, that is something that we would be able to detect early on. All right, thank you very much.
I got one more.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if you have any kind of an update on this child custody / abduction issue in Nepal.
Not an update since we last talked about it. I think, as you know, this is a matter that is before a court in Nepal. Our priority and responsibility is to assist U.S. citizens in the most effective way possible. The embassy in Kathmandu, the department, are working diligently to assist the family member in this case. Embassy personnel are in regular contact with the father. They've informed him of all developments in this case.
But you do not consider this to be a case of the child being abducted from India into Nepal?
We are not characterizing this case as an international parental child abduction to Nepal. Yes.
Well, continue.
Okay, so I'll give you the fuller facts. We understand the facts of the case to be the following. The child's Indian national mother was wrongfully retained the U.S. citizen child in India in 2017. The father, who's a U.S. citizen, immediately secured a court order in Cook County, Illinois, determining he had sole custody of the child while she was still unlawfully retained in India with her mother. In light of the mother's actions, the department considers the case to be an international parental child abduction case between the U.S. and India, and the U.S. has formally raised it with the Indian government on several occasions, urging a swift resolution. In April of this year, the father, while visiting the child, departed India with her across the border to Nepal. Both parents are now in Nepal. Daphne.
Sorry, Matt.
No, I'm done. Thank you. I said thank you.
Do you have any update on Blinken's China speech? Will it be rescheduled?
It will be rescheduled. I do not have a date to offer at this time, but I can assure you that we will find a date at the earliest opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And welcome back. I'm Stephanie Weaver with Live Now from Fox. It's 3:17 here Pacific time on the West Coast. Thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Earlier this morning, Vice President Kamala Harris delivered remarks at Tennessee State University for a commencement address for graduation. So if you missed this, I'm playing it now here on Live Now from Fox.
Now, entering the stadium are the student marshals. Marshals are carrying their respective college school banner. The marshals are coming towards the stage, and these are the students with the highest academic honor of their prospective college. The marshals are Agriculture, Zoe Grossbus, Cleveland, Tennessee, GPA 4.0, Business, India Clippard, Nashville, Tennessee 4.0, Education, Anna Nicole Mills, Franklin, Tennessee 4.0, Engineering, Jared Bauman, Clarksville, Tennessee 4.0, Health Sciences, Raquel Morfin, Antioch, Tennessee 4.0, Liberal Arts, Naya Peebles, Nashville, Tennessee 4.0, Life and Fiscal Sciences, Venice Govan, Maryville, Illinois 3.75, and Public Service, Brianna Tillman, Nashville, Tennessee 3.91. Please welcome them. As you can see by the flags behind the seats, Tennessee State University has also international students represented by the flags that are blowing behind. So please continue to welcome our students and the international students.
Grace has never been given to the swift, neither is it given to the strong, but to him, but to her who endureth to the end. You have endured, you have withstood. We honor the sacrifices you have made, the sacrifices your parents have made. You've overcome obstacles. You've sacrificed with your families. You've worked long hours. You have lost sleep. You've neglected your friends, some of you, for this honor. But you've multiplied your talents, you've prayed, and you have stayed. You are anointed and you are equipped. And you've demonstrated that on this academic journey, you must possess sight, insight, and farsight. Sight to look on things, insight to look into things, and farsight to look beyond things. As you begin to face the rising sun of your new day begun, you're evident that our strengths are fearsome, our vision is certain, our investment is sound, our persistence is relentless, our service is genuine, our voices are unmistakable, our hearts are uncompromising, and our faith is unshakable. So today we salute you. Today we honor you for having reached this significant moment. Indeed, you are called for this purpose. And with the love of God and the grace of God, we honor this moment and move into our new lives, lives we serve others, knowing that all things work together for good. And today we pray that you go forth and become. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. That future is now. That hope is now. May the neighbors respect you, trouble neglect you, the angels protect you, and the world expect you. Thank you. Good morning. Now at this time, I would like for the graduates to stand and applaud their family and friends who were instrumental in assisting you with your quest for academic excellence, for being a part of this accomplishment in your life. Thank you. You may be seated.
One more round of applause for President Glover. We will now have a musical selection by the University Choir under the direction of Dr. Angelika Dunsvaj. However, due to illness, she is unable to present. Directing the choir in her absence are students Trinity Palms and Deonta Newborn, the choir president and vice president.
Jesus, listen, let's have a union, Jesus, I pray in the union, Jesus, listen, pray in the union, Jesus, I let's have a union, Jesus, listen, let's have a union, Jesus, I pray in the union, Jesus, listen, pray in the union, Jesus, I let's have a union, Jesus, listen, let's have a union, Jesus, I pray in the union, Jesus, listen, pray in the union, Jesus, I'm on my way. Yes, I'm on my way. And I've got to get to glory, got to make it someday. Everybody, let's have a union, Jesus, listen. Let's have a union, Jesus, I pray in the union, Jesus, listen. Pray in the union, Jesus, I'm on my way. Yes, I'm on my way. And I've got to get to glory, got to make it someday. Everybody. Let's have a union, Jesus, listen. Let's have a union, Jesus, I pray in the union, Jesus, listen. Pray in the union, Jesus.
Good morning. Let us give the choir another round of applause. Thank you, choir. This morning we have so many special guests, and unfortunately we won't be able to recognize all of you. We'll be here till tomorrow. So to expedite the process, we'd like to recognize all elected officials that are in attendance with us today. Would you please stand? Thank you. All university retirees, would you please stand? Faculty, staff, and administrators, would you please stand? Thank you. The commencement committee, would you please raise your hand? You're probably working. Thank you. Congratulations, graduates. We wish everyone well and be safe.
Now, it is my distinct pleasure to present Miss Jada Hammer. Ms. Hammer is a business administration major, graduating from the College of Business with a grade point average of 4.0.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. I was just showing you some coverage from earlier today before we went to break of the commencement and the ceremony for Tennessee State University. Vice President Kamala Harris attending that event. It didn't look like we were going to receive those remarks from that footage, but I wanted to bring you some of that coverage so you could see that here on Live Now from Fox. But we are going to get to other major topics of the day, including the Supreme Court of the United States investigation leak, and our very own Live Now from Fox team speaking with a legal analyst to learn more. Let's take a look at that conversation here on Live Now.
This is outside of the Supreme Court right now, where, of course, protesters gathered last night following a leaked initial draft majority opinion written by Justice Samuel Alito back in February. The draft opinion circulated inside the High Court and obtained by Politico says justices voted to strike down the landmark Roe v. Wade decision, which has guaranteed federal abortion protection since 1973. Chief Justice John Roberts has now confirmed the authenticity of the draft. The draft states, quote, Roe was egregiously wrong from the start, and there is no constitutional right to abortion services. Justice Roberts has now ordered an investigation into the leak and says while the draft is real, it does not represent a decision by the court or the final position of justices on the case. As of now, there's no word on when the official opinion of the U.S. Supreme Court could be released here, which leads us into our next discussion. Who leaked this document and what potentially could they face? What is that investigation going to look like? I want to bring in legal analyst Doug Burns. Doug, you were with me when all of this broke just yesterday, and we've gotten new developments. You've had a chance to take a look at the opinion itself. But I really want to focus now on the leak. People are probably pointing fingers, and there's a lot of discussions, I would imagine, that are happening behind closed doors. Let's walk through this.
It's very interesting because you really do have the mixture of, law and then, of course, politics and media. So you have to kind of sort it out. I mean, basically, the theories that are going around, one notion is that, one of the liberal justices' chambers, law clerk, disseminated this under the political idea that it would cause some kind of, backing off by one of the justices, to change the vote. And then you have the exact flip side. Oh no, the conservative side of the court disseminated it, and that was to prevent a justice from changing his or her mind. I happen to think that it's the former, but I don't have to, go overly into it. But the reality is, as we said last night when it first happened, there are two discussions, and all day long I'm watching the two discussions just being mixed together. Okay, so one guest today, literally on a show, was asked point blank, I understand your position on abortion, your substantive position, but on the leak, what do you think? Don't you agree that this was terrible? Answer, literally, I kid you not, if this decision is allowed to stand, it's going to be terrible and horrible. Second time from the host. Well, wait a minute, sir, with all due respect, I just asked you, do you think the leak was bad? If this is allowed to stand, it's horrible. And I said to myself, this is almost like a psychiatric exercise going on here. I can't believe this. So the point is, I think it's very important for the viewers, for everybody to understand that you have two discussions. One is the substance and merits of Roe versus Wade and federal abortion authority. And then the other one, of course, is this horrific breach, absolutely stunning, breathtaking, full-on attack on the Supreme Court itself. Now, on the investigation, it's interesting because you have a bunch of different moving parts. The Supreme Court has its own police force, the Supreme Court Police, and I think there's something like 190 members. That's a lot. Then there's the Marshal of the Supreme Court, who I just learned fairly recently, today, is actually the titular head of the Supreme Court Police. Now, the Supreme Court Police are responsible primarily for the security of the building, the safety and security of the justices, safety and security of dignitaries who visit the building, very common lineup of functions that they do, but they also do apparently have arrest power and so on. So I think the point is, at least initially, it's going to be pretty much an internal Supreme Court investigation, okay? And to get a little more specific, they are going to get cell phone, email, and text information from all of the, I think it's 36 law clerks, okay? And they're going to start combing through all of that. And you'd be surprised, it's going to be pretty effective because they're going to be able to figure out, they know which media entity broke the story, right? So not for me to be a detective or Sherlock Holmes, but just follow me. So they get all of the contact information, for example, for that reporter who I saw on television openly, I forget his name, Gerstein, I believe it is. Get his contact information, get his records. What did he receive in terms of emails, texts, and so on. Same thing on the other end, all of the law clerks, and start piecing it together. So I'm sort of predicting that they're, we said this last night when it first happened. I'm confident that they're going to figure out who leaked this information.
That's an interesting conversation in itself, because as a journalist, sometimes people leak you information, give you information. as an anonymous source. So
you could take this to any level you want. I mean, we've had journalists, as you well know, being a journalist yourself, jailed, imprisoned until they'll disclose a source. And many of them correctly, in my opinion, stood on the moral principle and legal principle, in a sense, that they're not going to give up their source, okay? So, you may see something possibly along those lines. It's hard to say. I don't think it'll get that drastic, that dramatic, but the reality is you could certainly ask Mr. Gerstein in a grand jury context, grand jury subpoena, who gave you this information. I fully expect that he would decline to answer that standing on source privilege. I get that. But back to my initial formulation, again, they're just going to start drilling into, communication, electronic communication, phone calls, emails, and texts of all 36 law clerks. Also, hang a footnote, I said last night, and I spoke to an expert today, it was interesting, who was over in Europe, but that's irrelevant. But he was a law clerk for Chief Justice Rehnquist, 30 years ago. He was also head of the Office of Legal Counsel, very prestigious figure. And he was saying that I ran by him. I said, well, wait a minute, there's also some clerical people and printers who are privy to the information. I mean, think about it. Now we're talking law enforcement X's and O's more than, all of the political foaming at the mouth. So, you have a printer who was responsible for printing that opinion. They're going to want to have a chat with anybody who was involved in that. You have clerical and secretarial staff, but again, in the political dynamics and discussions, it's much less likely that it's that. But at the same time, there was a split of opinion. One expert I spoke to today said, he was a longtime federal prosecutor, a lot of experience, said, Doug, I'm certain that it's more likely to be clerical staff than a law clerk. The other expert said exactly the opposite. No, I do not think it's clerical staff. So I'll break the tie. I think it was a law clerk. But again, I don't have an infallible crystal ball. But I think it's much more likely that it was a law clerk than secretarial staff. And then you get into the related discussion, unfortunately, which is that, not only is the person that hasn't been identified yet not being condemned, right? It's almost, there were tweets and stuff, which isn't really so much my area, but, oh, this is a hero and this person's fantastic. That's troubling to me.
Yeah, there has been opinions that this person might come out themselves and say, I had to do this, I felt obligated to release this document to everyone ahead of the decision being made. I'm curious, though, with these people that what does it take in order to get into that clerk position, that law clerk position, let's say? Is there anything that you have to sign? What type of, what are the steps you have to take to make sure that you have transparency, but you're not releasing documents like this?
No, it's a great question. I told you last night. First of all, I'll answer your question, and then I'll bring back what I said last night about Chief Justice Rehnquist, the late Chief Justice. Basically, obviously, Supreme Court law clerk is an extremely, extremely elite position. It's considered the absolute gold standard for a young lawyer to get that position. And in fact, it stays with them their whole life. Oh, the associate working on this case is Joe Jones. That's a hypothetical name. Do you realize he clerked on the Supreme Court? I mean, it just goes, it's very prestigious. So these are very, very elite top students from generally, top law schools. Fine. But your question, which is very good, is no, they're going to sign, some confidentiality documents. Laura Ingraham last night said that Chief Justice Rehnquist gave everybody a welcome speech, for lack of a better description. And he said, if anybody breaches any confidence around here whatsoever, you will destroy your career and never practice law again, things like that. So the point is, but what you're getting at subliminally, it's interesting, is there may not be sort of formal legal requirements. And that starts getting interesting, and I'll tell you why in a second, because, the ethics are clear, obviously, not to disseminate any work product of the court, period, end of analysis. Okay, a lawyer who does that, huge, massive ethical breach, can and should be and will be disbarred from practicing law. The other discussion, which you may want to go into in a minute, is whether or not it's a crime. That's kind of a tricky question.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be diving into that. I want to stick with the investigation for right now, though, Doug. You mentioned that as of right now, this is internal. Justice Roberts saying today that an investigation has been opened already. We're not going to know the specifics of that. I'm sure of it. But do you foresee, like, the FBI getting involved?
Well, that was my next comment. So the point is, yes. Right now, Supreme Court police, the justices themselves, trying to find out, possibly calling their law clerks in one at a time, each of the four for each justice, and say, look, we can do this, the easy way or the hard way, and why don't you just tell me what happened, type of thing. And then to your point, and you're right, then you start ratcheting it up a little bit, and you could definitely see the FBI brought in, the Justice Department. The FBI is part of the Justice Department. People sometimes don't realize that. So DOJ/FBI could definitely start investigating it. That takes it up to a more serious level because, ironically, Supreme Court law clerks, are being trained legally. So let's say, just in a hypothetical, they said, I want to get an attorney, or, I don't want to speak with you. Again, if the FBI is investigating, you can get into the level of, grand jury subpoenas and so forth, and then it really starts ratcheting it up. Because unless you assert a Fifth Amendment privilege, for example, saying that what you're going to say is going to incriminate you, you have to answer. So again, I honestly am quite confident that you're going to find out who did it. And I definitely heard you loud and clear, your point, which is I think the person might conceivably step forward.
Yeah, and we'll be watching that going into the rest of the week here. You stepped on it, and we're going to continue to talk about this through the rest of the evening here, but possible criminal charges against this.
Yeah, that's interesting. I read an article, it's so interesting. And in the article, you assert a Fifth Amendment privilege, for example, saying that what you're going to say is going to incriminate you, you have to answer. So again, I honestly am quite confident that you're going to find out who did it. And I definitely heard you loud and clear, your point, which is I think the person might conceivably step forward.
Yeah, and we'll be watching that going into the rest of the week here. You stepped on it, and we're going to continue to talk about this through the rest of the evening here, but possible criminal charges against this.
Yeah, that's interesting. I read an article, it's so interesting. And in the article, they were talking about what potential charges, and they quoted a law professor. So I emailed them, but I haven't heard back from him, so that's interesting. But yeah, but the point is, no knock on him. But in there, they cited a statute called Section 641 of Title 18, not to get in the weeds, as a potential charge, taking something of value I don't see that that would be the one that necessarily fits. I looked at a section for the home Googlers, 18 USC 1905-1905. 1905 of Title 18 talks about disseminating information as a government employee that's not authorized by law. It's a misdemeanor. It seems to have some potential applicability. My mind was jogged because I prosecuted kind of a silly case, for lack of a better term, where somebody at the IRS in Holtzville on Long Island photocopied the tax return of a very, very famous musician slash celebrity, showed it to her friends, and I think it was Section 1905 possibly in that case. So again, but one of the experts I spoke to said it's really not clear, and the article I mentioned, quoting that professor, was saying it's not 100% clear whether it's really a criminal violation. For one more minute into the weeds, if you look at 1905, it's interesting. It talks about, in the title of the statute, it says confidential, but that's really more of a term of art. In the text of the statute, which really controls, it says, disseminated in violation of law. So that's the open question is, while it's clearly, and this is a good way to put it, I think, clearly a massive ethics breach, clearly outrageous behavior for a Supreme Court law clerk. But the discussion of does it violate a federal criminal statute is very often a little bit more of a serious discussion. And that particular statute is a misdemeanor, by the way, 0 to 1 year prison exposure.
Right. I mean, this is unprecedented territory that we're stepping into. There's obviously been leaks in the past to the press in different capacities, tax returns, whatever. But for a document of this stature, nothing.
No, I mean, this is really, again, by resort a little bit to the political discussions today, which sort of predominated in a good deal of what I was watching. Again, one side, the left launches just breathlessly into how outrageous this is. It's actually kind of funny, by the way, because some of the rhetoric they're using makes no sense. So they say 9 unelected justices are going to do this. Oh my God. Well, wait a minute. Excuse me. When the same 9 unelected justices did something that you loved back in 1973, that was wonderful and fantastic. So the point is, they really should just think through some of these arguments. Then they turn around and they say abortion, and this is important because you stressed this last night, and I think you're continuing to stress it. Abortion is being eradicated in the United States of America. That's completely false, okay? You've heard expert after expert calmly explain that this is a distinction between states' rights and the federal government, okay? And then the really troubling one today, troubling most notably because it came from very high levels, the President of the United States and Charles Schumer just breathlessly saying, and okay, this calls into question other reproductive rights decisions, such as the same-sex marriage decision, Obergefell, such as the contraception decision out of Connecticut, Griswold versus Connecticut. I heard Andy McCarthy calmly point out that, well, wait a minute, they're not very familiar with the opinion today because Justice Alito took great pains to calmly explain that in his view, under the 14th Amendment, without getting in the weeds too much, there's a clear distinction between those cases involving, for example, birth control and other privacy rights and abortion. He drew a clear distinction between those two. So again, it's very troubling for those of us who, read the opinion or following a little more closely, because this is what we do, to hear these kind of political sound bites. Very, very troubling. And it's crystal clear, by the way, to delve into the area that's not my area per se, that, you've heard all the political experts say, they view this as a Hail Mary for November. I mean, that's obvious.
Yeah, I also want to note, while we're on it, President Biden released a statement. He said the Supreme Court should not overturn Roe versus Wade, but if it does, he'll work to protect abortion rights through legislation. He also called on voters to elect pro-choice Congress members to, quote, protect a woman's right to choose. So we're going to be hearing from
that right there gave away the agenda. So I actually listened to that as he was speaking, and you have to vote for Democratic congressman. That's it's all about November angle to this.
Well, man, we could go for a really long time on this, Doug, but any last thoughts here as we move into some of the other top stories of the day?
Well, my last thoughts are that, this is two discussions. One is the leak and the breach of confidentiality and how outrageous it is, and how in the toxic political climate that we find ourselves in, the left could care less, never even mention it. I even heard Senator Schumer was saying that the right is improperly focusing on the leak. They're desperate to talk about that. I mean, it's devolved to a really, really terrible level, the debate and the discussion. The debate should be a lot more straightforward. We understand that not everything's a federal right, and this is to be done in the states, but that's not the discussion you're getting, and it's really sad, and all I can hope is that maybe it'll turn around a little bit, but it's really toxic right now, really bad.
All right. Legal analyst Doug Burns live with us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. It is going on 4 p.m. Pacific time here in Los Angeles, and you know what that means. That means we are going to be ending our YouTube stream for the evening, but don't worry, you can continue to watch our overnight playlist on a bunch of different platforms, including LiveNowFox.com. You can always follow us on social media as well, Live Now Fox, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Have a great evening, everyone. I will see you all tomorrow.
So tell us what, please.